I'm just gonna
I
stay
will.
quiet.
Well, I'm going to introduce you guys too. So,
Yeah, I know. You can just say, hey, we're gonna have Rich and Ruby on, and they're getting set up in their area. They're doing like whatever you want to say, and then
okay,
like
yeah,
that way.
we're live now. So I'm just going to go ahead
Okay, cool.
and, but I don't
All
know
right.
how I can see the chat. Maybe
Yeah.
this way.
Well, that's good. So it's that easy, right? It's that simple, isn't it?
It is. I'm hoping, I want to make sure
Yeah.
because I can see us. I just don't know if the live is on. Oh yeah, here we go. There's Hey Jude. Hey Jude. Okay, so I can see now. I can see comments.
See,
Can
like
you see
I would
comments?
have to hit the chat button, right, to see the chat. I think. Hold on, let me see how that works.
Yeah, you can probably see the chat. Good morning, Hey Jude. Thank you so much for being here.
Chat with everyone in the studio.
Can you hear us all right? And is there a buzz?
Hey, the volume should be good this time. Let me turn mine up and make sure it's up. Hold on.
I
Ooh,
think
sorry.
it should be pretty good this time. I hope.
Yeah, I'm up all the way anyway, so I know they can. On my end, it's good.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Whew. Come on, Ruby, let's go this way. Ah, ah.
So today, guys, what we're doing. Oh, great. She says perfect audio. Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you. So today, guys, we're going to go ahead and jump into a little bit of the Sebastian Rogers case. I'm going to try to play a video while we have Rich and Ruby who are searching for clues to a 50-year-old cold case. So I want to let Rich tell you guys a little bit about that cold case, and then I'm going to try to set up this video. So, Rich, if you want to just tell us a little bit about what you and Ruby are doing today.
Well, it's a 50-year-old case, and it's in South Texas, and it's for a woman by the name of Lynn Dean. Trigger warning, by the way. And she was actually working for a liquor store and was basically robbed. The store was robbed, and she was unalived. And it's been pretty much a cold case since 50 years ago, almost 51 years now. And we've been really working with this case because it's in kind of in my area of where I live a little bit, and it's just been a really, I don't know, it's had a lot of twists and turns, but I think all cases have twists and turns. So
Well, especially after 50 years.
yeah, it makes it hard because back then they didn't have the technology, of course, that we have now, right? So it's really been a hard thing to do because basically there's one little article about it. I know a lot of the guys on my channel, of course, have Googled it, and it's like one little bitty write up. That's it. Like no more than a couple of paragraphs long. That's it. And nowadays you would get like a whole book, if something like this was to happen. And that's what makes it harder to kind of piece together, I guess.
Sure, sure. What year did this all happen, Rich? Do you know the exact
I
year
would
that it
have to pull
happened?
it up again. It's been 50 years actually. 2 months ago was the 50th year anniversary. So that would be roughly what 89. When would that be? 70. These, of course, these other cases that I mean, there's so many cold cases that I wish that more people would get into it. I know there's quite a few on YouTube that do cover cold cases, but I wish a lot more people would cover them. Like at least try to research them, and try to understand a little bit about the cases. But there's just so many out there that it
Yeah,
does make.
absolutely. And what I'm so sorry. It is in Texas. You're still in Texas, aren't you? I know you move around a
Yes,
lot.
I'm in Texas, South Texas. Yes, ma'am.
Oh, 1974. Okay, 1974. So
Yeah, it's
South
if you look,
Texas in
you can
1974.
Google it. It's the Lynn Dean case. It's a cold case files on Lynn Dean, and like I said, it was in 1974. She worked for a liquor store, and I guess they decided somebody, well, multiple people they think, or one that, we don't know exactly, but tried to that did rob the store. And then she happened to be working that night, and she was 20, I believe 23 years old when it happened. 24, that's awful young. So she was a young one.
That's very, very young. You
Yeah,
know,
very
that, I mean,
young. But back then it was like you didn't lock your doors, or you know what I mean. It was totally different.
yeah,
People didn't
absolutely.
weren't worried. They weren't worried like they're worried now. They didn't have cameras on your homes and things of this nature. But what? So it did. It is kind of hard on some of those older cases like that. But they are. There's got to be clues out there, right? There's got to be, the answers have to lie somewhere.
Yeah, they really do. And if you don't mind telling us just a little bit about how Ruby's been trained and how she's a rescue dog and you were able to get her trained up to do these special missions and
Yeah,
things like that you do.
we rescued her. She was actually on a post that my daughter saw, and for like a rescued animal shelter. And we brought her in, and I've always had like German Shepherds and stuff in labs that I'd always trained before. And then I was like, I wonder if it'll work, right? Like you always wonder, is any dog trainable? And then I started working with her, and I had another gentleman that does a lot of like water training and things like that with dogs, and he really did help me a lot in the first probably 7 months of her life. But it's being consistent, right? Like anything, it's kind of like a child studying for school. It's the same thing. You do your homework, right? And I just worked with her so much on different little items that I've always been interested in, and seeing if dogs can pick them up. We know that there's, of course, police dogs, law enforcement dogs, and then there's canine dogs that basically look for people and, like unalived people. So it was like, let's see if we can find one. Let's see if I can train one that will be able to find like different kinds of clues. And so far, so good. She's 3 years old, so she's done really well for taking her training. But it is constant work, right? You
Oh,
have to kind of.
absolutely. That's awesome too that you're able to train any dog like that because most people think you have to spend a bunch of money or buy a special kind of a dog, but it's really just all in the training, right?
Yeah, it's any dog. I mean, technically, any dog that has a good nose, which I think every dog has a good nose, but as far as
Better than ours, at least, right?
any kind of like hounds or beagles, or bloodhounds, or tracking dog, like any kind of hunting dogs, like if you think about it, people train dogs how to bird hunt, right? Labradors, for instance, or duck hunt, or so any dog can be trained to do anything. It just takes dedication.
Yeah,
And
absolutely. And patience, and yeah.
that's the hardest part, is making sure that you stay consistent with what you do. And a lot of people will try it, and then they get, I don't know if it's just that they get tired, or they get busy in life, or things come up unexpectedly, and they just don't continue that same strict training. And then when you do, it's like the poor dog doesn't know why you stopped, right? And
Right,
so,
because they enjoy it. Like Ruby really enjoys doing that,
oh
right?
my
She
gosh,
likes
she
to
pulls me
get out there.
everywhere. Oh yeah, she's ready to go like 24 hours a day. It seems like this dog wants to go. So it is it is pretty interesting that she's taken it the way she has. I'm very blessed that she has. And it's just like, as far as anything, like trying to find a missing child in the woods, or in the wide open, or like, all you really have to do is give that dog the scent, right? And then let them do the rest. And
Yeah,
that's
that's awesome. I mean, so that it's just really getting them to understand that that scent is something that they want to go after. And then do you like give them treats to reinforce the behavior, or how does that work?
Yeah, well, what, like, how I look at it, I mean, the way I do it is I always try to ask, do you have an item that they, say, for instance, like bed pillows or sheets? Like, that's what's always worked for me, because I feel like that's the majority of the scent from that person is going to be in their bed, right? On their pillowcases, and or on their blankets, or their shoes, and try to pick it up that way. Let them smell the pillowcase, and I just usually just let her kind of have it for a minute or two, and then kind of she'll get used to it, get the smell, and then you just like take it with you in a bag if you're allowed, and then after you've run for a while, if you're not getting anywhere, then let her smell it again and just keep it fresh in her nose. And like, hopefully pray to God you get lucky, right? And you find what you're looking for. And it doesn't
Oh,
always
see,
work.
that's so awesome. Now, Hey Jude just said that her lab slash pity is a tracker.
See, there you go. And you can do anything like burying items, like is the main key. Like in the beginning, I would always bury them like really shallow, not deep, 3 or 4 inches. Take a set of keys that I wanted her to find, right? And I let her smell those keys for a little while. Let her play with them overnight when she was little. So she would learn that scent, right? And then I would take those and go hide them 3 or 4 inches under the ground somewhere and then just kind of walk her around until she found them. And sometimes they don't find them. And then once they get it down, it's just basically staying consistent. And then all of a sudden, she started finding everything. And like I shared a few of the photos with you when she was like, what, 8 weeks old, I think. And she was at that little place and she was learning how to find keys and learning how to get stuff out of the bottom of a little pool. And it's kind of interesting the training that they can do if you allow them to, but it's pretty interesting.
Yeah, it is super interesting.
Yeah, dogs are our best friends, right? That's what they say. Dogs or cats are our best friends. I've always wondered if you could train a cat to find something, right? Like it's always I've always wondered because you never know, right? They can track a mouse in a barn, so why couldn't they look for something?
Well, cats are amazing hunters and huntresses, I guess you
Yep.
could call the female cats. So yeah, definitely.
Yeah, it is. It is something that it makes you wonder.
Hi,
Like, could you
Sandy
take
F.
any animal and allow and train it in a way that it would you know, work for what you do, right? Like I've done this for 8 years, but never really had a channel. So it's all new to me on this end of it, but it's a lot harder, right? Like, because now I have to worry about filming, trying to make a good video instead of just allowing her to just do her thing. Like now I'm trying to get her used to filming at the same time that we're doing what we've been doing without filming. So it is tough. It is hard. It's. I wonder sometimes if she's confused, but she seems to be doing okay right now.
Yeah, that is fantastic. That's great. That's wonderful.
Yeah, it's and the weather. Like really the cold weather. Like I'm not. I'm being from South Texas. Like we don't really see cold weather. So like it does. It is making a little bit of difference when I take her to a cold climate. I notice that it's not that it's hard. That it's different because some areas the ground is frozen. So if you're looking for something that's buried under the frozen ground, it's a lot harder to find, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Totally different. Totally different.
No, that's Rich right there. He's just going. Yep, there he is. He's just going along with Ruby.
Yeah, we're just cruising along. I'm following her. That's all I'm doing is just keeping up with her. She does all the work.
So when it comes to like a newer case and a cold case, how does that work in terms of going like is it a different type of tracking that you do, or is it pretty much the same?
Well, it's pretty much the same as long as you're willing to, as long as you can get something with the smell, right? Or if it's say it's a 5-year-old cold case, sometimes they have nothing for you to get a scent off of, right? So what I call just sweeping the ground is like basically trying to hope that her training of finding like metal objects under the ground or leather objects, like hopefully I pray that she's able to do that without any kind of scent. And that's what makes cold cases really hard sometimes, is that you don't have a smell. So
Yeah, absolutely. So
that is
that's
the
the
toughest
hardest
side
part,
of it.
is that you either have the scent or you don't.
Yeah, you either have a scent or you don't. And sometimes, if it's a newer cold case, 5, 10 years, usually they might have something, right? But if it's an older one like this one at 50 years, you pretty much have zero.
Right.
And
Yeah,
so,
you're kind of working off of just
yeah,
basically
you're working off of maps, right? Like I'll pull up Google Earth and I'll pull up my maps and I'll try to find the location where anything was found at all in the case and then try to figure out, okay, you got to go back 50 years. So you're you're trying to look at some things that might have buildings on them now or building structures on them. So you're trying to figure out, okay, where was a road, where was a dirt road, or where was just a road in general, or a trail through this little area of just nothing but brush, right? And then that's sometimes what makes it really hard. It's a lot of research, really.
Right. Yeah. Oh, yeah, definitely.
Takes a lot of research, but it's to me, I've always liked that. So I've always liked the challenge of trying to find something like if it's something that's going to help in any way, because sometimes like everybody always says, the smallest thing sometimes can bust this thing wide open, right? Remember what Eric Craddock, right, in the Sebastian Rogers case, what did he say on that press conference? I pray I wake up in the morning and we get like some small little clue that breaks the case wide open, right? Like that's all it takes.
Right. It's
It's
like
finding
one
that one,
small little
yep,
clue.
the one little piece that sometimes can fit the whole puzzle.
Or one small thing could go wrong with the perpetrator or whoever has committed the crime. They could just mess up one little thing and somebody could catch it and that could
Yeah,
crack it open too. Or
yep. Say the wrong thing. Say the wrong thing in an interview that busts it wide open. Or there's so many different things, and that's why I always look at interviews so well. That try to write down what they say, kind of word for word, and then go back and read it over 4 or 5 times and try to understand. And not in every case does it happen. This, of course, that this Sebastian case has a lot of twists and turns. So it is totally
it
different, right?
does.
Totally
Well, just
different.
when you think that you know everything and then something new will come out, like there's, five CPS reports that um,
Yeah.
are
See, I never
apparently
heard.
been confirmed.
Yeah, it's like how was there five and nothing ever happened? That's what I don't understand.
Well, and the fifth one is one that is allegedly pending. So, before we get into Sebastian's case, guys, I just want to go ahead and just do a brief disclaimer. So, everything that we say here, even though Rich and I are collaborating, we have our own opinions. We both have our own brains. So we're gonna collaborate on a lot of videos, but we're also going to say some things that maybe I don't agree with Rich 100%. He doesn't agree with me, which is going to make the conversation a lot more interesting. He has different experience than I do. I'm better at talking, and thank you, Sandy. I guess I'm good at tech now, so that put a little notch in my belt there. But brief disclaimer: it's all opinion, speculation, and we're just kind of trying to pick apart the case so we can do the best we can to help the situation. And so we'll be bringing in some information here and there, but there'll be times where I'll disagree with Rich, or I'll ask Rich, "Hey, what's your opinion?" And he's gonna, let me know what he thinks, and that's what I want. I want us to, sometimes we might debate, Rich. You never know.
Sometimes it's like you take two brains are better than one, right? Like, because some people think inside the box, some people think outside the box. So that's the
Absolutely.
fun part of trying to do it. You know, two eyes are better than one, or whatever you want to say. Everybody always has a different way of saying it, but I do look at that like you might have somebody strong at like gathering maps and getting locations and pinpointing locations, and you might have somebody that's better at actually getting on the ground and finding these things, right? So that's what makes it so good when people can team up and work together.
Yeah, I agree. I think everybody's always better together if you can take, what you know better than someone else. Because yeah, you're right. We all have different um, skill levels and different things that we're good at. So if we can bring them together, I mean, the more the merrier. I agree.
That, yeah, the more we can get, like I can pull from you, you can pull from me, right? Then you have all your chat room, right? That they might know more than we do on this, so they can bring up things that we might not necessarily have known until now. And then, you know what I mean, kind of utilize that. As far as, that's what I always tell the comment section: hey, y'all are bringing things to me that I wasn't aware of.
Oh,
And
absolutely. We have some really smart cookies too on my channel. I know that for sure. And then I've read some of your comments, and I mean, just really kind-hearted, smart people who really care,
yeah,
and that's really what you want.
oh
Even though
yeah,
we're smaller channels, those are the kinds of people that you want to see in there. And then also critical thinking is a major skill that you can bring in, and it helps so much to get everybody's ideas, because there might be something that you didn't think of and someone else did. So it's
Yep.
great.
That's a wonderful thing about it, and that's the good thing about like social media and YouTube is that you can reach out now and link more people on at one time and generate, like answers sometimes. Hopefully, we always pray for that, right? We always pray for answers and justice. That's what we pray for. So,
Absolutely. And especially just like hearing everything that's gone on with Sebastian, I just feel like he really deserves justice more than, I mean, maybe not more than I did before, but there's definitely been a few new developments. One was on Mr. and Mrs. E's crime cast. And don't forget Aunt E. She's awesome and goofy like me, but she's silly. That's what I like about her. But um, Tony Mathis came on and was speaking about the CPS reports and different things that had gone on with Sebastian.
oh
And
wow, that's cool.
yeah,
So
I
like
mean,
you can learn from other people, but I don't know a lot about like who the family has helping them with what, right? Like we know that wasn't there some PIs in the very beginning that were helping, and then like now they're gone or something like that. Is that true?
be careful. Hey, Jude, she's hanging Christmas lights. Be careful, girl.
Do
Um,
what?
Hey Jude says, I'm listening on a ladder hanging Christmas lights. You should check on me if I get
Oh man,
quiet.
come on. Tie yourself on. Get a harness on at least something.
Yeah, so but yeah, I mean the thing is that we in the beginning they had two PIs. One was Heather and the other one was Chloe, and they were kind of digging in before the big blow up on web sleuths, and then the nasty phone calls and threats from Chris Proudfoot.
Wow.
And and we all heard those are back in the videos. And I don't really want to replay them because they were so nasty, and they're kind of bone chilling, honestly. But um I mean, it's all part of the case. But yeah, absolutely. And now I don't know who the PIs are, but I know there are PIs allegedly. So uh whether they're whether they're very experienced, I mean, I think they're trying to keep them like actually like literally private this time, so they're not going to have them coming out and speaking about any information. It, to my knowledge, I'm not 100%. You never know, they could come out tomorrow and decide that they want to speak. So
Well, they have information that they need to get out to the public. But as far as, I've never understood that. Most people, when they bring a PI in, they don't really talk at all. They just kind of do their research and then they usually come out with like, like some kind of little speech or whatever at the end or in the middle. It says, hey, we're working on this, and this. This is the timeline. And then if they need our help or they need people's help, of course, then they'll bring it out to the public, I feel like. But I just didn't know how many were on this case. If there was, a whole bunch of PIs on this case or just a few or what.
well, I kind of feel like some of the information has been kind of sitting, stewing in a little pot for a while, and slow cooking, because it makes sense to where Seth's demeanor changed after he received those CPS reports, but he really wasn't too aware of all of them, and at some point they were talking about possibly placing him into like a children's home that deals with children with autism. And so, hi forever, Nikki's mom. Nice, it's so nice to see you. Good morning.
So you mean
So
like
nice
putting
to
him in
see you.
like an autistic home, like a school? I mean, not a home, a school.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, like I guess people, yeah, you're right. Like people were calling it home. I know that sounds bad, right? Like I can you kind of think of like an old folks home, or like when people are needing a nursing home or something like that. But I think you're right, Rich. That's a better way to put it. Like they were looking for a school that he could go to where he can get special help that he needs.
Yeah, I like, and to help him learn and work through his way of life, right? His way of living, his brain's way of thinking.
Well, and autism is such a spectrum that I feel like, you know, that everybody, talk about having special needs. It's like it's such a spectrum that some of the people or individuals even into adulthood that they have different needs that they need met, but then there's also things that they're really good at. Like Sebastian was obviously a great shot. We saw him in the picture at from the shooting range, and then he was a strategic kind of guy, he or young man. He liked to play chess, and so that takes a lot of strategy and thinking. And
Oh yeah,
oh, I love you too, Forever Nikki's mom. But
I don't
yeah,
even know how to
what
play
do you
chess.
think about that, Rich? I mean, what do you think?
Yeah, chess is a very hard game to learn. Period.
It is, especially to beat other people at it. Like, you don't usually win the first time someone teaches you that game. I mean, checkers is a little different,
Isn't it strategy?
but
It's mainly a game of strategy, right? Like that's what it is. It's
absolutely.
strategy.
Yeah, and you got to know like the little men and what they mean and how
The
you can
kings
move
and the
them around
queens.
to your advantage. And so that way your partner doesn't get the upper hand over you. And it takes a lot of thinking. It
Yeah,
definitely takes a lot of
that's true, and
thinking and strategizing.
that's the thing about it is like these things are so overgrown sometimes. But yeah, it is like chess is something that you don't learn it the first 10 times you practice it, right? Like it takes a while to learn how to play chess.
Right, or even to be on in the chess club or the chess team.
Yeah, that seems like that would be really hard to like you have to be really good at it before they're going to allow you to be on the team, I would think, because of course if it's a team effort then everybody has to be equal or at least close to equal.
Right, or you're playing different opponents from different areas that you don't know or that you're maybe not used to playing all the time, so you really have to be on top of your game when you're playing games like that. I mean, especially, it's kind of, I would think it'd be kind of a high pressure situation, just like any kind of sport, but just like mentally.
Yeah. There's no way I don't think to flip these cameras around right once you're on here.
If you go into your guests, you should be able to flip it. Unless, let me see if I could flip you.
See, it tells me on the bottom, it just says camera. And if I shut it, look, it just puts the little record player up there, right?
Oh yeah, the little record.
That's
Yeah,
kind of all that does. It looks like a little record, right? That's what
it
it reminds
does.
me of.
It does look like a record.
Like a little record, 18187. Okay.
See if
But
you
yeah,
could
it's
go,
just.
if you click on your icon, see if you can choose which camera, like
Well,
to
see, I
flip
have
it.
the camera on the bottom, but when I click on it, that's what happens is that little logo pops up there and it blocks my face, which it's fine. I think maybe I should have set it. I don't know. I can always block it, turn it around. Like I'm just wondering, like because I try not to show things that I know will, of course, get anybody in trouble, right? So that's the
Yeah,
hardest part
absolutely. Well,
about
and two, you don't
searching.
want to disclose your location if you're looking for somebody because you never know if
Yeah,
somebody
that's
has
yeah.
something hidden over there. They can go grab it up before
Uh
you ever
huh.
get to it.
Yeah, and that's the thing about it is you want to make sure that if you well, and like YouTube, strict rules, right? When it comes to this kind of stuff, it's like, I mean, of course, if you're digging for pirate treasure or something, it's fine if you show stuff like that. But when you're looking for things that might have to do with a case, you don't want to really necessarily show all that, right? And so you have to be really
I think
careful.
you're using your iPhone, right, Rich?
Yeah, I use my iPhone. Uh huh.
Yeah, he did. He's just using his iPhone, isn't that? I mean, that's pretty neat. I think.
But it does. Yeah, it does. It gives me the camera. Oh, maybe it's this one. Hold on. Remove from stage.
Yes,
Edit
forever
frame.
Nikki's mom. Sebastian seems to be very intelligent and just very charismatic. He always has that big smile, and
Yeah. Yeah. He does. He really
that's what
does.
really melts everybody's heart, I think. Everybody just loves him. Everybody I've talked to, even um, passing out flyers in Missouri. I mean, people didn't know about his case. I didn't stumble across one person that knew about it, but everybody that I talked to at the end of talking to them, it was like they were willing to take an extra flyer. One lady so she could give it to her church and so they could pray for him. And um, And you know, oddly enough, that was one of the schools that was mentioned was a school in Missouri, and it was probably like 4 months ago, maybe five now, might even be six. But I went ahead and called around to some of those schools just to see, and the ones that I called around to, I'm not sure about the one that was mentioned, but they said they don't take children from out of state, and I don't know if that's because um, they don't want like the parents just to drop the kids off. Maybe they want them to be more involved. I didn't go far into it. I just kind of acted like a parent that was looking to place a child, so I wanted to know a little bit about it, and I asked some questions. But I don't recall the one that was mentioned. So you know, I kind of ruled that out. But now that it was mentioned again, and then there was another one in Texas. So you know, I found that to be interesting. So I mean,
Poor grass is taller than she is.
Ruby,
Yeah, the grass is taller than she is.
there she is. See, she's so happy. She's wagging her tail. And
She
good
don't
morning,
mind us
Gracie.
talking. She's just
It's so
doing her
nice to
thing.
see you. Good
And it's
morning. Good
hard
morning.
sometimes to
And good
get down
morning to
because we
everyone
can't
coming
imagine
in.
like what's under this ground, right? Like we don't know what's under here. We can just see what we can see on top, but like they can get in and find so much more than we can find, right? It's just crazy.
Yeah.
I don't know how. Like I'm hoping that I'm lining her up with the camera because I can't tell. It's backwards.
No, you're doing great. It's right on,
Okay,
Ruby.
because I'm staring at the back of the camera, not the front of the camera.
Oh, thank you so much, Gracie. So are you. Thank you so much. That
Yeah, it's sometimes you just never know.
well, you never know what she's gonna find. I mean, she looks like she is just ready to work.
Oh my
She's
gosh,
just
she's
ready.
going like see the wind is battling right now, so I think that's part of why she's going back and forth over here is because of the wind. So I don't know if that's the case. She keeps coming back right here every time to this little hole, and I don't. You never know. She just keeps coming back to this spot, and I don't know if it's the wind. Is like when we get further down, it changes and then it blows it back at her, and she comes back. Or it's that's the hardest part is when it's windy.
She does want to go down in that little hole.
I
That's
know.
funny. She's
It's
like,
like
"What's
the
down?"
fourth
Maybe
time
she
that
is
she's come
curious
over
too.
here.
Oh, what'd you say, Rich? I'm sorry.
Yeah, she just like I don't know what it is, but see the thing is this stuff was put here like probably in the past maybe what 3 to 5 years, probably maybe 10, like not 50 years ago, right? So that's why I always wonder, like when you're working a cold case like this, and she keeps coming back to one certain spot, and it's like seems to be a lot of concrete. I'm like, okay, it's just concrete, but of course
Hmm.
they smell things way differently than we do.
Yeah, it's amazing how they can smell like scents. I saw one cadaver dog, and they found like ancient bones. They were able to sniff them out still.
Yeah, and like what's her name? The one that got on the case, the one that brought her dogs down there to Tennessee to help. She did. She did. Of course, she does everything on her own as well. Like she doesn't allow like people to be around and stuff like that. And I get that, right? Like it's hard because you don't want people to distract your dog or like mess with your dog in any way that's they don't do what they're there to do.
Right.
Because she only gets so much time, right? She's only going to run so long before she gets tired. So that's the hardest part that people I don't think understand is that sometimes she might have 3 hours in one area. Well, you need to utilize all 3 hours, right?
Right. Right.
And weather, of course, is another factor. Like, because I never like if it's a little rain, it's okay. But if it's raining, no, it's so hard because of course she would go, but I don't want her to because then you're disturbing so much stuff. Walking over areas, you're bringing up dirt, you're bringing up mud that could mess up something once it's dry.
Right.
Whew.
Right.
Yeah, so I bet you everybody is cold. Like they're probably way colder than here. What's the weather
Yeah, it's
like
so
where you are?
interesting. Now, I didn't see the update, Forever Nikki's mom. I didn't see that update because I saw something from at night this morning. Um, but yeah, I would love to hear it if you want to share it in the chat.
So you got some people in there going. See, I have a
Oh,
chat
okay. So
button,
Sandy
but
says, yeah,
it's
she's
not.
in the middle of watching the Nick satellite update right now on TV. Oh,
I'm wondering
wow.
how to pull it up because I do have a chat button down here. Do I just click
Uh-huh.
that one?
Yeah, click the chat, or you know what? Or even it says comments. You should
Oh,
be able to
comments.
see
There we
them.
go. Okay. No, oh my God. Now I see them.
Yeah, I know. It's hard. I
Oh,
don't know why.
okay. Hold on.
It's hard to see
I
where
see
they're at.
Grace. Yeah, Grace is in there. I'm trying to
Yeah,
stop. Hold
Gracie.
on, because I'm walking. She's walking so fast. Hold on just a second. Okay, yeah, I
Oh,
see.
Crime Time Buzz. I like Crime Time Buzz.
That's pretty cool. I didn't know I could do that. Like, and then I can come in and add a comment or what?
Yeah, so
No.
you can. Okay, so with that, I don't know. I
Join the
don't know how
chat, it
you
says.
can.
So, okay, I don't want to, yeah. I get So then when I want to get out, I just go back over here and then
But if
back
you want to say
to.
something, just go in
Oh, I
there and
just
say
get there. I got it. I'm
like
figuring
Sandy
this
just said,
out.
"Hi, Rich." So if you
Yeah,
want to, and then Gracie. So
I'm figuring it out.
yeah, that way you can say hi to people and just talk. I mean, because I don't usually type it in, and
Yeah,
I'm
yeah, I
learning
get it.
not
I
to
get
type
it.
it
I
in
get
now.
it.
I'll just say it.
Yeah. Oh my God, Ruby. Sometimes she just goes and goes and goes, and then the window shifts, and then she'll take me right back to where we just came from.
Oh, see that does that. Okay.
That's the hard part sometimes. She might go a mile, and then the wind turn, and then she go right back the other way.
Well, and I'm trying to figure out how to play those videos that I like the couple interviews, but I don't know because like if I go to more, it doesn't give me an
And can you
option.
ask the chat if there's any new news on Hannah this morning?
Okay, so yeah, we can get right into Hannah too because then those are the other couple of videos that like the one that you sent me and then the
Because
one
that's
from
up
ABC.
in the air, right? Like some people are saying the press conference know that it's not what they think it is, and it's so hard on these kind of cases because unless you're there in real time and actually are on that bus, or I mean, it's just so hard. Now, if the camera is crystal clear and you can actually see 1,000% that that's her, then of course it's different altogether, right? But I'm hearing that it looks like her, but it might not be her, and then I'm hearing, oh, it's just so much going on.
Yeah, and like Sandy and Gracie said they both heard that she's in Mexico and Rich, tell me a little bit more because you've done a lot of research. You've dug down deep and you've spoken to Hannah's aunt, and so I just want you to go ahead and like fill us in on kind of what transpired, and then of course now we know that she's still alive. Thank God. I mean,
Well,
thank
see,
God
yeah,
she's still
thank
alive.
praying God, yes, and
Yeah,
the thing
prayers were
is,
answered, right?
in the beginning of this case, of course, if you think about it, this case made headlines so fast, right? Like there was
Hmm.
no hesitation on it. It jumped in and popped up, and like everybody was jumping on it and talking about, which is great. That's what we need in every case, right? But it
Absolutely.
supposedly, okay, the ex-boyfriend and her had taken the trip because they couldn't get refunded, so they were just going to go their separate ways once they got to New York. And evidently, when they had a little layover, right, till 6 p.m. that on the 8th, right, they landed, and then they had like a few hour layover, whatever it might have been. I think it was a few hours or whatever, like 4 or 5 hour layover. Well, what I never really understood was because they never showed us photos of her actually getting her luggage off the plane, right? Out of the luggage area. Like, so we didn't know, did she have her luggage with her? Did she not? Right? That recently just came out yesterday that she actually
Right.
had her luggage, right? So
Right, like
that's what
where did
made
her
it so
luggage go? I
hard.
mean, we've all had bags lost, but where's where's the luggage
Yeah, but
at?
we didn't know because nobody was saying that she had her luggage with her. So that makes a difference in the case completely. Like, okay, if she got off of that flight And instead of going back for a layover, she took her luggage, she jumped on that little train, and she left that airport. Then that makes a whole different story, right? If we knew she had her luggage with her, because that means that she probably didn't
Definitely.
have any plan of coming back right away or coming back at all. And in my opinion, of course, I mean, it's my opinion, but I feel like there has to be a reason that she came back. And this is what's throwing me off. Okay, the text messages for one, saying, I thought I loved this person, and they tricked me, right? And then the money issue. Like they're
I mean,
taking their
I was
money and
thinking
stealing their
she was
identity.
catfished too. That was one of my theories, was maybe she's catfished by this guy, you know?
Yeah. Okay. Well, if you love this guy, okay, you're not going to come on and say, well, he tricked you. He stole your money, right? You're not going to say that. You're going to be happy, right? So
Right. Unless you don't
that's
know
what
about it
throws the
yet.
twist. The twist. Yeah, it throws the twist. It's like, okay, did this man like really like manipulate this woman so bad that he convinced her to hop on a bus on the next day after she couldn't get a plane ticket, evidently, because she went back to the airport on the 11th to get a flight to Maui, right? She was going to try to get a plane back to Maui, home, not to New
And
York.
Maui, yeah, I was going to say Maui was home for her.
Yeah, so instead of going and finishing the trip to New York, she was trying to, according to the ticket lady, right? This is, of course, what she said, not me, but that she was trying to get a ticket to Maui, like back home. Okay, so that really
Right.
threw the loop, right? Like she has her first gig in New York. She's been waiting her whole career in photography. Like this is like a one in a lifetime gig, right? In New York, in the Big Apple, right? And then all this transpires.
I mean, so
And
many beautiful pictures to take in the city too. I mean, there's so many different areas that you can really get some nice shots. And yeah, I
oh
mean, I
my
would think
God,
that would be
yeah.
a trip of a
And the
lifetime
pictures,
for a photographer.
wow. I mean, her aunt Lorene really did. Pigeon really did share some. I haven't put all the photos out that she shared with me because out of respect, I'm not going to do that. But yeah, and she was really good at taking photos as well. Hannah was really good at photography and like waterfalls and things like that in Maui and Hawaii and on the islands, just really beautiful pictures. And that's what really just, I don't know, it just got me because why would you say they tricked me? They're stealing my money. She's seen with two unidentified people, right? We learned now it was a male and a female. All right. Then it comes out
Right.
that there's a male and a female that was on the Vimo, or what is that what it's called? Is that the right way to say it? Vimo?
Yeah, Venmo. Yeah.
Venmo, there you go. And that they took all her money, right? And then all this is coming out. And then
Texts were weird.
yesterday, of course, which I think we all kind of knew beforehand that she was probably already out of downtown, like leading up to yesterday's press conference. But I think everybody felt like if she would have been in that area after what, 2.5 weeks, she would have been found, right? So I think people took it upon themselves to start venturing out, like checking the bus stops, trying to get any information. Did she buy a bus ticket somewhere else? And then the whole thing was, did she go north or did she go south? That
Right.
was the kicker, right? Because if she went north, what is that? That's San Francisco, right? That's like the Bay Area. And then if she went south, that's the border. So
Right. And it sounds like
if
she
this,
went south. It looks
yeah,
like she went
and
ended up
if
going
this
south.
is
Yeah.
true, yeah, if this is true that this man is an illegal that she fell in love with, and she to get off that bus with her luggage and walk on foot across that border, like doesn't I don't understand it because if you think about it, when you file a missing persons report, okay, they're gonna track passports, IDs, bank cards, right? All that's gonna be on alert, right? They're not gonna shut them down, but they're gonna be on an alert. So if she was to cross that border into Mexico with a passport, they're going to flag her and hold her, right? Because she's considered missing and endangered.
Right,
So,
exactly. And another oddity about this case is this woman's 31 years old, so a lot of times the police don't do much because it's an adult.
yeah, but still, when an endangered missing persons report is filed, like they're gonna hold that person until they can get a hold of some proper law enforcement that's handling the case, right? That's looking for this woman, and they're gonna say, hey,
Right.
we have her here, passport just flagged, at the checkpoint. Do you want us to hold her? What do you want us to do? Right? That's what they're gonna do, and so it's kind of, that's where the twist gets really crazy, that she did this on the 12th. So that's a day before the missing alert was filed.
Well, and Rich, really quick, I have a really great question for Forever Nikki's mom. Now, Forever Nikki's mom, she knows firsthand what it's like to lose her daughter, and she was talking about how, Seth must be feeling, and and how her heart goes out to Seth, and you're definitely in our prayers always, Forever Nikki's mom, just so you
This is
know.
somebody in the chat
But she
room
was asking about like mental health beforehand. What do you think about that?
on the Hannah case.
Yeah, like was there mental health
This
with Hannah before
I,
that?
okay, according to the aunt, right, which I speak to her pretty much daily, right, and that was not an issue, right. But then again, are they going to tell us everything, right? They have to keep some things kind of behind and secret. That's their family, right? They're not going to share everything with us, right? We get that. But I
Absolutely.
just, I'm so, and my
Nor do they
condolences to
have
her
to. Nor
too.
do they have to.
Do what?
They don't have to, they don't owe us anything. We're
They
just the
don't owe us
public. We
anything, but it does
speculate.
help, right? It does
Yeah.
help, right? Like,
Yeah, absolutely.
and that's what it goes to, like runaway cases, right? I cover a lot of runaway cases, and that's why I love when the parents will put up, they word it in a way that, she's a lost little girl. If you see her, please just, call 911 or whatever. Like, they want you to know that she might have a few of these problems, right? And she might be going through something that she's trying to figure out. And that's what I like when they post, when these families actually give you all the information, because then you're more, a little bit more, right? A little more detail is a little more detail.
Well,
And
absolutely. And Forever Nikki's mom just said, it helps knowing her state of mind at the time.
yeah,
Because, like, Rich, what about that text message that says deep hackers wiped my identity, stole all of my funds, and I have
yeah, that's
had
what I'm
me
talking about, right?
on a
Okay,
mind F since
what was the
Friday.
date of that? That date of that was what, the 10th or the 11th? The 10th?
See, it says since Friday, so I'm guessing like
Like, that was okay. So we'd have to go back and look,
I'd
because
have to
we
go on a
know that she
calendar.
landed on the 8th. She was
Mm-hmm.
seen on the 9th on a YouTuber's clip, or the 10th on a YouTuber's clip. She went to the Nike show over 2 days. Then on the 11th, she went back to the airport, plus posted pictures on her own Instagram on the 11th. So, and on the 10th. So we know that she was basically down there, like basically just having a good time, right? And
Yeah, she
going to
was
all
like
these
partying it
shows.
up, I guess.
And then all of a sudden, the next thing we hear is, like, the family's there on the 13th. I believe the 13th is when they landed. And then they're like, oh my God, she's in danger. Somebody's got her, right? Like, somebody's got her, right? And then that's when all those other, like, I don't like saying that word, the one with the T. I just don't like saying it, but it's just sad. But,
Yes.
that starts being brought up, right? And then you're like, people are like, oh my God, is this, we know it happens. But then we're like, okay, so it all makes sense now, right? We got Hannah being taken against her will by two individuals on a train, but yet she's bouncing back and forth with them on the train over 5 different trips over 4 days. So then you're thinking, well, she has all the chance in the world to get away. Then why wouldn't she run? Or why wouldn't she grab a security guard or scream or yell like in a terminal, right?
Right. Yeah.
Like,
I mean, you would think
that's,
she would, or that hand signal that they have. I think it's like this. And you, like, if you're in a position where you can't be like, "Hey, this person has me," then other people will know if you do that. That, hey, you're
yeah,
in trouble. I'm in trouble. Help me.
that's the scary part of it all to me. And then when I really broke it down, like, I mean, from what I was only given so much information in the beginning to work with, right? Like, and everything is
Yeah.
on text messages. Like, this is actually what she was sending me. Is, we need to find her. We need to find her. They think somebody might have her, holding her against her will, stole all her funds. So everything is like looking in the right direction of, oh my God, somebody has this woman, right? So she's being held against her will. Like, that's what everybody, so time is at the essence, right? Everybody's trying to create search parties and search and search and search 24 hours a day, like her father, and running
Yes.
herself ragged trying to find his daughter, right? And then,
Mm.
like, after 2 weeks, which didn't make sense, but after little over 2 weeks, like everything that we thought was going on has now taken a whole big twist, right?
Right.
Like
Well, because
this
she walked
woman
across to Mexico. So I was like, I mean,
on the
and
12th.
typically if you're being catfished, like usually they're
Yeah.
not going to hack you. They're just going to be like, "Hey baby, send me money."
Oh
And they're
no,
going
they're
to
gonna
make
get her.
they're going to make you
I
think
mean, they're
that
gonna go
you
get her
like
because they
them
got to
or
get
whatever.
they they got to figure out if she is in a mental health crisis or if this guy has really like persuaded her and got into her brain so bad that he made it look like she came on her own, right? We don't know that yet. Till they find her and can get her in and question her, they don't really know what her state is. Like
Right,
we
exactly,
can
because
speculate all day long, but
maybe
that's
she
just
was
speculation.
brainwashed, you know? Could be.
Like it's scary because
Or
if she did
drugs
all
too.
this and was in
Drugs.
Mexico on the
Drugs.
12th, that's all these search parties. She wasn't even there. Like all this searching that was going on, she wasn't even in LA. Like
Yeah.
if you think about it, the night after she was seen at 11:20, I think p.m., where it looked like she wasn't in the right state of mind. That's what the family was saying that night on the 11th after she had left the airport. You know, she was
Mhm.
seen 20 miles away on camera, surveillance camera, but didn't look like the Hannah they knew, right? She looked like she was distressed. And then what little did anybody in the whole entire search parties know that the next morning that she was going to be boarding a bus and heading to the border and walking into Mexico with her luggage on foot.
I mean, who would have thought?
Like,
It's crazy. Like I was
yeah,
just
she
so
was
glad
out
when
of
you
there
told me
before.
that she was alive, but then it was like, "Uh-oh, okay, so now she's doing that on her free
Yeah,
will."
and then this thing blew up
Thank
so
you.
bad, right? That it's like, I mean, I understand the family pausing the Facebook. That could be numerous things. That could be trolls. That could be people being haters. That could be that they just don't want to hear all the negativity, right? Like that may be why they did that on the Facebook, because basically now the Facebook is just private. So it's
Yeah.
only people that are willing and kind-hearted to help with Hannah that I think are on there now, right? So that to me it doesn't show that, oh my God, they stopped the search. No, that's not what that's saying. That's saying that they're trying to cut out all the negative and just focus on getting Hannah home, right?
Yeah,
But
absolutely. And especially
until
like after her father, because like a lot of people in chat are talking about her father and his untimely passing and things like that. Which I know there was
yeah, that's
speculation, but it was confirmed by law enforcement yesterday that after a preliminary after their preliminary findings, they did find that it was him. He did take his own life, unfortunately, and
and I mean
yeah.
it's when you're walking the streets like that looking for your child. This is what goes back to what I was saying with these grieving parents, right? He is basically walking himself. He's like walking himself to death. Basically, is what he's doing, right? Like he's so exhausted. He's probably not eating. You can't imagine what's going through his brain, right? All he thinks is, I need to find my baby and get her home, right? That's all he's thinking. He's
Right, just
grieving
like
so
go, go,
bad.
go, right? Adrenaline, like where's my
Yeah,
baby? Yeah.
yeah. I mean, that's what she said. He was going like 23 and a half hours a day for 2 straight weeks.
Oh
Like,
my
yes, you can do
goodness.
it, but mentally and physically, you're so drained at that point that, like, it's and I'm sure he probably couldn't close his eyes because then he's thinking he needs to be searching, right? Like that's what we do as parents when our children are missing. And we don't know what was in his head, but we know that he was grieving very bad, right? Like, of course, like any parent would do if their child is missing. But it's just so hard because it's now that we get this understanding. Okay, say this is 100% Hannah that got off that bus and walked into Mexico with her luggage. Okay, that's going to change everything. That's going to turn this case upside down
I mean, it definitely
because,
changes everything because I mean, for one, we know she's okay, and then for two, it's like, well, what was the motivation? Was it rugs? Was it mental health? Was it just maybe even like falling for somebody maybe that she shouldn't have fallen for? I mean, that definitely happens.
yeah, but that's not going to explain the trying to go back and get a ticket at 11 p.m. on the 11th, right? Or in the afternoon of the 11th, trying to get a plane ticket again after what, 8, 9, 10, 4 days. So you're still trying to fly back, right? Or you're still trying to get home because she was communicating with a friend and then an aunt saying she might need help. I guess picking her up from the airport, maybe in New York, I guess, or in Maui, maybe. I don't know exactly what she was trying to get the ticket. I know that the ticket lady said she was trying to get a ticket either home or to New York. So, like, that's what didn't make sense to me. If you're trying to fly home, why are you going to then, in less than 12 hours, be crossing the border into Mexico? That just didn't make sense. And why the messages of they taking my money? I thought I loved this person and I trusted this person, and it turns out that I shouldn't have trusted this person, right? That and not where you see it.
Yeah, well, and also, I mean, we can never discount the fact that maybe she just went ahead and decided to take advantage of, money that her family had because, I mean, either she was talked into that or maybe she came up with it or it was just a joint effort, but either way, we can't discount that at this point.
Yeah, and that's the hard part is trying to figure out it was this willingly or because if you think about it, before the family even got there to report her missing, she was gone. She was already across the border. She wasn't in LA anymore. They showed up on the 13th and filed a missing persons report, if I'm not mistaken, on the 13th. She's seen on the morning of the 12th crossing into Mexico with her luggage on foot. So
I
the
mean, that is
entire
so
search time,
fast.
she was never there. And where
Yeah,
is she
that's
now?
so
Okay, we know
fast.
she was okay if that does confirm to be her, right? With her luggage walking across, and it wasn't somebody that actually took her luggage and disguised as her and did all that, right? Use her ID, use her stuff to get a ticket. Like we don't know the 100% facts yet, but say that is her that
No.
crossed the border. Where is she now? Is she okay now? Or
Well, and even like Gracie said, she could have had a mental break. I mean,
But why communicate with the family if you're gonna have a mental break? Why say you were tricked? Why say they stole your money? Why not just say, hey, y'all leave me alone. I need to clear my head, right? Like, don't come out and say all these weird messages that we're being told are weird. I mean, we don't know if they were different or out of the norm. We're just going by what we're told, right? We
right. I
know
mean,
that she used a lot of emojis and that there was none in those messages. We know that she like didn't speak that way, right? Like baby and all that stuff. Like evidently she did not speak that way normally to her family.
yeah, I think a
So,
timeline would be a great, like just a timeline of events would be
well, the timeline's all
really
flipped
handy.
off now because they were thinking she was in downtown LA all those 2 weeks that they were searching for her, and she was never in there. But that's what didn't make sense to me. And I get it that she got out of there before they filed the missing persons report. Like maybe you're right. Maybe she did have a break, right? And she knew they were coming to try to bring her home, and she didn't want them to. So she went ahead and said, "The heck with it. I'm just going to go to Mexico and use my passport to get across before they flag me as a missing and endangered person."
Yeah, I mean, it seemed like she was pretty much in a hurry to get over there. I mean, for whatever reason, because that was pretty fast that she just kind of boom went
Yeah,
over.
because she went to the LeBron James show. She did all the Nike events. She did all that for 4 days. And then all of a sudden, poof, like just got a ticket, got on the bus at 7 something that morning or that evening, whatever it ended up being, and just took off, right?
Well, and it's very
So,
odd, like you said in the beginning, that like maybe I mean she was probably really excited to be in a completely different environment to take pictures and things. So like what happened to that dream or those goals that she had for herself and her photography?
yeah,
You
yeah, I don't know. This is kind of, we're sitting here searching,
usually people who have goals and
checking
things
these
like that, they
graders
stick
out,
to
and
them.
then, yeah, then we find this earring. I think that's what, Louis
It's
Vuitton,
super
if I'm not mistaken?
curious, Gracie. Oh, you found an earring?
It's like an earring, and it's like I think it's an L and an S or something.
Yeah, it looks like a nameplate one,
Yeah,
like
it's
the
a new
initial
one. It's
ones
a
or whatever.
newer. It's not old. It's not. Of course, it's not old. But it was just Ruby found it like right under the blade of grass over here. It was like, ooh,
Ruby found Ruby,
yeah.
you're so good.
And I guess it had like somebody's. Of course, it had somebody's scent on it, but because we've widened that area, we're now down towards a whole different area by like kind of like a school and stuff.
Sandy says bag and tag it, Rich.
Huh?
Sandy says bag and
I
tag
know, but
it.
it's not something that was existed back, of course, 50 years ago.
Yeah, keep it.
Yeah, because we're looking in here. Y'all see in here?
Oh God,
It's like
what
a
is that? A
tunnel.
big tunnel?
It's like a long tunnel that goes in underground.
Oh, good Lord.
Up, up, up. And so, yeah, this is a huge ditch that she's climbing around in. And I don't know. That's the thing is you just never know, like, what you're going to find when you're going to find it. Like that right there, right? Like, I'm like, okay, that's something that probably somebody just either threw out the car window or dropped while they were jogging or something. No telling, right?
Well, and do you ever wonder if that could be from a different case that someone, like someone dropped that earring or, somebody that was,
Well,
I mean, that's
yeah, I mean, you
cool
know what? When
that
you
you
say
can.
it that way, I do think about it, but it was in an area like next to, like, if it wasn't so new and shiny, yeah, I mean, it's possible that it could have been, but I mean, I can go in and look and see if, anybody, like any of the newer cases have, like, had an LS earring. And I don't know what that means. I thought it was like some kind of Louis Vuitton symbol or something, but it would be LV if it was. So I
Yeah,
don't know
like
what
it'd be
LS is.
LV. I'm trying to think of.
LS would be, I don't know what, right? Like the Love Shack. I mean, I don't know.
No, Love Shack earrings. Oh gosh. I mean, I don't know. I'm trying to think of like what.
I mean, what's your opinion on this Hannah case
Oh,
with this new twist?
now it is Gracie. It is a Louis Vuitton.
It could be a Louis Vuitton, an LS.
Oh, Layla Santinello. Oh my gosh, Sandy.
No, don't
Wouldn't
say
that be
that because
something?
she's not even in this area. I'm in Texas.
No, because she's in. Yeah,
And
she
that's
would be in
brand new
Texas.
too. Up, let's go see if there's another one over here. Come on, come on. Let's go see if there's a second one. That's the thing. If it was a pair, it'd be different. But it's just one, and it's like right next to like a little walking trail, like a sidewalk area. Yeah, I don't see another one here. Ow! Quit jerking. And it's kind of by a power plant. Y'all hear that noise? That's a power plant running.
Yeah, see, I thought that was the wind. Yeah, Gracie, see, I thought that was initials, like somebody had got like how they used to do like the nameplates. People would wear those and
Yeah, no, it's just like I was looking to see if there's another one maybe down in here because look, see this? It's like this is where it was. It was like right over here by this little grass right there, by like a little sidewalk area, and then that's why I was coming over here to see if maybe there was another one down in here. But
one who would be wearing that pretty of an earring out all the way out there, that's odd. Oh, sorry, that's
yeah,
Django.
I'm wondering what design is LS. It's
Django.
got to be some kind of designer, right?
Leave it, leave it.
Like it has to stand for some kind of brand.
Well, Django's hot on the case of something. It's
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It has to be some kind of brand, right? Like I don't know what. I'm trying. I don't want a woman. I don't wear earrings. So I don't really know, but
so Rich is actually searching for a 50-year-old cold case right now. So searching for
yeah,
clues on that.
for a lady by the name of Lynn Dean, Linda Dean, but they called her Lynn for short. So yeah, it was a 50-year-old case, almost 51 years old, I believe. And I've worked on it
Wow. Oh
a
my
lot.
goodness.
Like I've been working on it for like probably a year and a half. So,
Okay.
and
So
I
hi,
and I
Karen
do kind of
Powers.
how we get the right to
She
do
says
right,
it,
like
it might be Luxby Steph earrings.
Lucky Stripes.
Lucky Strike. No, Luxby Steph, like Stephanie, like short for Steph.
Oh yeah, maybe.
Bingo.
I don't know. I'll throw it in my backpack when I get over there where my bag is, and then I'll like take a picture of it and put it up on the. Like anytime y'all do that, like if you find something missing, you can always put it onto like a missing page, like in your area, like lost and found, right? Like they have that free in the papers and usually in your local newspapers. So anytime I find stuff like that, I'll usually put it in the lost and found column and see if somebody claims it.
Oh, that's a good idea because I
I
mean,
found a
somebody could
lot of
very
stuff
well be
before.
looking for that.
I found a Rolex one time down by the river. Oh yeah, and
Oh,
then just
a Rolex, huh?
yeah. But I put it in the paper, and this man actually he says, "I know it's mine." I'm like, "Well, how do you know it's yours?" He said, "Because it has my initials engraved in the back." And so I was like, "Okay, yeah, give me your initials." And he gave me his initials, and he said, "I can also tell you that it has my wedding anniversary date etched in the back." So it turned out to
Oh,
be his,
okay.
right? And so it was wonderful because people do lose things, and it takes good, honest people to make sure they get them back, or at least try to get them back to people.
Yeah, because like, what if that was a special gift or something like that?
Yeah, right. Like, what if that was like that was his wedding? I guess that was like a wedding gift, maybe, or that was something that reminded him of his anniversary and his wedding. So, like, that's important.
Aw.
So, at least he got it back. Like he says, I didn't know it fell out of my tackle box. Like, I guess he had been down there fishing and maybe had taken it off and set it in the side of his tackle box. Something and it fell out. So that was weird because some people, I don't know if they would have kept it or not, but something like that, it belongs to somebody, right?
Yeah,
And
absolutely. Well, and Karen Power says it has a website called Luxby Steph, and they have a LS dangle earring, and they're out of Dubai, so it might match the one
oh,
that
it's
you
out of
found.
Dubai.
Yeah, Dubai.
Okay, I have it in my pocket here. Look, I'll put it back up. I don't know which way it goes. I'm guessing this way. Can you see that?
Oh, I can see it perfectly right there.
Yeah, it's like a SL. Oh, it is YSL. See it
Y, I
now?
see the Y now up
It's a
there.
YSL.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so it is white, and it doesn't have like a little butt on it. You can tell it's not, but it looks like it's really good soldered. So I don't know if it is. I don't see. It's not like real silver or
It's
anything.
not gold plated, is it?
No, it's like a silverish color. Well, it's hard to tell because it's cloudy, but it's like it looks like one you would buy like at a
Gracie.
like a flea market because
Right.
it doesn't have the
Oh,
weight or
okay.
anything. Like it's not heavy like it would be precious metals, right?
I
But
mean, yeah, I wouldn't think
yeah, I didn't see
so.
the Y earlier. It's YSL or
Yves
YLS.
Saint Laurent.
That's weird.
Huh, okay. You ladies are better than me. Oh my gosh, I just wear costume jewelry. Like this thing I got from like Nordman's or something. I always wear costume jewelry.
Yeah, we found
In case
one
I
day we
lose
found
it,
a
in
little
the field.
yeah. One day we found a little paper sack full of like counterfeit $100 bills. And
Oh.
yeah, it was like behind like a mini mart area.
Oh
And of
wow.
course I turned them in to the Crime Stoppers, right? Because they always ask you, please bring them, if you find, because that's how they usually track them down and to see what people are using. I guess paper wise, things like that. It was like a whole bunch of them too, like probably 20 or 30 of them. And I took it, of course, straight to the Crime Stoppers. Like, down in Texas, usually you have a Crime Stoppers in every mall. I don't know if people know that, but usually there's a little police like area inside the mall, like where they pass out stickers for kids and they register bikes and things like that, all across Texas. So you can always take them into your mall, like anything you find like that, and take it to like the little Crime Stoppers area, and then like turn it in, and they give you like a little sticker or a pin or something.
Oh, that's really good to know.
Yeah, and like your bikes, like they register bikes there for little kids and things like that. Because I don't think people register their bikes anymore like they used to. I remember as a kid, you probably too. We always had to register our bikes when we were kids. Did y'all do
Right, right.
that when you were
Well,
little?
and it very well could be a knockoff too, Forever Nikki's mom.
Yeah, like we did when we were kids, man. They made us register our bikes. Like My mama made sure we took them in.
Oh yeah, that was almost like our. I mean, that was our car. It was like our car
Yeah, I
back
know,
then.
right?
So.
Yep, it was
Oh
like it
gosh,
was a good
everybody's
thing
gonna check
though.
on Hey Jude. Thank you for reminding us. She said she was on the ladder.
Because if you think about it, that bike, when you register that bike, it has like the name, right? So somebody's to find your bike, if somebody, stole your bike and then dumped it somewhere in the field, and they find the bike, they can at least put a person's name with the bike, right?
Oh yeah,
So that's always a good
exactly.
thing. But whew, that wind is battling.
It looks
Uh,
like you're gonna get some rain out there.
yeah, it's not that it's not that it's cold, but it's just that wind makes it cold. Like just getting under your skin like that. And then this area that I'm in is probably like I've only searched one area, like I was showing you earlier, that little 5 acre square, right? Like that's the only I've never really branched out further on this case to the other sides, but I think now that I've really pretty much swept that entire area and nothing else has came up, that I do need to try and start venturing into some of those other areas on this case and just see. You never know.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that's the thing. I mean, that's one thing I think everybody learns in true crime is like you never know what you're gonna find if you go to a given area.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And have
yeah.
you figured out how to play like clips or anything yet?
I know. See, you know what? I'm gonna go back to doing that. I'm gonna go
Because
back
I
to
didn't
doing
really
that
get to listen
because I really
to
wanted to play part of that. It wasn't, it was like a three
the
hour
Hannah one.
drive.
I'm curious about the Hannah one. I'm curious, like what all was said. Like I know they said that she was seen getting off of a bus at the border and walking across to the Mexican border on foot.
Well,
So
and
I
I
was
didn't
kind of
see anything
wondering.
this morning about there being any arrest made or anything like that either. So
I'm just curious, and I don't know if you can even play that, but
sorry,
like
guys, I gotta readjust
if it was
there.
under Facebook, you probably could play it because doesn't like StreamYard share Facebook?
Well, I'm sorry.
Like Facebook, like if you like when you get an update on Facebook like that, you can play. I think isn't it? Can't you share it? Like, oh no, I guess you could share it no matter what once you like figure out how to like actually share it, right?
I mean, I was looking for the button. I was looking to see if, I mean,
Where's that damn play
these
button?
buttons, me and these buttons are not getting along very well. They're not working as they should.
Stop, Ruby! You're gonna knock it over. Oh, don't
Yeah, the
accidentally.
fair use. See, and that's what I thought. Like,
Yeah.
I should have
Dog.
added that in.
Like when I try to stop to get her to take a break, she doesn't want to take a break.
Oh, Ruby does it?
No, she's grabbing the leash and shaking it like, come on, come on. Like,
Oh, how
yeah.
funny.
Oh, you're gonna pull me over.
All right, hold on. I'm going to put you guys just on. Hold on. I'm going to put you.
Okay, fine. Come here. You crazy dog. Come here, bro. Have you been looking for 2 hours already? Come here, stop. You want to take a
Okay,
break?
there you go. You're on solo mode. So you, so you're over vacation.
Hey,
And I'll be right back. I'm going to see what I can
no
do.
problem. No problem. No problem.
But yeah, talk amongst yourselves, and if you guys, or if you want to look
Like
at
I
the
don't.
chat
Only way I
too,
can
Rich,
see
you
the
could always
chat
see
is
if
if I go in
if they're
like
asking
this, and
any
if I do,
questions.
it takes me off the screen, right?
No, you're on the screen now. You're only solo mode.
But I'm not on the screen now, right? I'm gone.
Yeah, you're on the screen. Well,
How
now
am I
you're
on the
gone.
screen when
Now
I'm
it's
looking
just
at
screen.
the? I just can't see myself on the screen.
Oh, okay. I put you
Like
onto
it just
solo mode,
shows
so
me
you're
the
the only one
comments.
on the screen because I was gonna.
Shows me the chat, right? The chat is what I see. Hold on. Yeah, it shows Grace and Grace and Grace and Grace. Karen, Forever. Oh, you're talking about the Nikki moms earlier, right? It's Forever Nikki mom.
Yeah,
I can see
forever
all of
Nikki's
them now.
mom.
Karen Powers. Yeah. I see. So if I wanted to say something, I just put join chat. Is that what I do? Oh no, then I got to connect into YouTube to do that.
You should be able to, though. I don't see.
I have to go to chat, then go to comments, and I can read their comments, but it doesn't allow me to like type anything. Like,
Yeah,
and then
that's
I
the
pull
only
out, then it's
weird
like
thing.
right
Like, I
here.
don't
But
understand.
what are you doing, man? Oh,
All right, I'll be right back for real this
hey,
time.
no problem. Go ahead. Oh, break time.
I'm gonna see if I
Sorry,
can't
break time.
pull up that other.
Do what?
I'm gonna see if I can't pull up that other video.
Oh, you're trying to do the video thing.
Yeah,
Okay, I
I don't
got
know
you.
why it won't let me.
Like, there's gotta, I mean, you'll figure it out. This is only your second time going live. Heck, look, you got it on the second try too.
Hey, we got the audio, so that's half the battle.
And then when it says two more, I wonder what that means next to the chat. It says and two more. Let me see. Hold on. What is that? Comments, recording, settings, and cancel. This is pretty interesting how it works. Like, there's two photos. Like the other photo of just, oh, that's if I hit this. I get it now. So it does cover both because I can see myself in two squares on my end. And that's pretty neat. Okay. What do you want? That's pretty interesting. God, this wind is pounding. Ugh, come on. Up. Come on. What is it? Huh? What's all over you? Oh. Come here. Mm-hmm. Oh, man. Whew. A lot of hiking. I played like 3 miles already this morning. Ugh, covered. I don't know if y'all can hear me, guys, but like if I want to see what y'all are saying, I got to go to a different. Hold on, let me see this one. Then go to comments. Okay, that would be the hardest thing ever. Karen Powers, forever Nikki's mom, must be cold. Hey, somebody said it's snowing. So somebody's getting to play in the snow right now? Man, I wish that was me. That's so cool, y'all getting snowed on. Man, we've seen the snow. It's been since like in my state, like I think 2004 was the last time it snowed. Oh, y'all can hear me? Cool. All right, cool.
Hi, buddy.
Yeah, no, I'm learning this thing. It's taking a little bit, but I'll get it. Especially when I've never like done this before. Like the other night, it wasn't like this. It was totally different because we were doing it on two phones. So, oh, I see, and it does show me the time, the live time. I see that now.
Oh boy, the other night we were a hot mess.
Well, we're a hot mess for dang show, but that's okay. All right,
But
Betty
it was the
Crocker was
first
in the
time, right?
house.
So we gotta.
Well, it shows. I can see now the time too. It says 1 hour 18 minutes. That's the live time, right?
Yeah, that's how long. Because that little timer will go on right when we go live. So I was like, okay, well that's cool. Because
And I didn't know because the other night, remember they couldn't hear me. They're like, "Turn up your mic." And so I was like, this time I'm like, okay, they can't actually hear me. You're gonna take a break, Ruby. I know
yeah,
you
you
got it.
sound really good. Like I can hear you clear as day. I'm so glad that we got that sound
That's
worked
great,
out.
though. That's really good, though, right? That it is that clear. Okay, we could go right here. Come on. That's the only thing about being out in the field like this is trying to find an area to take a break, right? Like to sit down for a minute. Come on. It's like we usually just try to find a shade tree, right? Because it's so hot in Texas usually, but today it's so cloudy that it's like you don't really need a shade tree.
Yeah, it looks like there's enough shade just coming from
Whew. Yeah, now we can just
all
kind
the
of
clouds.
sit anywhere now, right? I see you. Come here. Oh yeah. Okay, calm down. You're fine. You're fine. You're fine. You're fine. You're fine. See, she does not like to take a break. This dog is crazy. Whew. Daddy gotta take a break. I'm old. I'm not young like you. Now, I
Yeah,
think because of
how old
weather
is
too.
Ruby Rick?
If it was hot right now, this dog would be wanting to sit down.
She looks like she enjoys like working. She really does.
Oh my god, yeah. Like if you could see her right now pulling this leash, like look at her. Like she doesn't want me to sit down. See that? She's like, get up, get up, get up. Like,
I would love
wear
to
me
collab
down.
with you, Gracie.
Do what?
Oh, I told Gracie I would love to collaborate with her, and then we don't know where Hey Jude is, and I'm a little worried about her. She was putting up her Christmas lights, and now she's MIA.
Who?
Hey Jude. she,
Oh my gosh! Like is that the one that was hanging on the ladder?
yeah, she said she was going to use the ladder, and that if she doesn't come back, we might have to go looking for
All right, tell her we're on the way.
her. We're coming to the rescue. She's the
Is
one
it
that's
snow
gotten
there? I
snow
would love to
too.
go
So,
see the
oh my
snow.
goodness, I hope she didn't get iced or like hit an ice patch.
That's how it was. Oh, Arkansas. Oh, that's right by me. That's not that far. We go through there every time we go to that Dolly World in the summer in Tennessee. That water park, Dolly World.
Oh, okay,
Oh my
yeah.
God, it's so nice, and we always get a cabin that's usually like right on the a little river there, and it's like on a little stream there, like a snowmelt area, and oh man, it's so much fun. And it's like there's a lot of black bears though all around that place. It's like a Disneyland, but it's Dolly Parton's Disneyland, right? It's a beautiful place.
Yeah, Dollywood, isn't it? Is it called
Yeah, it's
Dollywood?
Dollywood. Oh my God, it's
Yeah.
so much fun. The food is so good there. They have like the turkey legs and all that stuff, right? Like all that good stuff.
It's kind of like medieval times. Have you guys ever been to like a medieval times?
Yeah, well, see, like we went. It was like August the first time we went there. So we did like the whitewater rafting. Like we got had a guide that took us like on those little boats, that go down like the rivers and stuff. And then of course you can only do so much at the park, right? Because you're gonna ride everything in the first 2 days, so you got to have other things to do. So we did like hiking and that one trail is there up there by Dollywood. What's that big trail that's
You
just
need
like a
water?
park? What's it called? Where people hike it and it takes them like days to get across it or weeks. People camp there. The Appalachian Mountains. We did
Yeah,
that
see,
trail,
like
the
Dollywood
Appalachian
has the
Trail.
same kind of. It's like a big arena, isn't it? That you kind of go and eat, and it's like yeah, like Dixie Stampede. That's right, Karen. Dixie Stampede.
Yeah, it was the Appalachian Trail, and we hiked that thing, and it goes on and on. Like it'll take you a month, I think, to hike to the other state from there. People hike all the way across the state on that Appalachian Trail.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it's like goes on. I'm sure people in the chat know it's crazy. It's
You
beautiful
can't
though.
jump up here.
But that's like, like that's what makes you think like the hills have eyes over there, because it is like a long hundreds of
Oh
miles.
no.
Yeah, it's hundreds of miles in the backwoods, Tennessee.
Uh-oh, we need Margaret Chappell in here. She loves that stuff. She loves horror movies. We'll
Like
have
yeah, like
Freddy
I'm
and
sure there's
Jason
people
and
and no, and like Kingsport. Okay, the Kingsport area. I got to go there, right? Like, so what? Kingsport, is that like a little bitty area or is it big like Nashville? I always wondered if Kingsport was like big, big, or if it's just little bitty like small town.
see these instructions look like they're easy, but I'm not being able to figure this out.
West Virginia is, yes, West Virginia is absolutely beautiful. Yeah, it is. It is. Like there's some areas there that we did actually we did some skydiving there years ago in West Virginia. And you talk about beautiful. Oh wow, it is pretty. And West Virginia during COVID had the fewest cases, I think, of any state.
See, I've
2,000
never
miles
been to West
long.
Virginia.
West Virginia is absolutely beautiful. It is beautiful there.
I heard
Appalachian
just
Trail. Yeah,
like
that's right.
that the state is
Appalachian Trail. And
beautiful.
we did hike it for like, I don't know, probably. It's so funny. I need to find those photos because Ruby was only like 4 months old, 5 months old when we went there. And we took her there to that trail and hiked that trail. She was just a puppy.
Aw.
You got to go to Dolly World, everything. She had fun. I mean, she didn't go in the park, of course. She stayed at the little cabin thing that we rented a cabin up on the side of like a little like mountain thing, and it was so pretty there.
Do you know where the new River Gorge Bridge is?
Okay, that sky, is it called the Skyline Bridge? That one that you have to, it's got a glass thing in the middle of it. Is that what she's talking about? Where it goes from one side of Dolly World to the other side? That thing is
So
so.
it's just like a big glass bridge?
No, it's a huge long bridge and it's like 20,000 feet down. And then you get to the middle of it, and there's a huge big piece of plexiglass, and you can stand on it and look straight down, like 20 feet down. We did that. I have a photo from that thing. I think it was called the Skyline Bridge or something like that. It's absolutely beautiful bridge, and it is long. It goes from one peak all the way to the other peak, and there's like a little restaurant and a souvenir shop on the one side of it. That place was pretty. Yeah. So Karen Powers, where do I know that name from?
Oh, it says that no, that's not it. It's one in West Virginia.
Oh, okay, West Virginia. No, I haven't been to that one, but the Skyline one over in like by the Appalachian Trail in Tennessee, that bridge is, I think it is called the Skyline Bridge though, and it was like huge. Literally, it'd take you like 15 minutes to walk across it. That's how long it is.
Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah, and it's like all these ropes. I mean, it's beautiful. It is like you can tell it's safe. It's like cables, but man, when you get out there, like the little kids start rocking it, and some people get so scared. Oh, but it was nice. It was neat. Like that's really up until lately. That's like the only time I had been to Tennessee was to go to that like Dolly World. That's really the
Oh,
only
okay.
time
She
I'd ever
says this
gone to
bridge
it.
is the largest arch bridge and oh in this hemisphere on the West Virginia hemisphere, and
Oh, you
that they
can
have
bungee
a
jump.
bridge day in October and people can bungee jump off
Okay,
and
okay, we did do that. Golly, what was that county called? When we did the skydiving, we also did do bungee jumping off of a bridge, but I don't remember what the bridge was called.
okay, so Karen Powers also says that she's subbed up to you and Ruby and that your channel is great.
Oh,
All
thank you so
caps.
much. Thank you so much. I mean, we're a little baby channel, but it's okay. We got big heart over there, like you do over here. It's big heart, big heart.
Well, and that's what's important. I think you have to have a heart when you're working with these cases because if you don't, then it just you're not doing good with
Well,
it.
then you're
But
not gonna speak. You're not gonna put out stuff that is from the heart. Like if you don't, if you're just one of these that wants to throw out stuff to get a click and a view, and you try to word things to where people like just want to come in just to see it, and then they don't like watching it, right? Like they just want to get them in there, right? And I'm not like that. Like mine is kind of. I think I've showed my face more today than I have in any one of my videos. But I'm very
yeah,
private
that's
like that.
good
I am.
though.
I'm private though. I'm very private.
Well, I don't
And,
blame you because you never know,
and that's the
who's
thing.
out
Like I
there.
don't want to be going to certain areas like searching for these missing children and somebody like know who I am and then it be like the wrong person, that I run into, not the right person. Like that's
Right,
what you gotta worry about
exactly.
nowadays. Like there's some very different people, especially in that Tennessee, man. Hey, now you switch it over, so now you can use that other little box, right, to put a video in.
Well, see, that's what I thought, but I can't find the little video box. I'm looking for it, but I can't see it.
It's right below you. Okay, well, you're not seeing what I'm seeing now.
Oh
Like, you
crap!
see
I
the one
scared
that, do
you.
you see the one that says Rich and Ruby and it's blue letters, a blue background?
The
Or is
one
it
at the
green?
top.
Or is it green when you're looking at me?
I just see like you with the trees and and the top of your hat, and then I
Oh,
see
yeah, here you go.
the Rich and Ruby. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
See,
because what
that's
I
a
was
better
looking at
shot.
was
But
right here below you. There's like a blue box. It says, well, that's just saying everyone can hear and see you, but there's like a whole
oh,
screen that you could use. See my finger moving in the other, there's two boxes that I'm looking at myself in. And that's what I'm
see,
wondering. One of those should be maybe for the videos.
well, and it says it's like a little icon, but I don't see the icon.
For like to pull up a video.
Yeah, like so I can upload it. I don't know if I have to do it prior to, but I've seen other creators do it as they
No,
go.
you can just go right now to anything live on anywhere and pull it up on your Safari.
I'm afraid to exit out of here. That's what I'm afraid
Yeah, like,
of.
because you can't send it a link, right? You can't send the video a link, so you have to be able to pull it up somehow.
I know exactly. That's why I'm like, what is going on over here? Mm,
There's got to be a way, right? Like this says more. Hold on, comments, recordings.
it wouldn't be. Yeah, see, like if I go to recordings, I tried to click on that one,
Says
and
camera and audio. Like mine just says camera audio because you invited me in. But if you click on the more, does it give you on the settings? Does it say settings? Can you click that one?
you know what? Let me see if I go to more. See, it'll say post a comment, layout, private chat, stream info, and then settings. I wonder.
Yeah,
See,
if
it
you
says
hit
it's.
settings, it might say more or like.
Oh, I see it. Okay, recording new.
It's kind of
Local
like on your
show.
studio app page. You know, the settings has where you can do permissions and ring the bell and do so much, right?
Right.
That's what throws us off in this YouTube stuff is that we think settings is going to be like to fix problems, not going to be to pull a video up, right?
Right, exactly.
Uh-huh.
Exactly.
It is different, right? Oh, man.
Let's layouts, gas, audio,
Because,
camera.
like, I'm curious about that new Hannah. Like, weren't they going to do another one this morning, right? For Hannah? I think
I mean,
somebody was saying, I think I saw that at like 4 o'clock this morning that they were going to do a, unless it was the one that was already played last night, yesterday evening, maybe. Now, I think that shocked everyone. I know it shocked the family because the family did come out and say that they didn't really feel that it was correct. And that's what kind of threw me for a loop again. Like, if they're not believing that that was Hannah getting off that bus, then you would think they would know, right? Like, that's their Hannah.
oh, definitely.
But,
Definitely.
but people can disguise any, like if somebody has your luggage and has your suitcases, they can put your clothes on and they can dye your hair. There's so many different ways now that people can disguise, right?
Well, and also that picture that you sent me before, and then the other one looked totally different. She looked like a
Yeah,
different
told you,
girl.
right? Totally different.
Gracie, you can definitely drop your channel. Absolutely. And hi, Tony. I'm so glad you made it. Tony's here.
Yeah, they're like better than me. They can have my channel.
Right? Yeah, I know. You need to drop your link too. You can drop
I
your
can
link.
only get mine to grow if
Rich,
I
I'm
go to
so
Dolly.
yeah. You got to get in the chat so I can mod you guys up. I need to mod. I need to mod Gracie up too.
Well, and I
Hold
know
on.
I'm
Let's
new.
see.
I've only been out a month, so it's not like I've been out very long, right?
Oh, I see. If I click now, if I click on this, hey, Rich, can you see that comment?
Not saying,
Look, I found
but
something.
your mod can.
See, that's cool.
Yeah,
No, I don't
I
want
knew
to
there had
put
to be a
Gracie
way
in
for you to
timeout.
like be able to bring videos in, right?
No.
Like there's got to be a way. And I mean, you're gonna figure it out, right? It's just gonna take time, and you're gonna figure it out. You might have to do, what did I say in the beginning? 5 lives, right? Give yourself 5 lives to figure everything out. Because I'll
Well, I
probably
mean,
need
I
like a
think at least we're
hundred.
doing okay on this one.
I'll probably need like 100 lives to get mine right.
Yeah, Sandy, go ahead and drop it if you can. Oh
Yeah.
yeah, exactly. I know. I don't even know about. I never knew about Krama until poor Sebastian. I mean, that's. I hate that. I hate that, but
Uh,
I never noticed how deep it ran. Maybe Summers, but
okay. Hey, I'm gonna get this battery thing out real quick and plug my stuff in. Hang on just a second, okay? You hear me?
okay, yeah,
All right, give me
absolutely.
just a second. I'll block it so I don't show nothing. All right. All right, come
Okay,
on, baby.
yeah, no problem.
Gotta get
No,
my
and then Tony, so there's a new, yeah, we were talking about that a little earlier. So a new
bat.
update, satellite news on Sebastian that's going to be released on January 1st. Okay, that is a long time from now. Oh my gosh. That's a long time. It's, and I would, hmm.
I so see you, girl. All right, gotta plug that in. Oh, hold on. Ah, you got it, Ruby.
I was able to mod people up so easily on the other one, but now it's just like, I don't want to put because it says star comment, delete comment, put user in timeout, or ban or delete comment. So I don't want to do any of that.
Oh, you got somebody helping you to get in
No,
to get it
no,
up?
I was just clicking on it. So I wonder if I have to.
We need like an AI person, right? That you can just say, "Hey, come into my room and show me how to do it."
I know exactly. I was hoping Mohawk Mom would stop by because she's such a smarty. She's a smart cookie. Um, let's see.
That's so fun because when we do that thing in the summer, right? Like when I was telling you we're gonna do the motorhome where we just like travel state to state and like do like little like barbecues and everybody can come hang out, right? Like that'll be so much fun. You oughta see if you can go on that. We're just gonna travel all over.
Blast.
Oh, hold on, let me get this out of the way. I don't want you to step on it.
Here's like okay. Here's how I can post a comment. Ooh, I don't want to hit end. That's not a good one. All right, let me go to more.
You find it? You find it? Let me put it back down. Yeah, you found it twice, huh?
The screen layout. Give me 1 second.
No problem, no problem. I'm trying to get her. I carry those little like it's like you know that farmers market food, like the fresh cold food that you can get for dogs. I always carry a little bit in my
Yeah,
pocket, so when she runs like that, I can give her some. She got to eat too, right?
definitely.
You gotta eat. You gotta eat.
Especially after all that work she does.
Well, she's going again already. Like right now, I'm fixing in a second. I'm gonna flip this camera around and let him watch her for a little while too. I'm trying to get to this other area over here where I can come here, come here. Because a lot of times when it's just like me and her, like I just let her off of her leash, right?
Oh,
Like
thank you, Sandy.
just let her do her thing without a leash on, and that's when you can really see her go. Like if I'm not holding her, she goes.
Yeah, and then she always knows how to come back though too. Though
Oh, all I
she
have to do
always
is
knows to
snap my
stay by
fingers.
you,
Yeah,
huh?
she'll come right back. Like remember last night, like when I said, "Oh my God, I think she chased the cat or something," and then she came right back, and she'll always bump me in the back of the leg to let me know that she's behind me.
Oh, that's so funny.
Yeah, it's good though because I mean I know that she won't go far if she does go. She really will never really go very far. But like possums, oh my God, I don't know why this dog she does not like possums at all. And skunks too. Oh my goodness, you got to be so careful with skunks.
Oh no, has she got skunked before?
Oh yeah, when she went in a manhole, like a drainage thing one time, like a big rounded thing, You know what's funny is it happened in Tennessee.
Oh
Because
my.
my chat room, my people in the comment room kept asking me, please take a flashlight and go back and to show us what's in those big, because these tunnels, like I could almost walk in them. They were so big, right? I had never seen anything that massive. And we went back and I took the flashlight and then she's like ventured in there and it was like all these different tunnels that go to the right, the left, and I guess it was hiding behind that brick wall and we didn't see it. And it just sprayed. Yeah, it just sprayed. I mean, thank God it didn't get her bad because she like jumped backwards, but oh yeah, I had to put tomato juice on it for sure.
Oh wow, wow.
Tomato
Oh
juice
hey
and apple
Megan
cider
Nose, how
vinegar.
are you, girl?
Apple
It's
cider
good to
vinegar will take
see
it
you.
off
Welcome
quick
in
too.
everybody.
Come on. Yeah, apple cider vinegar will always get it off.
Oh gosh, that stuff works for a lot of different purposes.
Yeah, just
Multi-purpose.
something else, this girl. Uh, Come here, Ruby. I'm gonna see how if I can flip this around real quick. Hold on, I gotta hit this camera button. All right, can y'all see?
Oh, there's Ruby.
Yeah, okay, y'all can see. All right, we're gonna go like up and back in this little area. I want to see what she does over here because I've never really done this area too much. Like in this area, it's always across the other way, but I just want to see what she'll do in this area. Hmm. What do you want?
Hashtag find Stephanie Dameron. Is that how we say it? Dameron. Missing from Maine 13 at her disappearance, and now she is 14 with purple hearts. So she must have her favorite color must have been purple, or it must be purple if we don't know where she is. Go Ruby, go Ruby, go. Hmm. No. Okay, so that wasn't it. Yes, forever Nikki's mom. Much love to you. I'm so glad that you're here. I always enjoy talking to you in the chats, and I'm just really glad you're here. Yeah, that's true. It could be for survivors too. Yeah, and I always use purple for like brave is one thing. Like if if I hear somebody's story, or especially for DV survivors, it's like purple. Oh, good. I wanted to make sure I didn't. Well, Sandy, I'm trying to pull in a video. Well, I have two that I wanted to show, but I can't seem to find the button to add the video in, like, so I can show it, so we can watch it, and then we can comment on it, like where I can pause. And I wonder if I have to be on a laptop to do that. I wonder if I can't do that from my phone. But I've thought other people have done it from their phone, so that's why I'm like, share screen. Okay. I tried to change the layout. Let me see if there's a share screen button. I do have another device. Like I have my old iPhone. Oh, purple for epilepsy awareness. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Okay. Oh. Yeah, and I remember you saying that before too. 26 is such a, yeah, oh my goodness. I'm so sorry. So and I didn't even realize that purple was for that, but I mean, anybody that has to go through having those seizures and stuff, I mean, that has just got to be the scariest thing for both the person having it and then, um, because I know my mom had seizures towards the end of her life, and it was just it was scary. She kind of got to know when they were coming on and things like that, but still, it didn't make it any easier. So I'm so sorry that your daughter had to go through that. I'm so sorry that Nikki had to deal with that. Oh yeah, I know. See, I thought about doing that too, but the one video is like 30 minutes, I think, about 30, and the other one is 13. But I thought there was a way that I can go ahead and just, oh yeah, see Gracie, oh yes, may they rest in peace. Oh yeah, oh gosh, Karen, that makes sense because if somebody was to call, I wonder if I could do a do not disturb mode or something like that, and then so I wouldn't get calls in. I know. See, that's what I was doing all day yesterday. I was trying to figure out. Well, not all day, but for a good part of the day. For a good. Oh, there goes Ruby. She's just a working. She's a working it. Oh, yeah. I know you do. I know you do. Forever, Nikki's mom. I mean, it's. It's weird. Like some people are like, oh, I don't understand, but it's like you just know when they're around, and you know that when you see something, like sometimes it's butterflies or maybe it's a rainbow or like a dragonfly or something like that, but just something that symbolizes something that they loved or just something that reminds you of them. I know that feeling. I know, Sandy. Yeah, I think that too. I think people are using their laptops because I know like Terry does too. Um, so I need to bust out the laptop and mess around with it because I really wanted to show the video and then just kind of like pause it and talk and see what you guys had to say and then kind of just go over it. Um, that way we don't have to do the pre-recorded commentary and stuff like that. But oh, I don't mind. I mean, as long as we're not saying anything bad, like, because I love Mr. E's Crime Cast. I was saying I love Mr. and Mrs. E and then Aunt E. They're just really nice, like genuinely nice people. I mean, and talking about um, other creators that really care and have good hearts. I always enjoy watching their podcast because, and I didn't get to watch the whole thing. I just kind of watched the part with Tony because I saw on War Damn Eagle some excerpts from it, and so I was like, oh, okay, I'll head over and just kind of take a look. And it was a good interview. Um, like Tony gave some locations that were possible locations of the schools that they were looking into for Sebastian. Um, possibly I know that Seth wanted him. And see, that was another thing that I wanted to kind of break down because I remember when Seth was talking about how he wanted Sebastian in a place that would give him some specialized help. And I know that he was frustrated and he had mentioned being frustrated with DFS in the past because they weren't, and also with Katie, that they weren't getting him that specialized help, or the help that maybe they were trying to get the specialized help, but perhaps it wasn't the kind of help that was actually helping. Because I don't know if a lot of you have like, I've been to youth counseling services before, and there's been counselors that have done great for me, that have given me wonderful resources, and then some of them, like, I didn't even think they were listening to me. I didn't know what they were doing. I didn't know if they were thinking about what they're going to do later, and so maybe that was the case where he just didn't feel like they were seeing that result, or maybe Sebastian wasn't feeling like um, he was getting the help that he needed, because I really, again, I really think that he was just such a smart, intuitive kid. And I think that he knew how to use his voice and ask for what he wanted. Now, whether people listen to him or not, that's a whole different ballgame. But I do believe that he had that wherewithal, and I do believe he had the emotional intelligence to be like, hey, this is a situation and I don't like it. It makes me feel uncomfortable. Um, Again, whether they were listening, or whether whoever was listening, and maybe some people did and some people didn't. But either way, I really think that he was able to articulate that in some way, shape, or form, especially with Seth. He seemed like he was really close, um, just from what Seth has said about his and Sebastian's relationship. I feel like he felt comfortable enough to come to his dad, which is wonderful, because especially being a boy at that age, you need your dad around, and you need your dad to kind of show you how things are, how the world works and things like that. And even in the second interview that was done with local news, where Mr. Proudfoot was wearing the kind of a mint color green shirt. Um, he even said that Seth is really good about showing Sebastian directions and teaching him things. Like, and I interpreted it as like little life skills, like, this is how you get to my house. This is how. So I mean, those things are really important, and obviously he was able to soak that in, as they were going along. But yes, thank God Seth did the research before agreeing, and he does have a lot of self uh, control and patience, more than I would have. I mean, I would have been blabbing this stuff and yelling it from the rooftops to begin with, probably, because I'm just crazy like that. But um, you know, yeah, like Paris Hilton. And we'll see. And then some of those like schools can be a little bit scary, because that was another major concern that Seth had, according to Tony, was that these schools were that they had a history at some of these schools of children actually passing away due to the conditions of the school. And so, I mean, that's really scary, for especially paying people money. Yeah, some practice the ABUSE, and so it's like, I mean, how could you imagine paying thousands of dollars for your children to attend a school, or stay in a like kind of an assisted living type of a program, and they're being mistreated. I mean, it that is absolutely heartbreaking, and how anybody can mistreat a child, and especially if you don't have the patience, then don't please don't work with you know those any children. I mean, period, because all children are learning, and they don't, in my opinion, they don't need somebody that is gonna be hard on them or mean to them. They need understanding, and they need somebody that can take a step back and say, hey, this person is learning. I didn't know everything when I was little. I made mistakes. They're going to make mistakes. Um, yes, Forever Nikki's mom. I do believe that as well, that Seth is a great dad. I can tell that I can feel it. Like, I've never met Seth. I've never talked to Seth. Um, any of that, but just like feeling his emotions through and what he conveys even over his live when he just did his live. And I know that they didn't want anybody restreaming it, so that wasn't going to be part of the interview because I want to be respectful of that. Um, but and Tony, I don't know if there was a school in Oregon. Um, I just remember the one in Missouri and then the one in Texas that was mentioned, but I know there were a couple. Yes, Gracie, and the yeah, and the M word. Um, I mean, and hopefully it wasn't like a situation where they would just take these kids like they did with Paris, like in the middle of the night. Like, that's got to be terrifying. Like, I don't care how bad of a kid someone is or if they're going out all the time. I know, like, her parents were worried about her because she was going clubbing a lot and stuff like that. And obviously, she had all the money to do that. And all the kids that she hung out with had all that money to do that. Um, but yeah, at the end of the day, I just don't feel like that's appropriate because that's terrifying. And I feel like that's kind of um, definitely ABUSE. You know, it's definitely falls in that category of behavior. um, it, just right off the bat. Because I mean, if you're meaning well by those kids, and you're gonna sit them down, and especially somebody that can understand and be like, hey, this is the reason why we're having you go here. I know you're not gonna like it, but this is our decision as your parents. I mean, there's a lot of ways that you can sit your kids down. And that's one thing I always valued with Seth, is that he took that time out to help Sebastian understand. It wasn't just like, oh, well, we're going to manhandle you and take you and do this. It was more of like, okay, this is what we have in mind and this is what we're going to be doing. So it's preparing him for it rather than just like thrusting him into it. Yeah, and I do feel bad for Seth as well and Sebastian. Um, yeah, and I can agree with that too. Like, it just seems like Mr. Foote, he, and maybe even, you know, Katie could fall into that category where they they want to keep up those appearances, yeah. And then how crazy, I mean, yeah, allegedly Seth had no idea about a lot of this. Well, and we even saw his reaction when he found out that the belt was being used to discipline. He, I believe him when he said that he didn't know anything about that until he saw the podcast. And I mean, I just can't imagine having to hear that on a public forum, knowing that your son is now missing and he was enduring that behavior. And there's no excuse for it. I mean, again, you can talk to these kids, and especially at 15, that's even getting a little bit old for even a whack, like a spanking in the traditional way of just giving a spank. Um, but I just feel like there's so many other ways that you can do that, and especially like in the programs that Sebastian was in, he probably understood the concepts of like positive reinforcement. So I don't understand why that wouldn't have been a more plausible option than taking out the belt and giving out whoopings, especially when it's not your kid, when it's your stepchild. I don't think, I mean, I personally would never want to put my hands on someone else's kid. Never. Even if they told me, even if they gave me permission to, I would just say no. That's just not my approach. But and then Sandy says, for those who don't know, Tony Mathis gave a long explanation on Mr. E's channel yesterday, explaining the emails about the boys' schools. So yeah, like, he did a really good job on just explaining that situation from what Seth was going through at that time. without Seth having to be on. And I mean, honestly, that's what the spokesperson I would think is needed for is going on and explaining those situations, because I mean, I'm sure that is very difficult for Seth to have to speak about, especially at this juncture, where we are in the case. Okay, so no schools in Oregon, Gracie says. Yeah, their channel is great. I was glad to see them on there. Oh, and Sandy says she met Seth at the first ride for Sebastian and Vigil. So that's awesome. That's awesome that you were there. And Nikki says that she still doesn't buy the school theory, and that she thinks that Sebastian had two monsters in his life. Well, and that was another thing that kind of threw me off too, Forever Nikki's mom, is because for the simple fact that, well, I guess there's a couple things. I mean, one thing that threw me off was that Seth was basically talking about how, or excuse me, Tony was basically talking about that even though Katie's name may have been on that paperwork, it wasn't necessarily, it doesn't necessarily mean that she was doing the harm, but rather that she was allowing her son to be in a harmful situation. And I really do think that, I really do think that is a good reason to involve a third party like CPS in the situation, especially. But then again, I can't help but think that there may have been some physical, well, and the reason I say that is because even in the optimism T-shirt that he's wearing the day before, uh, so, well, it would have been the 24th, that Saturday. They went to Costco and he's eating a piece of pizza, and he's got his piece of pizza, and it looks like a chocolate shake. And he's wearing that optimism T-shirt. He has this big old grin on, the one we all love. And um, but a couple of different creators pointed out that there was a bruising on his neck. And if Chris Proudfoot wasn't there, then that only leaves one person that could have done that, unless he got into an altercation with someone at school, he fell, which I don't think so, because it looked like handprint to me, just in my opinion. And so, um, yeah, I mean, unless it was a cousin, or but I don't know. I just don't see that being the case, but I could be wrong. Um, yeah, and Gracie says that in her opinion, Sebastian is not in any of those places, and I don't think so either, because like I said, when I called the Missouri one, they didn't take the kids from out of state. Well, I called a couple different ones, um, and then I kind of, figured if they're not going to take them from out of state, then um, and yes, we definitely support Seth. I mean, I do. I can't not. I mean, I've said in like previous videos that I really, um, you know, that it wasn't about um, any of the parents really. It's about Sebastian, but also I just can't help but feel. For the situation, especially as all of the new details emerge, and the more confirmation that we get, like over and over from all of these sources, especially from the horse's mouth, which would be Seth, and how he feels. One thing that I personally can't get over, um, was the very last live, which was on Queen Bee, that Katie and Chris did, and that was the last time we've really heard from Katie. And any capacity speaking about Sebastian. And towards the end of the live, I mean, Chris was talking about playing this song and teaching Sebastian this song with all these dirty words in it. And then it brought me right back to remembering Seth describing Sebastian doing inappropriate things. And so, where did he learn that these inappropriate things from? Well, it says a lot when Chris is willing to throw his own self under the bus and basically say that he's exposed this young man who already is having trouble coping with the situation to that nasty song. I mean, show it to one of your buddies. Why are you showing it to your 15-year-old stepson? I just never understood that. To me, it was disgusting. Um, yes, we got to be sleuthing. We all got to sleuth. We definitely got to sleuth. I love it though because that's how we all put our heads together, and that's how we find answers. Is we talk it all out, and and even if we disagree, we can always um, debate different things, and that's what I like to do. I like to kind of go back and forth and say, well, what about this, and just be respectful in a way, but also come up with new ideas, because there may be something that somebody's like very and it's happened to me too, where I was like very adamant about a situation, but then someone brought up a good point to me, and it's like, oh, wait a minute, I didn't think of it that way. Well, maybe you have a good point there, so maybe I can change the way I'm thinking, um, which I think is important. If Sebastian would be at one of these schools, someone, or plural, would be going to prison, and a lot of money would be owed. I don't see why KP would have called Ellie about Sebastian. Well, that's a really good point. See, I mean, it's just, and also I feel like one of these schools would speak up and be like, hey, we have this young man with this description. So that's, I mean, and Tony says he could have swore up and down that, but I sure could be wrong. And see, oh man, and the weird thing is that certain aspects of this case, I pray that I'm wrong about some of the things that even just being said today, and because it's the worst case scenario we're talking about as well. Because I mean, the best case scenario would be that he's at a school where he's getting, he's learning things, he's warm food, all of his basic needs are met. I mean, obviously he'd be scared. I'm sure he'd be missing his folks. He'd be missing his friends from school and different things. But yeah, it's just, see, I'm afraid to exit out of here, but I could always get on my Facebook and check on Hey Jude. I know that's so weird. I was wondering if maybe she hopped over, because I know she helps multiple channels. Hey Jude just does a wonderful job. She's such a sweetheart, and she helps people out tremendously. And then Karen Powers says, I still wonder if Sebastian is at Victory Academy in Oregon. See, well, and that's been brought up a lot. Oregon's been brought up. It's year round. It's privately funded, under 3,000 a month, which is okay, and that's reasonable from what we've heard. The price tag on some of these stays. Um, and I asked a creator to check if he was there, but I haven't heard anything. Oh man, I mean, it wouldn't hurt to at least start sending flyers out to these places and saying, "Have you seen this young man?" Because I'll tell you, when I was talking about it in Missouri, and I mean, Missouri and Tennessee are fairly close in the grand scheme of things. I mean, it's not like East and West Coast or anything like that. It's pretty close. And I didn't come across one person, even people that said that they enjoyed true crime, or that they did watch true crime on YouTube, that had heard or seen Sebastian's face. And so, I mean, we all love true crime, and we all know it well, but there's a lot of people out there that have no idea about a lot of these cases. And so, yeah, I mean, there's a strong possibility, Karen, that he could be these places and nobody would know, especially all the way up in Oregon. So, Oregon. I'm sorry, I'm not. I'm not great with pronouncing that one. I'm not sure which one is the best pronunciation. I know, Gracie, that is really special too. And I know I could also, another thing that I can really feel genuinely from Seth. I can feel a lot of emotions genuinely from Seth, um, not just the sadness, not just like despair. Um, oh gosh, but I can also feel like gratitude from him, and I don't know. I don't think that I felt gratitude like whenever um, mom and stepdad are speaking about it. It's more like, well, thanks so much, I'm so glad. You guys ought to be glad your kid isn't missing, and like, just kind of a smug, not very nice attitude. But when Seth speaks about how grateful he is for people, like, you can tell that he remembers people's screen names, and he'll be like, well, thank you very much, so and so. You know and so it's just a whole different ball game. um but another thing that I feel is really genuine, in comparison to the other side of the family, if you will, is that Seth will be genuinely angry, but he has like a genuine reason behind being angry at whatever topic it is. If it's trolls or just people, um, outright being silly or whatever he doesn't like, he's very genuine about it. He doesn't have any qualms with saying like, this is how I feel, and he gets it over with. He doesn't have like that underlying anger and like that underlying like disdain for people. Instead, he's more like, these keyboard warriors. We can't call them warriors because they're not. Warriors are people that go out there and do stuff, or actually go out there and fight. And these people are hiding behind their keyboards. I've heard him say that before. And so even that is like genuine emotion and genuine, anger for a cause, not just angry to be angry or angry because we asked them a question. So I mean, I find that to be a very big difference there too. Yeah. See, well, people keep bringing up Oregon, Gracie, and I mean, it's that's what I mean. It's very possible. The two that stick out biggest to me are the Texas and Missouri. That those two, and one of them was like a Christian academy. I believe it was the one in in Texas was the Christian academy. Um, yeah, and Tony agrees with that comment. Yeah, the pictures say 1,000 words. Absolutely, forever Nikki's mom. Oh yeah, Gracie, those fur babies. Gotta take care of those fur babies. Mine was all mad because they're doing construction next door. I don't know if you guys can hear that. Um, okay, thank you. It's a couple hours straight up a main highway from where they were from where they were camping. It sounds like a great place, but they should have let Seth know. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and see, Forever Nikki's mom, that's kind of my opinion. I've not felt any genuine. I think maybe I felt I okay. I could kind of say that I felt genuine concern coming from Katie, um, in the first TV interview where they were in their home and they were being interviewed. Not the only hands. That one was really disingenuous in my opinion. But I've never felt like her tears. Like I just felt like it was an act. Oh, there we go. Okay, there we go. Sorry, I had to pop back in. Somebody tried to call me. Um, but yeah, even her great excuse me, her um, second cousin, um, her mom's cousin Yada, said that she felt like the rocking back and forth was very disingenuous and that she had had past experience with KP, kind of using that sort of thing to her advantage. So I never thought it was a genuine emotion. You guys are so awesome in this chat. Everybody is just being so kind to each other and courteous. I love that. But of course, you know, there's a bunch of lot lizards in here, so I mean, I expect that. I expect great things from lot lizards. So, lot lizard. I'm waiting for Terry Lynn to come in here. I know she man, and everybody definitely say prayers for Terry Lynn. She's one of the best people. Talk about a genuine person. I just love her to death, and and she's been going through some pain with her back and stuff, and found out that um, you know, there's some disc issues and things like that, without to going into too much detail, but definitely just say some prayers for her because she's she's just a tough lady and nothing keeps her down. And you know, it's hard when something does kind of put you in a pickle for a little while. And um yeah, it's tough for somebody that's used to like go like she is. So um oh, the song. Oh, are you talking about the Gracie? Are you talking about the Chuck Berry song that CP let? Well, he showed it to Sebastian. He said he did too. He was like, I showed him this song, you know, told him not to laugh at it, but I mean, it was about basically, you know, playing with your underparts and stuff, and it was just weird. I thought it was I don't know. I thought it was highly inappropriate, and I thought it explained a lot of what happened later. Oh yeah, he. I mean, that's I second that motion. Forever, Nikki's mom. I just feel like, you know, he if there was something appropriate, he would make it inappropriate. Just my opinion, and that, allegedly and all that good stuff. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, Sandy, and that's what you have to do when you go out there. Rich too, I wanted him to come, and I think he's on breaker. I hope I didn't mute him or anything. I'm gonna make sure. But I mean, in all honesty, you kind of have to do that while you're there, because even Rich said earlier, like there was some really strange people that were like following him around, and if that's just par for the course, in this investigation, and people searching, people handing out flyers, people are taking these things down. I've never really heard of anybody doing that before. I mean, I understand that not everybody's going to want to see these flyers out, um, especially if they don't want the kiddo found, and that's unfortunate. But yeah, we have to be careful out there because we don't know. Okay, Gracie. So it is. I have it on my video, and it's the last interview with Queen Bee, and um, it's got like 6 people on panel, I believe, at any given time. But if you guys want, as soon as I can figure out how to um, get this going, with showing the videos too, and I think I got to do it on the laptop. I'm almost positive I'm gonna have to do that, or like a one of those little uh, like a Chromebook or something like that. But yeah, I could show it, because it really blew my mind. I was like, and like I said, it took me back to whenever Seth was describing what was going on, and some of like some inappropriate behaviors. And I'm like, well, look at where he learned that. I mean, obviously it's from that dumb song. I'm like, and we didn't know about that until that came out. That was that last interview in May. Um, yeah, it was like May. I think it was in the beginning of May. Oh, yes, guys, don't forget Gracie's channel. Definitely go over there and sub up. Well, and he very well could have brought it up on that one too. I don't know what possessed him to do that, but he was saying some really weird stuff. I don't know if he had a couple drinks, or maybe he was feeling a little. I mean, maybe he's a little sauced, or he's feeling a little buzzed. But I was like, that is not something that you want to say. Like, it just really, I don't know. It was pretty vomitocious in my opinion. Oh, Gracie, that's so wonderful. That is so wonderful. And that's what it takes too, because again, I mean, he could be anywhere, and then also just bringing awareness, because um that was something that I don't know, and you probably feel it too out there, but like that was the biggest thing I felt in Missouri, was like just feeling like that people just cared so much about this kid. And I mean, it just it really made me think about how many good people are out there, rather than all the bad people that want to be jerky about the situation. Oh my goodness, Karen, that was one thing that when I kind of did like the review of when Chris was on with Clue and Cletus, and yeah, I was like, is this how all these are? And then I just decided to go and click on another one, and I was like, oh my goodness, I thought I cussed like a sailor, because I have the cleanest mouth. I definitely curb it, when I'm on here, but um, you know, oh yeah, me too, me too. I can definitely, definitely, definitely. Yeah, I agree forever, Nikki's mom. That's exactly, yeah, that's really well said. That's exactly what I was getting at. Like, even when he's angry, it's almost like, well, I can understand that I'd be angry too, and I would probably be a little bit meaner. I can't lie. Seth has amazing restraint, and I think it's just out of respect. And one thing that I do admire, because not all people feel this way about the person they're co-parenting with, but like a huge thing is just having respect for the other person, because that's the mother or father of the child. And even if you don't like them, it's having respect for them is very difficult at times, especially if it's a tumultuous situation, which a lot of divorces are. I really envy the people that can co-parent, and that respect each other, especially if anything, just for the kids. You got to. You have to. You have to at least do that. It's not always easy, and I've not always practiced what I'm preaching. Yeah, and Sandy, that's the thing too. Is like, um, I would feel very angry, obviously not knowing what was going on, but then also just the fact that I don't feel like he's getting the same information as they are. Now they could be lying. They've lied a little about a lot of things, so we never know what the truth is there. But and that's one another thing about Seth is he's been very consistent, and so when you look at those two, it's just kind of like, well, I mean, on top of it, they don't want to talk to him either. So I mean, that would be very frustrating, especially not really maybe on the part of the stepfather, but on the part of the person that you were married to previously and that you have that child with, because those are the two that really need to talk, in my opinion. Um, I feel like, especially because Chris wasn't home, allegedly, in his opinion, and from what he said, leads me to my opinion, which would be like, okay, sit down. You know what I mean? Like, sit over there. If you don't want to leave the room when Katie's talking to Seth, then at least go sit in the corner and grab a crayon and a coloring book, a juice box, and, just chill out, bro, and let them talk, because honestly, it's their kid. So that's my opinion on that. But you guys have awesome comments. Oh, hi Rosebud, welcome in. It's very nice to see you. I hope you're having a good morning. Yeah, 5 CPS reports. Now the child is missing. What more does the DA need to file charges against whoever is responsible for child endangerment and get in front of a judge? State of Tennessee failed this boy, in my opinion. I agree. What is it going to take for, I mean, because that was another thing that Tony brought up on Mr. and Mrs. E, is that and Aunt E. I always say Aunt E because I love her. But yeah, I mean, what is it going to take? What do we have to do to make them understand? They have got, allegedly, and I've heard this as well. I don't believe that, I'm not sure if Smiley was named or not, but this is the one that I heard, that the person that I heard, um, Ellie finally got a hold of her and was like, what is, I mean, have they not listened to these interviews? Because I feel like I know half of them by heart. And so it's like, what are they doing? Like, how, I mean, how are they not, with a pen and paper, as boring and as hateful as these can be at times? Why are they not making comparisons? I mean, I mean, any of us that watch the true crime and stuff like that, that's kind of where we learned it from, right? It was like watching these detectives, and they're taking notes and they're comparing, and they're doing like the analysis and facial, what people's body language is and what their facial expressions are indicating. So how come the TBI can't do that? Yeah, Rose, but what is it going to take? Oh, lot lizards unite. That's right, Karen. That's right. I love all you lot lizards. You guys are amazing. You guys are amazing. Yeah, I wonder if they saw it. Texas Roadhouse. Yeah. Well, and here's another thing, guys. How come no one has ever done an audit on their digital locks? Is there a reason why an audit was never done on those locks? Because typically, if you do an lock audit, it'll give you like all of the people that have gone in there, like all the times the codes were used and all of that. So I mean that could roll out a lot of information right there and eliminate a lot. But instead, it's like, what were they investigating? I mean, I yeah, that to me is, it's beyond me. Oh, hi, Hope in the Shadows. So good to see you, Gypsy. So good to see you. What lizards? Let's see. Okay, and then Sandy says Cherry Lynn talked about a Nissan Altima in her interview with Chris, but she has blocked the video. I happened to download the transcripts into words, and I sent that to Nick the Hack. Oh, okay, that's good. I mean, that's really good. That's really good. Yeah, because I mean, people need to especially because if they're going over all this stuff, they need to just again. I mean, and I who am I to tell people how to do things? But in the same way, like that's what I would do if I came on this case fresh. I would be like, okay, I need to hear Duchess. I need to hear the. I guess it's like a mid-colored T-shirt, or excuse me, polo shirt, button-down interview, and then I want to hear the, the, the next interview and all of them, and I would be taking these notes no matter who. I mean, I think that's very valuable. Yeah, it was Karen. It was on QV, and Clueless was on the panel. She brought them in, and it was like voices, Clue and Cletus. It was like the game was all there of like the kind of like the group that they all run with. It was, and then there were people that were popping in and off of it too. But when I redid it, I just really wanted to do like what KP and CP were saying, just because it was the last time they actually did like a really long video, or excuse me, a really long interview with anybody, and spoke about Sebastian. And I mean, a lot of it, there were some good parts where they were talking about like what kind of food he likes to eat, and different fruits that they may try, or different vegetables that Sebastian liked. And that was very interesting, and kind of fun to hear about. Just it's fun to hear about Sebastian because we all kind of like getting to know him. I know I do, but then there was some very awful things said about that kid by his mom, and he's missing for this long, from February to May, and like she's saying things like he's allergic to deodorant, and then like going back to that optimism T-shirt. Hey Jude and I were talking about it yesterday, and when she re-showed me the picture, I noticed that his shirt was wrinkled, like really, really bad. Almost like, kind of like when you wear a shirt and then you ball it up and throw it in your hamper and then you take it back out again and it's like all wrinkled up. And I found that to be like really odd, for one, because he lives in a military household where you have two parents that were, in the Navy, and so that they are used to keeping their clothes ironed and pressed and neat, and that sort of thing. It's not like they are that they don't have the money to dress him nicely and things like that. And so I was just I was taken back by that too. So when she showed me the picture again, we were looking at it. She's like, "You remember that one with the optimism shirt?" And she sent it over to me. I was like, "Holy cow, his shirt is wrinkled," and that's weird to me. That was really bizarre. Oh, you're welcome, Gracie. Thank you. I so appreciate you guys being here. And yeah, Terry Lynn's interview's been going a lot lately. I know Smiley showed it, and then Terry showed it again, and I mean, she really hands Chris his behind in that, in my opinion. I mean, boy, oh boy, did she. Yeah, I laugh, but it's just more or less because it's just comical to me that he's a grown man and he don't act right. Um, oh, do you think Rich is muted? Poor Rich. Has he been talking this whole darn time? No, see, he's not muted because, like, if I mute, unmute. I wonder if he muted himself. I might need to text him. Let me see if I can't text him real quick and be like, "Hey, Rich." I'm gonna see. I'm gonna say, "Did you mute?" And he might just be looking too, guys. I'm not sure, but I'd hate for him to be sitting over there talking and not being able to be heard over here. Because, like, he's looking. Okay, so now he's going to his phone. I think he's looking at my text, I hope. uh, yeah, and Tony says, I believe he was there at some point, in my opinion. All right. Yeah, see, there are a total of 7 CPS cases with CP and 5 are with Sebastian, right? Because yeah, there the other one there's one with Faith too. I mean, the corner coloring book and cream. Oh, Karen, I got you know who always says that is Rusty from from Terry Lynn's channel. He always puts a crayon out, and I laugh so hard at the little chair and juice box. So that's what made me think of that. Because in case CP could definitely use that. That way he'll have something to do. He'll feel like a good boy. He could just sit over there. Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh, Terry Lynn is so sweet. She's amazing. She's an amazing woman. Like I said, and I look up to her and Smiley. I mean, those two, I think those two gals, and I mean, I love Nancy Grace, but I think they did a better job of getting information out of Chris than anybody did so far. I mean, just, kind of holding their feet to the fire. Um, oh, come on up to mute you. Okay, I just want to make sure. Okay, he says he was just waiting, but I didn't want to be the one to have muted him. All right, let's see if we got any, and then I want to have. Oh, good. Yeah. Okay. Good. 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 I was gonna say we can't hear you though. Let's see. Oh, not a turkey. See, my turkey emoji's right handy. I just almost sent Rich a turkey. He's gonna think I'm. Oh, there he is. I almost sent you a turkey. I don't want you to think I was calling you a turkey. Yeah. See, Rich, are you there, Rich? Oh yeah. See, he's mute. Hold on. Let me make sure. Oh, okay. I think he is muted. Okay, I just let him know that we can't hear him. I just texted him. Hi, Karen. Nice to see you. I was talking about the song by Chuck Berry, and it's. I hope I hope I don't get in trouble for saying it on YouTube. I don't know. I think people say way worse, but it's called "My Dingaling," and it's supposed to be like a silly song. It kind of reminds me of like, and I don't know. It's like I know it's like a Memphis kind of a guy, Chuck Berry's kind of like um popular kind of in Memphis or whatever. But basically, it kind of reminds me of like a bar song, like where a bunch of people like get drunk and sing this jingling song, and but he shows it to Sebastian, and I'm like, why would you expose Sebastian to that. Like, as his stepdad, um, I just find it to be really inappropriate, especially with what he had to endure, which I really don't want to get into. But yeah, Chris basically told on himself that he showed that song to Sebastian and said, "Okay, don't laugh." His quote was, and I'm paraphrasing, "Okay, Sebastian, don't laugh, but here's this song." And it was when they were kind of on their kind of a guys' day where it was like just him and Sebastian. And I just felt like there was a lot of better ways to bond. Um, I don't know what his exact intent was. I'm definitely curious, but there's better ways to bond with him, like take him out. Um, you know, I mean, throw a ball with him back and forth in the yard. I mean, play tag football with him. There's a lot of ways that you can bond with your stepchild. Find something that he likes to do. Um, you know, I don't know. It was just inappropriate, in my opinion. Okay, guys, I think we lost Rich, but I'm going to try to get him back. I'm going to see if he can't come back in. Maybe try coming back in. Okay, because I checked on my end. Muted. Art. Muted. Oh. Oh, okay. Okay, he's backstage. Oh, I see him. I see him now. Oh, good. Okay, here he is. Let's see.
Ghosted me.
There you are, Rich. Okay,
You
sorry about
ghosted
that.
me.
Oh, good.
You ghosted me. Whenever you got on with somebody else, it ghosted me out. Like I've been here the whole time. You just couldn't
Oh,
hear me.
you know what
I've been here the
happened
whole
is someone
time.
called me.
I'm still here for 2 hours and 42 minutes. I haven't left.
Oh, snap. Oh, are you
You
still in
just,
the same
whenever you
spot?
started talking to someone else, it muted me. I've been here the whole time.
Yeah, Tony,
I
he's
done
a
went to the
oinker
store
for
and
sure.
everything.
Oh my gosh, Rich, I'm so sorry. Well, I kept checking to see if I had you muted on my end. I
I
was like,
could
you're
hear
not muted.
you. I could hear you talking to the lady on the thing. I was listening to you the whole time, and we were searching and doing our stuff. And then Ruby got tired, so I put her up for a little while, and I went to the store, got me something to drink, and then I was just listening to you. But you had
He
somehow
got some
muted me, I
lunch,
guess. It muted me somehow. I don't know how, but it did.
Oh no. See how I'm doing, Rich, you guys? You see that?
It's all
That poor
right. I
guy
was
over there.
listening. I could hear you. I kept telling the chat I think she ghosted me, and then you never said nothing, so I knew you couldn't hear me.
Don't tell don't tell Ruby that I ghosted her. She's gonna be
I
mad
won't.
at me.
She's in her kennel right now, resting for a minute. She was running. I don't want to. I mean, she'll probably keep going, but I like her to take a little bit of a break.
Oh yeah, she deserves it. She deserves
So
it. Well,
funny. I went
I'm
to the
gonna give you the I'm
store.
gonna give you the stage because my butt's been talking. I thought you guys were like doing your thing in the back, so I didn't want to like bug you because I know you don't care about jumping in. So I'm gonna give you
No,
the
no, we
stage
were
for a
good.
minute.
Like it's fine. I was listening to you talk to that whoever you were talking to. I was listening to y'all the whole time.
Okay, so did you hear about like what I was telling? Well, did you hear about the Dingaling song? I can't believe I'm saying it
Yeah, I
again.
heard about. I heard everything you said for 2 hours and 40 minutes,
Oh, for, for crying
and
out
I was
loud!
talking to you, but you couldn't hear me. And I was like, I guess she
Oh
ghosted
my
me.
god.
Because you said somebody ghosted him, and then I'm like, yeah, and you ghosted me, and you didn't hear me. It was all
Oh,
good, man.
that's not
I did good.
embarrassing. That's
Hey, it's
not
all fun and
embarrassing at
games.
all.
That's the fun part about it, is learning it, right?
It is. Well, when you said I muted you, I was like, oh crap. So I start looking around. Did I mute him? Did I
Yeah,
mute
because
him?
whenever you started talking, I guess you brought somebody up like on a phone or something. Is that what you were doing?
No, someone called me. Like sometimes I get these spam calls
That's
and
why
it'll
it
be
muted
like
me.
healthcare. And I
Yeah.
just said no, and it kicked me off for a second. But then I
But
didn't realize
whenever
it
you
kicked
do
you off
that,
too.
like, that's what I said earlier. I got a phone call too. My mother had called me earlier. And then if I don't go back and hit the microphone again,
Aw.
it keeps me muted. So when you get a call
Okay.
like that, that's why it says do not disturb, right? So then people won't be able to reach you because it will
Right.
mess
Yeah.
up the audio. It will.
I see. Okay. Okay. Yeah,
So I was
forever
listening
Dicky's
to your
mom
whole
was
story,
playing ball for
and
sure.
you were like, "I hope I don't get hit for talking about this song." I heard everything.
Well, and you know what the best part is, guys, really quick before I give Rich the floor, like the best part about that one is, and I'm being real sarcastic on it, but it's like K- KP just goes, she just starts singing. You can hear her real faint in the background. I had to turn it up when I redid the interview part, but she was like silver bells, like
Oh no!
it was weird. It was the most passive aggressive way to handle it. But Rich, I'm gonna give you the floor. But
No,
what
no,
did
no.
you
Keep
can
going.
you
I
tell
wanted
us
to
again
know
about your
more.
experience in Tennessee when you were there searching
Oh
recently?
my god. Well,
Yeah,
like if
tell
y'all have
us
seen the
about it.
videos, like if anybody's watched the videos, like the short ones, I waited till Thanksgiving to drop them all because that way I was gone, right? Like I didn't want to drop anything when I was there, but oh yeah, they called the cops on me. They did all kinds of stuff. It was crazy. Like it was literally crazy. Like they just started. Remember, I was explaining to you that one man that when I was by the river, he like came out of nowhere
Mm-hmm.
and he started like I guess he heard me say Ruby's name to tell her to turn, and then he started calling her name. And then like I told him, I paused the video and I was like, you need to step back at least 300 feet. Like I don't know you, right? And then he
Yeah, step
started
up,
howling like
Ruby.
some kind of bird, like out loud. If you go watch the video, you'll see like this guy was literally crazy, like howling and hollering and making all these animal noises in the back. Like he was literally like probably 50 feet from me. And that was on the second day, I think. And then on the third day, when I went back to the area where we had found a few things and like the shirt and a few other things like that and some shoes and the manhole, that's when like a whole group of them came out, like 8 or 9 of them. And they were filming me with their phones and like following me. And then I get out to the end. And then that's when like an officer comes up and he was like, like, what's going on? I told him what I was doing. I explained to him, and then I pulled up my channel for him. And it was so funny because he actually linked onto my channel and like subbed up while we were standing there talking. And then all the people kind of just scattered out. But it was very interesting because I had heard so much about people doing it, but I never witnessed it like in person until that day, right? And then it was like every day after that, like finally, like after the third day, I was like, I gotta go. I got so much other stuff to go do, and then like I took a break and left, and I am going back this week, but it's like I'm not gonna be in like that area again. I'm gonna be in a different area, but it was a little bit creepy. It really was, and I don't know if any of y'all have searched the area or done anything in that area, but it is totally 100% like true that they seem to. I don't know if it's more or less them being nosy or if it's more or less of them like trying to run people out of their area. Like they're tired of all the stuff and the searchers and the teams, and maybe they're just like what like peace. Like maybe they're tired of everybody looking in that area, and that's kind of what I gathered from it. But they were all a little bit weird. I can tell you that right now. They were literally weird. I'm gonna try to get into the comments here so I can see what y'all are saying. It's so hard
Yeah,
on the
because
other
I can
end.
agree with that. Like, I think that is weird, and I think that I think that sometimes, people don't know how to react. And I know a lot of times, like even Bobby said it in her interview, that they just wanted their neighborhood back. Because could you imagine like living somewhere for years and years and nothing ever really happens, and then all of a sudden a child goes missing?
Yeah. So, and that's why I try to look at it both ways, right? I always try to see both sides, right? Because, but when that man started howling like that, I don't know if you saw that video, but he was like howling like a chicken or something like it. I don't know. There was a bunch of like birds. I guess it was roosting time on the river, and they were like making all this noise. So then he started doing it, but like really, really loud. And then he was screaming Ruby's name while he was doing it. So I was like, dude, like you got some problems, right? Like I don't understand. And maybe he just that guy was like there was no house in sight. I don't even know where he came from. Literally. He like just kind of came up and just started like if I'd have known he was there, I would have never called her by her name, right? I would have never done that, like for Ruby.
Sure.
But when he started calling her name and like trying to distract her and he was like trying to clap and like he was trying to throw her off from what she was doing. And it was just, I don't know, it was mind blowing because I've heard so many people, especially like what was it, the Cajun Navy, but they were getting like bad threats, right? Like it was enough to run them out of there. So I know their stuff had to have been real, right? They're not going to just pack up and leave, right? That's not going to happen.
Right, exactly. Well, and yes, Karen, it's Chuck Berry's, and yep, it's my thing.
Yeah,
Like,
it's just I don't know. I mean, if you've been there, you know, it's like 1 minute it can be fine, and the next minute it can be like a whole army instead of doing like what we're doing. They're doing something totally opposite, like trying to run everybody out of their little town.
right. Well, and even like Hope in the Shadows said, uh, let me pull it down here. Every time I have been there searching, I end up seeing more cops than I normally see in a whole day. And they show up and park and just watch. It's so weird. Which, I
Yeah,
mean, I don't get why they do that.
they like you said,
Maybe
it
they're
might
trying
you
to
might be
help.
right. They might be tired of people being there.
Yeah, or maybe they're just trying to make sure people don't get hurt or something. I don't know.
I don't know, but why call the cops on somebody? What had happened was I should have explained it a little better. But what had happened was, it was happily hot that day, right? And it was cold that morning, and then it got hot through the day. So I'd had like a hoodie on and a t-shirt underneath it. Well, I was sweating so bad because we had covered like probably like 7 or 8 miles, 9 miles, right? So I took my hoodie off and then I took my t-shirt off to put another t-shirt on, and he was filming me at that particular time with his phone. So he's basically saying I was running around without a shirt on, but it was literally like just a few seconds, and it was at the vehicle. I wasn't doing out like in the public, right?
Yeah,
And
but
that's
guys
kind of
are
why
allowed to
he,
do that.
yeah, he used that as an excuse to call the law, right? And then I'm like, okay, you can go back and watch my video, and you'll see that I did nothing, and they all came up to me. So what I did was I had shut it down, so I went back in and fast forwarded and got it to that point, right, where I passed the man. And out of respect, I didn't show them filming me, right? Like, I'm not going to put somebody else on there without, like, of course, willingly asking them, hey, do you mind if you're on camera, right? I'm just out of respect. But, like, I asked him, I did pause it and ask him, like, you film me while you film me. Like, you don't have the right to film me. Like, at least you could ask me, And then that was the same one that the officer told me had called. And he literally came outside of his like little camping area. Like there's like a long fence that divides the property line where the campers can back up. He came around it and came down into that big drainage ditch and literally was calling everybody that was out there like to follow him, like to follow me. And they literally followed me probably 1 point, maybe 1 mile, 1.4 mile, all the way back out of that little area. Like, cause it's like a washout, like gully drainage area. You can get down in there. Like you can't drive your vehicle in there, but you can walk down in there and then walk
Yeah.
between the campsites on the right. And then it's like a big, huge, like 30 or 40 foot across ditch. And then it's private land on the left. Right. Well, I'd had permission to be able to search there anyway. I had got permission. So I knew I wasn't doing anything wrong, but to them, I guess they thought I was doing something wrong. I don't know.
Well, and Karen said public swimming pools have shirtless men all the time.
Exactly, and I did it literally for like such a, you know how private I am, right? Like literally, I was even embarrassed to do it. Like I didn't even want to do it, right? And so I walked all the way to the vehicle and like kind of opened the door and did it like where I was kind of hiding. Like I didn't want to just like look like, oh, look at me, I'm taking my shirt off and running around, because that's not what I was doing. But golly, it was like I've never seen people film me like, because once that man was filming, then a lady started filming, then another man started filming, and they were like literally like sticking their phones like to the back of my face, like, we're gonna film you, we're gonna film you, like, you know. And I was like, I should have filmed them because then it would have put their faces out there, but I was scared, like, okay, you know, what if they try to come after you, or say you didn't have the right, or you know what I mean? Like I didn't want to deal with any of that, so I just let it be. But it is kind of creepy in a way. It is like at night it would have really been creepy.
Well, sure, and you were just trying to look for, you were just trying to look for clues. So, I mean,
That's it. Just searching. That's all we were doing, and that's what I explained to the officer, because he like drove up on me fast and like jumped out of the car, and I guess no telling what they told him, right? So he didn't know. He's just doing his job, and then he came over to me, and then like I was explaining to him what I was doing, and I said, you can go back and look. I said, here's my channel, you can pull it up. So he did. Like he did double check everything, but then he ended up subbing up, right? Which I thought was cool, right? And then he was like, keep doing what you're doing, and gave me a fist bump. And then the people were like, I think upset that he didn't run me out of there. Which,
yeah, I mean, it's a big difference. Like if I was walking around without my shirt on out there, but as opposed to
well,
you
yeah, as
walking
a
around
female,
your
of
guy.
course. But you could have wore a bathing suit, right? And go out there like the lady said, at the pool, you can wear a bathing suit. So why could you not put on a bathing suit and do it?
Well, that's
Like,
true. Or like, what if you had to get in the lake? Or not? I mean, I guess it'd be more of the rivers over there. But yeah, I don't know.
yeah. And I mean, I don't know. That's why sometimes it seemed like the night searching was easier, because there was not as many people, I guess, out. But you wouldn't think that people would actually come out of like a campsite area and onto a private, basically really what it was kind of like private property in a way. So technically I had permission to be there, but technically they didn't. Like I could have made a big deal out of it, but I didn't. I just kind of let it ride, and like I didn't want any drama. I didn't want, but when I went through the town, like Roadhouse, BJ's, all that stuff, like I didn't have any problems. But it was when I actually got out and started looking, it was when I ran into the problems.
See, that is so
So
bizarre. Yeah, Sandy, he was out in Tennessee looking around. You know,
I was over by Memphis actually when this
Memphis.
happened. And
Okay, I'm
and
sorry for
yeah,
that.
I was like kind of over there where Silver's on the scene. Shout out to him, has been searching like some of those areas as well.
Oh, we
And
love Silvers, yes.
yeah, and I made sure 100% I had permission. Like I did everything right. I got the name, got all the information, got the okay, the email okay to be able to look. Like I did it all the right way, and that's what you have to do, because you never know. But
Yeah, you
it
always want
is
to stay in the right, so that way you can be like, "Hey, I'm just doing this, and it's no, it's not a big deal," as opposed to, yeah, the
like,
the
imagine if I
contrary.
wouldn't have done it right and that officer would have came, right? Then I would have probably been in some kind of trouble, right? Because I didn't do it the right way. So that's why it's always best. I tell everybody, if you're gonna do that, make sure you do it like 100% the correct way, because you never know what them hillbilly people are gonna do over there.
Well, and the weirdest thing is I've met so many nice people from Tennessee that I'm just so surprised when I hear that, because it's like it's just odd. But then again, you never know what people might be doing to like protect themselves, or like what self-defense mechanisms they're using that might be odd. But then, I know, and I know you look at it from both ways, and it's just like it's amazing to me because, yeah,
Yeah,
it's really strange.
maybe it's a woman thing. Maybe they don't mess with the women and they're just after the men, right?
Well, you never know. I mean, you never know. And
It's one way to
that's right,
look at
because
it.
you were searching by Easy Days, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, but on the outside perimeter, not in the inside of it. Like, because that's of course where he was beforehand. before he then packed up, went and grabbed it, and moved over to the other one. So he was staying at the other one first. And then after all this happened, he moved over one, like a mile, 0.1 or whatever it is, 133, whatever it is, like a little over a mile, I think. But it's this case, like I said, I didn't do a lot of research like y'all did in the beginning. Like I wasn't like invested fully into this case like a lot of people, right? Because I do help a lot of other, like I help any missing child, any runaway. It doesn't matter to me. They all deserve to be found, right? So I didn't like focus this on this case. And when I decided to, literally, I think I had only had my channel like 2 weeks when I decided, I think, to put out that first video, because I always want to have permission from the family, because I figured that's the correct way to do this, right? Because if I want to be able to talk about this little young man, I want to have a permission from one of the family members before I do that. And I think that's what caused a lot of this, is people didn't try to reach out, I don't think, and get that permission. And maybe that's why all these little things ended up happening the way they happened, right?
Yeah, that's a good point, though. I mean, but then it's almost like you don't want to ask because it's, well, because you don't want other people to know, and sometimes you might not know who you're asking that knows someone else, because it's such a small world when you think about it.
Yeah, but everybody's on social media nowadays, right? Like everybody was on. Seth was on social media, so there was a way to reach out to him, because these other people were reaching out to him. These other channels like JLR and Pastel and T Rev, they were all like talking and communicating with him. You could have jumped on any of their pages, right, and just said, "Hey, do me a favor. Can you please ask Seth if I can have permission?" Right? Like it's not hard to do.
Right.
And like in Hannah's case, right? I dealt with the aunt the whole time, but I got permission before I did anything, even before I sent her a map or anything, like I wanted to make sure she was okay with me, talking about it and helping, right? And
Right.
that way I don't cross any, I don't step on any toes that way, I guess you can say.
Oh, and Forever Nikki's mom said, Rich, you're a good guy. Thank you for all you're doing. And I
Well,
definitely
thank you
second
so
that.
much. That's so sweet.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's to me, it's about the children, and it's not about the parents or the drama with the parents. Of course, that all ends up coming into it, right? Like especially when there's CPS reports and things that come out later. But the longer they go, I always said, if you don't get your answers in the first 37 to 72 hours, speculation starts. That's usually what happens, because people, they want answers, right? So they just start generating what they think could have happened, and they actually start like putting it out there instead of just holding back a little bit and waiting to see what happens. They just kind of create their own opinions, and then and it's okay. That's what it is. America is to, we're all entitled to our own opinion. But that's why I think negative facts get put out, is because people speculate so early that then people are like, oh, because right now you can have one person say he's at an autism school in Philadelphia, right? And then before you know it, by the end of the day, it's like it's on 20 channels, right? And it's fact by then, right? It's not just the guess that you may have made. It's actually for some reason turns into fact, and I've never understood that.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I agree.
But I feel bad because of how it is. Like I explained to you my thoughts on it, right? I look at things a little differently, I think, than a lot of people, because I always feel like when it's a missing child, and I use the Hannah case in a way because look at that grieving father, right? And then look at Sebastian's family. You only see one half or one side of the family like grieving that way, right? You don't see the other half grieving that way. So then that's why people are like, oh, well, if you're not grieving or you're not helping, then you must know. You know what I mean? And that's kind of how opinions, I think, are formed, really, right? You agree? You agree on that, or you mute me again? You muted me again. You must have got a phone call.
Okay, sorry guys,
All
that
right,
was
you got me
because
now. You're figuring it out. You're getting there.
I know
I was
that
like,
was
you
a quick
muted me
fix that
again.
time, wasn't it?
No, it's
Oh
okay.
my gosh, it
That's what I
keeps
was
pushing it
asking
to the
is,
park. I don't know why it does that.
did you hear what I was asking? Did you hear the question I asked?
No, what did you ask? I'm sorry. Could you
Okay,
repeat that?
like I compare this to, say, for instance, the Hannah case. Okay, you know, I've been invested in that. I've been trying to work with the family and trying to help in any way possible with this case. And then I see what happened with the father, right? Like a grieving parent. But then, yet, when we look at this case that is worldwide now, pretty much, I mean, close to it probably, but and you don't see that same thing. You only see it on half the family. That's why people automatically want to start saying the things they're saying is because they're not out there searching, right? They're not trying to help. They're not going to these little candlelights and little prayers, and they're not doing that stuff. And so we automatically, as people in America, we automatically think, okay, they're guilty, right? That's what a lot of people think. And I think that's what causes so much of the being quiet, right? Like they were labeled that what in
Right.
the first 10 days, I think. So they just kind of just stopped, right? Like they didn't feel like they wanted to even get out and do anything because they were already labeled that way. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
Like
that's a
as
really
the
good
ones that
point.
weren't doing anything. So I don't know. What's your
Yeah, that's a
opinion?
really
Honestly,
good
what's your
point.
opinion? What do you think is the reason that they're not out there doing this?
Well, I mean,
That's a tough question,
there
right?
could be a couple there could well, hey Manny, there could be a couple of different reasons. And I mean, if we're just looking at like the bare minimum, like maybe see, if they weren't military, I might say maybe they just can't handle like going out into the and seeing like their kiddo in that situation, or finding their kiddo like that, right? So they're afraid of that, like that fear is holding them back. But that could also be true because like uh, you know,
So your thought is that they don't want to be out because they don't want to find him like that
well,
way,
it could
like
that
the
could be one reason, but in the same way, because it's kind of like if you're like say you're in the medical field, the reason why they won't let you like work on your own family members because you're too emotional and that sort of thing. So I can see that, but just having their background, I would kind of cancel that out and say, well, that I really don't see that as being very plausible.
yeah,
Um,
yeah.
but and then the worst case scenario would be that they are involved and they know, and so they're not looking because they know where he is
Yeah, and that's
and what
kind of
happened.
I respect that. I get, you know, like you saying in the beginning, you feel like maybe they don't want to be out there because they won't be able to handle if they do find the child right in the woods. But yet again, you have to look at it as they'll go on shows and make fun of people that have, you know, like special needs, right? So if
Right.
they're willing to go do all that and play all these roles of all these different characters and people,
Mm,
that doesn't line up, right? Like that
not at
doesn't
all.
yeah, it's like, okay, if you're willing to go do this and this and this and then act like you're taunting everybody, right? And you're not getting out there and supposedly I mean, I haven't seen a video where anybody took down a flyer. I know it's all over, right? But I've never physically seen a video of somebody taking down a flyer. I mean, I'm not going to say
Right.
that it didn't happen. I'm just saying that I didn't physically see it with my own eyes.
I
And
haven't
so
either.
and I mean the biggest part to me was the date, right? Like the date that it was. That's the one that stuck in my head because that's the same day that what the divorce was filed or final or whatever, right?
Yeah, February 26th.
Yeah, and then there's so many other things that are probably aligned with that date, right? Like that's a date that in her head is evidently probably not the best date, right? Because the divorce and everything else happened on that date. And then the other date is the 29th. Like here you are, supposedly she's sitting in a barbecue restaurant asking the Cajun Navy to come help them, right? But then yet they get run off, and what, 8 days of helping, 7 days. I mean, it wasn't long, right? It was like 7 or 8 days that they got all those threats and they left. They rolled up and left because they didn't want somebody on their team to get hurt or worse. And then on that same date of
Yes.
29th, like Cades and Navy pulls out on the 29th before lunch, I think, right? I think it came out like that morning, somewhere like 9 or 10 o'clock that morning. And then they roll up and leave and go to Yogi Bear. Like that's the day they left home. And then that's also the day of the Nancy Grace video. So like if you look at those two dates, like they're like 1 month and 3 days apart, right? They're so close to that 26th date that it's just kind of, I don't know. It just always flagged me odd that everything seemed to happen on like those 2 days.
Yeah, I find it really odd. And you know what? To like reach for the sky, welcome and reach for the sky. They say I would look for my kid no matter what.
Yep.
And then Hope in the Shadow says her big thing is that they left the house and that just seems weird. And I agree. Like I feel like I would be putting out a green light. I would be putting bows on the trees. Like just so like if he ever did happen to come back home, he would know like that whole time we were thinking
Well, I
about
mean,
you. We
you'd
were
be in your front
loving on you.
yard. You'd
We
be
wanted you
propped up.
back.
You'd be propped up in your front yard in a lawn chair, like waiting, or sleeping on the front porch or something. Like, I mean, it just never made
Yeah.
sense to me. And I know people were driving by there, which a lot of people I'm sure were driving by there and trying to figure things out. But like this case made a quick turn in a matter of a week. Like it went from missing child, like to a runaway or missing or whatever they thought in the beginning, to an investigation. Look at the investigation side of it, which doesn't mean less necessarily it's a full investigation, but they were looking at that side of it to try to figure out if they could pull something from that side of it. And then it was like it went on and on like that. And there wasn't a lot talked about other than the Tinkerbell lights, right? And
Yep.
like, cause I mean, we don't know if that was flashlights or what it was, right? I mean, we really don't know. We know that supposedly it's a trash truck, and then supposedly it's a car, or supposedly the camera's stuck on a certain time stamp, and we really don't know exactly what time that may be. But yet he leaves with a flashlight, right? But no shoes, no nothing else, but just a flashlight.
And a
Like
keychain flashlight, a little
a
baby
keychain
keychain
flashlight.
flashlight.
So that's one little light, right? So why was there so many light sources? And why did it come back to the house? I mean, if
And
his little
yeah, only
flashlight came
one.
back, why wasn't he in the house? Like, there's just so many things that don't add up, and I get it, and that's why people are going crazy on this case, and I think that's why it's still catching the amount of attention it's catching, is because there's not enough evidence, or there's not enough, well, not enough that they've released, right? I always say they're going to hold so much to the chest, right? They're not going to let it go, and Nick Barris proved that when he asked him about that video, remember? And he's like,
Oh
well, if it's
yeah, and
nothing of
Nick Barris was
value,
all over it. Like that's what's
yeah.
crazy to me is like all of a sudden he's changed his tune within the last few months, and I'm like, but Nick,
Well,
you were the one
that
that was like, I
video,
was rooting him on. I was like, go Nick, you got this, and now all of a
yeah.
sudden,
And he did step up. Like, he's like, like that video, holds nothing of value or whatever. Okay, well, if it holds nothing of value, then tell us what it is, right? Nick called him out right there. And then he's like, well, I can't. Well, why can't you? Because it could end up playing a role in the investigation, right? And what did he say? Yes. So they know more than they're telling us, of course. We know that. And I think they're just waiting for that one little piece of the puzzle. And remember, he did say it on that when he got up there and talked. I think, what was it, the 1st of April or whatever it was, when he said, we hope to God we get that one tip that breaks this thing wide open, right? Like, that's all they need, is that one little piece of the puzzle, I believe.
well,
And
and they need like a hardcore piece of evidence because otherwise, like, Tony said he said it kind of a little bit off, but I knew what he was talking about. He was like, we all know about double jeopardy, but what I think he meant to say was we all know there is no double jeopardy. Like when you get one bite at that apple, that's all you
yep,
get. So I mean, if you go in there and a jury doesn't convict, that's your last chance to really, if they say they're innocent, I
Then you're
mean,
done. Like they
you're
don't try you
done.
again. Yeah.
And you blew it. You essentially blew the whole case. And
That's why
so,
you hit them on something else first. You hit them on like, what do they call it when you like, they can get you for like how you've neglected your child or whatever. What is that called? That's just some kind of way they can charge you for like child neglect or something like that, right? And
well,
they could
that's what
hit
I'm
you on
surprised they
that.
hadn't done to begin with, like, because there is enough evidence of that. As far
Oh my God,
in
yeah.
my opinion, like when it comes to like knowing what happened, when it comes to like the CPS stuff, when it comes to the
We don't
hitting with
know
the
though.
belt was admitted by Mr. Proudfoot. So I
But
mean,
is it a belt? Did he just whip the kid with the belt? And that's, what the CPS report was. Was it 5 incidences of just a belt? Was it? We don't know, and we'll never know what that is unless this thing ends up going to like somebody's charged and they go to trial, right? That then of course it'll come out because it'll be part of the evidence. But as far
right.
as now, well, the only ones that are going to know, of course, is them two, bio dad, and the lawyer. That's it. That's the only ones that'll ever know that. And if this case never, if it continues the way it's going and it ends up like somewhere else, heaven forbid, pray to God that never happens. But if
Hmm.
it does, then we will never know.
Yeah.
And it's something that you have to take into consideration, that how many cases, like if you would do a thing on missing children in states, right? If somebody would break this down, I would love to see the numbers. But if somebody would break it down by state to state over the last 30 years, tell me which state has the most missing children. What, I mean, do you think it would be Tennessee?
I mean, it's a strong possibility. The only other place I would think would be maybe like somewhere, um, like maybe out, like on maybe like a reservation, because I know a lot of the indigenous people don't get exposure, and I know we spoke a little bit about that before.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but so but then they don't always get documented either. But it just seems
Yeah,
like
I would
these
say
kids are
California, New
going
York,
missing like in crazy numbers in Tennessee, and then they're not being found.
and California too, and New York too, because the population is so many in such a small area, right? So you
This
do
is this is true.
have a lot, but like just like I was saying, like this 5 or 6 of my little flyers that I'm working on with Mr. Children, like 5 or 6 of them are just in Kingsport, Tennessee alone.
Wow.
And that is like that is like stunning to me that like it's so many. There's like 2 Maggies and Alexa, Layla Santinellos, and I think there's one more like a
Oh,
Jennifer or
Layla,
Jenny, and then
yes.
there's just like 5 or 6 or 7 in that one little bitty county. You can't tell me something's not going on, right? Like that's the scary side of it is will we ever know like kind of what's going on? Like you were talking about the cornbread mafia and all that kind of stuff, right? Like that is so, like I don't know anything about that, right? I've never done the research on, cornbread mafia or anything like that to know. But it's weird that it really did exist and it wasn't just a hoax like I thought they were saying it was, right?
Well,
I
it
thought
sounds just silly. It sounds like a silly thing. Like when you think cornbread mafia, like what do they do? Slang cornbread or whatever? Like I thought
yeah,
it
like
was
what are they doing?
bizarre. But the
Trading on
first
it,
time I
bootlegging
heard about
cornbread?
it was with Summer Wells. And then I did, when I was doing my research, BHB did a deep dive on it too. So that was really interesting.
Yeah, it is. It is interesting to see that that really did exist. That wasn't just a name that somebody made up, right?
Well, and
It
they
was
had
actual
ties to the
crimes.
the Chicago outfit, which, if everybody doesn't know, I mean, that's Al Capone's
Oh yeah,
stomping, and they're still active. And so when I was doing that research, I was like, okay, they're still active. So, 12 Gauge Investigate, thank you for coming in. It's nice to see you.
yeah, and it's just like it's just so tough because so many people have spent. That's what I don't understand about this case is the amount of people that have researched this case. Like, there's nothing there, right? Other than 98% speculation. and very
A
little
lot of
facts. Very
speculation.
little facts, right? There's very little facts. For one fact, the he's missing, right? We don't know whether he walked out that door or whether he was carried out that door, right? We don't know that yet. And that's
Rich,
one of
I
the
think
only
you just
things.
pointed out something that we can all agree on.
What?
That Sebastian's definitely, I mean, that's a fact. Nobody can dispute that, right?
Yeah,
We're all on the
nobody
same
can
page there.
dispute that he's missing, right? He's considered a missing child with autism, and like we know the fact that there's CPS reports. How many we don't really know because it's not out there for the public to see. We know there's some, and there is some,
Yeah, we
and
know
and
some.
how many and what they are, we'll never know. Only law enforcement really knows that, and of course the CPS people themselves and the parents. But it's like there's very few facts in all of this whole case, and that's what makes it so hard to talk about because it's not like we can say, well, yeah, he was seen here, or yeah, he was seen here, and we know that he was here, we know that we don't have that. And like in the Hannah case, for instance, we know she was seen at the Nike show, she was seen over here on camera, she was seen on the train 4 times, she was seen at the airport, she was seen maybe crossing the border into Mexico. She's been seen, so we can at least talk about that. This poor little case, this poor little angel he's not been seen since the Roadhouse restaurant. So that's
Yeah,
like
and
the
we still
last
can't
visible
even see.
sighting.
But like, why won't they just release a little bit of that footage and just show us all that he was still alive? Like, some people really don't even think that he like was actually there. I mean, that's been
Well, no, the
wildly
waitress
speculated
said
on.
we know that he was there. The waitress said it. I mean, too many people have confirmed that. Seth got to watch a
I
little
agree.
clip. Why he didn't get to see the whole clip, I still don't know. And that may be because there was still an investigation side of things by the time he watched it, that they were trying not to. But as a father, he should have been able to see the whole entire video. Like, I'd have been like, I want to watch him eat. I want to watch him walk in that door, and I want to watch him eat. I want to watch him leave that door.
Well, and
Like,
especially once they saw his time cards and they can go back and look at the
well, he's
footage
on
in the
camera.
prison.
You telling me that the sheriff's office don't have 500 cameras? And yeah, they do. He was seen on camera for 12 hours. Now, I mean, I get why people could say, yeah, it could be somebody he knows or an ex-con or something like that he made friends with. And I mean, I know that's just speculation, right? But the whole thing is we know he was at work. Now, the other ones, we don't really know.
I know. Where are those? Like,
There's no
it's funny
camera
that because
footage.
Seth doesn't have a problem posting his stuff, but for whatever reason, they won't post theirs.
Well, and he don't have no problem going on Nancy Grace and taking the main big test that he took for her. Like, he was probably nervous as heck to take that, not because of the case, but because I'm sure they make you feel nervous, right? Like, that's like you're doing an FBI profiler's test. That's a tough test, right?
Oh gosh,
And
yes. It just reminds me of like seeing that movie, The Fockers. Where the
oh
dad
yeah,
like hooks him
yeah,
up and like he's just like shaking. He's like, oh my god, because he doesn't. Because even though he's not a bad guy, he's still nervous as
he's
shit that
still
something's gonna
nervous,
come
and
out.
and it's that first question, right? That's how they get you on any test. It's that first question, right? And to me, that's always like the most important question of the entire lie detector is that first question. Like, can you make your heart rate shoot up on that first question? Even if you know the answer, can you like spike your heart rate to where it looks like you're telling the truth through the whole test? You know, see what I'm saying?
Right, and that's how they establish a baseline. So when they look
Yeah.
at that first initial questioning,
Yeah. Is the
yeah,
sky blue? Well, yeah, the sky's blue. Okay. Well, we got you now on the low rate. Now let's see if we can spike you up a little bit, and then they'll ask you another question. But if to me, it's like if people know about those things, they know that they need to spike it in the in the first question. That way, it like levels off for the rest of the questions. I mean, people, that's they say that's why they don't hold up in the court of law, right? It's because they're not 100%. I mean, even though people will swear they are 100%, like, like people have passed these tests before. Ted Bundy passed one, right? I mean, think
I
about
mean,
that.
and some people just don't have a conscience, so it's not going to affect them either way. Like,
They can control their heart rate. That's what it is.
yeah, like they're not nervous, and like a lot of people, Well, I shouldn't say a lot of people, but there's specific people out there, like a psychopath, that doesn't have any remorse or care for anything, and so they're like, whatever, like I give a crap, and it makes it easier um, for them to fool the polygraph.
Yeah, and that's kind of like the Matty Soto case. Like, I wish that they would have given both of them one, like in the beginning, and maybe they did. They just didn't talk about it. But like,
Well, and I remember you saying something really interesting when you were talking about how, oh gosh, like when it comes to an FBI given administered test versus like one that you would just get
just
at
like your
maybe like
local
a small
LE.
PD.
Yeah, it's way different. Like the settings are different. The way they do things are different. Like a lot of them will, you're not able to wear shoes. You're not like, there's a lot of things that they do to eliminate these little speculations, right? And that's a good thing to do. Like, to me, if I was gonna take one, I mean, I would be willing to just say, hey, let me just sit in my shorts and take it, right? Like no shoes, no shirt, no nothing. Let me just sit down and take it, right? So then
Well, then
somebody
you'd be
doesn't come
getting in
back and
trouble for no
say,
shirt again. No, I'm just
yeah, well, like
teasing.
somebody doesn't come back and speculate like they did in this case. Well, they put a thumbtack in their shoe, or they put a lifesaver under their tongue, or they did something crazy like that, right? Like that
Yeah,
that
yes.
avoids that speculation. Like, film me live on TV, put me on CNN. I don't care. Just freaking do it. Like, go find my kid. Like, I don't know. It just doesn't make sense. It really doesn't, and that's what makes it so easy to talk about this case, is because there's so much out there, but yet there's no real facts, but just very few.
Yeah, it would be nice to get like a list of facts that we could verify, but it's almost like we would need the
I've
TBI
told
or
everybody,
the FBI or Sumner or someone to verify.
yeah, but just all you got to do is go back and listen to the interviews, listen to them over and over and over and over again, 3 or 4 times in a row, and then pause them and listen, and just see what you grab from them. I guarantee you, if you do that, your whole way of looking at this is going to change a little bit, even if it changes 10%. It's going to
Well,
change a
yeah,
little
because
bit.
it's like anytime you look at like anything, maybe like a painting, there's certain ones out there where you'll look at it and one time you'll see something and the next time you won't, or some
There
of
you
them, you
go.
know what I'm
That's
saying?
exactly right. Yep.
Yeah.
Write down the pros and the cons, right, and see which one outweighs, right? That's kind of another way to look at it. Is,
Yeah, definitely. And you talked about that last time, and I know people were
yeah,
having
that's
trouble
one way
hearing you, but
to
yeah,
form
that's
your own
great insight.
opinion, because what's coming out of their mouth is their facts. So we're not speculating their words; they're putting their words out there. So we can actually say that those words came out of their mouth. So that's their facts. That's their, they're telling us what happened. So that's why I don't understand why people can jump on people for taking stuff from a clip like that and talking about it. Well, it came out of their mouth. That's their facts that they stated.
I mean, that's really where I'm at on those, because I put that in my videos before where it was like I'm using their own words just because I knew that, they were getting upset about people. Like, they said that we were twisting their words, but I was literally playing their words. And then I came back in and commented on it. So I would even allow people to look at what they said first. And then I would come back and comment. So nobody even knew. It wasn't like I was like, hey guys, what we're going to do today is I'm going to show you this, da 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 da, and watch how he does it. No, I went ahead and just showed like what he and Katie were saying, and then I would come back and be like, well, this is what I noticed. And I mean, you can't deny what you've said. I mean, maybe you made a mistake, maybe you were having a bad day, but in every single interview to have those consistencies, it doesn't add up, like you said. It just
Yeah, if it
doesn't
would have
add up.
just been one and they made a few boo boos and then they corrected it like right away, like, hey, let me redo this. I'm so sorry. I was so nervous. It's the first time I've been on camera. Let's try this over again, like with the same person, so you feel comfortable, and then get it out there and then say, hey, I'm so sorry for this, this, and this. I just kind of, I guess I was so nervous that I didn't mean it this way, or I try to correct it, right? But don't
Sure.
just go on another one and then tell a complete different story, and then go on another one, tell a complete different story again. Like, your body language is not going to lie,
It's
and
just, it's
and
crazy.
that's why I watch the interviews. It's not for really what they say; it's for the body language. And I mean, you can tell so much by a person's body language, especially in a missing child's case.
Well, and that's I guess that's another thing too. Like going back to what you were asking me about the like not searching and things like that. I think that adds insult to injury when they're also on top of it. Not only are they not maybe doing what we think they should or enough of what we think they should, but then for them not to take it seriously and to be joking around and
Yeah,
like
that's what
playing
got him.
games. Somebody said that earlier in the chat. Like they're just playing games and it's sick,
They're
really.
taunting y'all. That's what I've told you from the get go. They're taunting everyone, right? They're just basically taunting you. They're saying what they know they can get away with saying. They're wording it in different ways to like have meaning, and people just are not picking up on it in that way. But they basically taunting everyone. You can't tell me you go on a channel and act like Sling Blade. You're not taunting somebody.
Oh my gosh, I know, and that's the thing. Like maybe from like just the naked eye, you wouldn't notice, but I mean to do that when it's a kid with special needs, and then you're doing that is like, yeah, that's like again insult to injury. Like, how are you
Yeah,
okay with making fun of? And I mean, honestly, I don't know if how many people have seen the movie, but that was like about a man who was struggling through his life, and it was a sad story about a little boy whose stepfather or mom's boyfriend was abusive and alky, and that would get wasted and be mean to her and beat on her and stuff. And then it's like they talked about how the Sling Blade, he stayed out in the garage and stuff. They made him stay outside and in the garage, and it was just like there were so
okay,
many
there you
like
go.
eerie similarities. It's sickening to me.
Yeah, you hear what you just said? Stayed out in the garage. What was all this speculation about him staying out in the garage? That's what I'm
Well, and
saying. They're
I know, and
taunting
that was,
y'all.
I mean, and they said that really couldn't be verified, but I mean, in my opinion, I trusted what Brooks had on her live. I mean, which is Crime Lines
Well,
Lives
didn't
for
the
who
neighbor say that
doesn't
or
know.
something? Was that the neighbor that brought that up, or was that just somebody just saying it?
Yeah, the neighbor apparently felt comfortable enough to speak with one of her people or her. I think it was like on a members only, and then she changed it over. But I ended up being able to see it because I am subbed up to her channel. I think she does a great job, and that's why
Yeah.
I'm more apt to believe her than I am the people that have lied to us for 10 months.
Yeah, and it's just there's so many things in this case that can be like the way you talk about them is how like I've always thought about like I always think in my head like it's the way that we put it out is the audience we're going to get, right? Like if we bring this out as concerned people for a missing child and then we bring up all these different jumping on this chat, jumping on that chat, changing your voice, trying to act like you're eating biscuits and gravy and all this crazy stuff, right? Like what's the point of all this? Like do you feel that comfortable that you can come out and just act like that like a child?
Oh, I know. Well,
Like
and especially like what he was doing in the beginning of that interview, like as he's talking like he's that guy, he's like, "Oh, did they? Okay, I'm gonna do a really bad impression, you guys, but just bear with me." But he's like, "Oh, you guys got any evidence on that boy yet?" And then Clue's like, "No, they don't have any evidence," and she's trying not to laugh because she knows the whole time that he's being silly. He's prank basically prank calling for lack of a better way to say it. And
yeah.
and then he's like, oh well, that's too bad, they're blaming the parents. Like he's so bad at that front that he told on himself several times within that small frame of time that he was acting a
And
fool.
that's the thing. And you notice that all that finally came to an end, right? Like all that crazy talk, like just stopped, right? I
Well, he
think
just said on
because
another channel,
go
what,
ahead. Go ahead.
I can't. Well, I'm trying to remember now what channel, but he called in and Crank called that channel too. But it was more like the person on the other end it wasn't in on it, and she was like, "Oh, okay," but I can't remember who it was now.
See, and it just strikes me odd that somebody would do that in the case, the amount of attention that this case was getting, and then somebody would just come out and act like a child on social media. Like that's what like made me realize that this man, he's just taunting people. He's
Right.
like, he feels like he's overconfident, right? That he can come out, because it wasn't the mom doing it, right? It wasn't the
Well, here's
bio
the
dad
thing
doing it.
though, like not to cut you off, Rich, but she was laughing about it in the the Queen Bee interview. They were,
That's
Katie
yeah,
thought it was funny. Like she didn't. If that was, I mean, yeah, if that was me, I'd be like, don't you ever make fun of my kid like that ever. You'll
yeah.
be
And this is a
sorry the
grown
next time
man.
you do it.
This is a grown man that's on a serious case. This is a missing autistic boy, and freaking half America is behind this kid, and yet the one that lives in the same house as this boy is acting like, huh, I didn't get it. I just never understood it, and that's why like it was so hard to get into this case. Like I almost didn't want to talk about it at all because of so much of this, craziness going on. And then what really struck me was when I went down there and realized that these people were actually being this way to people. That's when I was like, you know what, I need to talk about this case. This really does need to be talked
Yeah,
about
because they're
because
trying to silence people.
yeah, and that's why I dropped those videos. I held on to those videos for a while. Like I didn't even really want to drop them and let people hear some grown man howling like a bird, right?
Oh
Like,
goodness sakes! Right.
I mean, come on, man. Are y'all are like, I don't know. That was just like, did y'all go listen to that little short video? I think I got off after like 5 or 6 minutes because I couldn't take it anymore. Like he was literally following me around, calling Ruby by her name, howling like a chicken or whatever he was howling like at the river, like staring at the river and howling. I'm like, oh my gosh, man, this is really happening. Like this is real life. Like this is insane. And
Yeah, and
that
it
man
really
wasn't
takes guts to go
like
down there and
mean.
look by that river.
Yeah, he wasn't like mean like the other group, right? He wasn't like he didn't have a threatening look in his face. He was more like being like a comedian, right? Like how what's his name was on those interviews, like on those channels when he was hopping in, changing his voice. Like that's what this guy was acting like.
Well, and I'm silly. I can be silly myself, and I like to joke around. But like, I got so mad like watching that. I was not like, I didn't think any of it was funny at all.
It's not funny. It's not funny. This
I
is
was
not a
struggling to
joke.
find the humor.
It's not a joke. It's not a game. This is somebody's life. This is nothing like a joke whatsoever. It should not even have been a joke. But that's why I say like he was pushing buttons as far as he could push them, right? Because he knew he could pretty much come out and say whatever he wanted, and he was like not going to be touched, right?
But then he runs and plays the victim, like, oh, boo hoo, everybody's mean to us, and they twist what we say. No, we're not. We're actually listening to everything you're saying, and we're commenting on it. And just because you don't like what we're saying doesn't
Yeah,
mean.
but imagine if the tables turn, right? Like, what if one little piece of evidence comes out that this man wasn't at work? Then what are we going to think about all this stuff that he was doing?
I mean,
Then
I
it's
would
going to be
like
a
to
whole
see the
different
proof.
game, right? Yeah,
I'm not
that's
going to believe it till I do see the proof, or unless law enforcement comes out, TBI, FBI, any of those people come out and they say, this is what we found, because even there was some misinformation with the first two PIs, and I don't know, they could have, I mean, I could get misinformation too. I'm not knocking anybody. I'm just saying that, they confirmed that Chris was there by somebody. So somebody confirmed it to them. And then next thing you know, Silver's out there and he's like, wait a minute, no. And then we find out that Proudfoot was at Easy Days for like 14 months. And then all of a sudden he moved to Yogi after Sebastian.
yeah. That see those
So
things like really they have meaning. All these things have meaning, and it's trying to figure out the meaning of it all, right? To make sense of it all, like you could cover your tracks only so long, right? And eventually that one little thing is gonna break everything wide open, and we just haven't found that
go on.
one little thing yet, right? Like what strikes me is like, okay, this kid left with no shoes. I mean, supposedly, right? I think it's kind of hearsay she say. The sheriff's not coming out and saying he had no shoes on, but like I'm sure it's hard for him to imagine that a kid that will not go anywhere without his shoes didn't have shoes on. So I'm sure that he's looking at it that at it in that way, right? Like maybe he did have shoes on, but then if all his shoes are accounted for, like that's what makes it really hard. Like if all his shoes were really there, then like how did he leave in this freezing cold weather, right? With no shoes on.
Well, and I could see if maybe he was in a different spot on the spectrum to where like that would be like an occurrence that maybe he didn't have that awareness, but like he definitely did. And then we find out that he had a traumatic event that would cause him to not do something like that. And so, um,
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And that was put out by Biodad, right? By Seth saying the fire ants or something like that, right? When that
yeah,
come
when
out.
he was little, he had a bad experience with fire ants. And then even Sandy just said they weren't going to mention anything about the shoes until Seth saw his new boots, the Western style boots that he had just bought him.
Yeah. And then the one thing that doesn't get talked about a lot, and I've noticed that in this whole thing is what happened to Sebastian when he was young, right? Like Seth brought it out and threw it out there, right? He was like he threw that out there because he felt like it might have something, at least it might bring some kind of answers to this whole thing maybe. And I don't know if that's why he brought it out there or if he was just so mad and so upset that he couldn't find his son and he felt like they had something to do with it, that he was just trying to just throw everything out there, right?
Right.
Like I don't
I
know
mean,
if he
that's
was
a
trying to
possibility.
gain sides, like like was he trying to get everybody on his side? Because I think he pretty much had everybody on his side the first day he was out there screaming and hollering and yelling his name. Like to me,
Yeah,
that's
I
because
do
that's a
too.
concerned parent.
I don't think he had to really work for us for anybody to really like feel or be on his side per se.
So
Um,
what was the reason behind bringing that up then? Like I've always wondered that.
Well, I think the big thing too was like maybe because CP was going on bashing and saying like if if you guys really knew how Sebastian was, you wouldn't look for him, and and I'm paraphrasing. That's not a direct quote, and maybe it is. I'm not really sure either way, but I know something to that effect was being said, and it's like, so naturally, like, I mean, nobody wants somebody to say that about their kid that's missing because. I mean, obviously, you want all the help you can get, but why would CP ever say anything like that? And then why would KP allow it? Why wouldn't she jump right on it and be like, hey, that's my kid. Don't talk about him like that, or be more positive. But like, it's like they work together
Well,
to
law enforcement was probably
bring
loving
him
it.
in a
Everything
positive
that
light
came
or a
out,
negative light.
well, everything that comes out, law enforcement is going to take things like that are serious that come out. Law enforcement is they're gonna write all that down, right? Because they're looking at the investigative side of it, so they're gonna write down all that stuff, and that's kind of why I think he threw it out was to kind of bring it up that like this happened on her watch, right? And it was somebody that they allowed to come over there, and like whether they knew 100% like like about this other child's past or not, like this is goes back to you have to always know who's hanging out with your children. Like you need to make sure that you know who they are and know a little bit about them at least, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, and from Seth's standpoint, I mean, maybe without getting to know him very well at first glance. Oh, hey, Gracie's back. At first glance, I think it would be like, okay, this other person, they're also a Navy, a seaman or Navy man, however you want to put it. And so you would think that automatically they would have some morals because they've been given that compass, even if they maybe didn't have it before. I know a lot of people that have changed their lives around by joining military, whichever branch it is. So, I
Yeah,
mean,
and it does make, yeah, a lot of people do it at a young age to help with college and things like that, and that's a wonderful thing, right? But
oh, absolutely.
it just makes you, I don't know, it's just that's what makes it even harder like this case is that they both have that training and it does make things differently. And that's why I really was shocked at all the things that were said about like this little, him having to wear a diaper or things that you would think that they would want to keep that stuff close, right? Like they wouldn't want that out, for protection of him. Like, like, and I know that did make people feel have a little more heart for Sebastian because of these things. Like they felt like, oh my God, how are they talking about this child in this way? Like this is
Oh
so
my
sad
gosh,
that they can
no.
talk about him this way, and that in a way it helped more than it hurt anything. And I don't know if they came out with it for that reason, but it did make more people have a softer spot in their heart for this young man, which
I
is a
mean, or
wonderful thing
just, yeah,
because
like want to
it,
stick up for him. Like, what the heck is this guy talking about? Like, who likes to do that? Nobody over the age of 2, even a little 2-year-old. That's why you start potty training them, because they start getting to the point where they don't want to wear a diaper because it's uncomfortable.
yeah,
They want to be independent. Like, they're nobody wants to have an issue like that, and for them to just blatantly, instead of being like, yeah, there were some problems, he was being stressed out, and so yeah, he had some accidents. No, he said like he likes to S and P in his I mean, I wanted to punch his lights out.
yeah,
I
but he
wanted to
didn't do
punch
that
his
at the
lights out.
dads. He didn't do that at Bio Dad's, right? He didn't do it at Seth's house, right?
Well, according to Seth, like, it was not like, he didn't, for one, he didn't want him wearing those. He wanted him to be independent, but then also he debunked it and said like Sebastian also didn't want to have to wear them. But
Yeah,
I think he did say he was like having some issues at some accidents at school. But then again, if you think about where he was all week, and then his only saving grace was going over to see dad on the weekends,
yeah, that's so
or
tough
every other
because
weekend.
it's all the cry for helps that this is why I always say
Yes,
that these
Karen.
these CPS and these other people need to take things a lot more seriously than they do sometimes. And this is like one that you feel like it slipped through the cracks, right? And I understand this does
Right.
happen sometimes, but this is why you need like more programs or more things that can help these children. I understand you just can't step in and take a child away from their parents, but if you look at the Summer Wells case, Summer Well went missing, and then they went in and took those boys right away, right?
Oh my gosh, yeah, like
Like
really
they
quick
didn't hesitate or
afterwards.
wait. Like they did that. Well, there's a reason that they did that. And so they have a lot more information than they're letting out. And I understand that they have to. And that's that they have to keep that close. Because if they let all that out, then they don't have that to use, right? As a tool. And I think there's a lot more in this case that they have that they're not letting out. I really do. I feel that.
Yeah,
And I know
I
one day
definitely
it's
agree.
one day, pray to God, it's all going to come out, and this little boy is going to be found, and it's going to change. It's really going to probably end up shocking the country, and it's this is kind of one of those cases that do right.
Oh gosh, if
And
you're not shocked, and then you haven't probably heard about it, is the way I look at it. And
yeah, it's
like,
just
Rich, Minnie brings up a really good point. She said, I'm just going to throw this out there, but she said that she used to work with dogs that had been mistreated. And she had a dog that would just pee, and it was because it was triggered by seeing a certain person. And in my opinion, and she's saying in her opinion too, it's the same kind of scenario, that like that fear is what's causing that trauma response, rather than an
yep,
incontinence problem or something that poor Sebastian had to work on. I believe it was more something that his stepfather and his mother needed to work on, which is treating him better and not,
yeah, and
making him
taking
walk on eggshells.
yeah, I get it. He shouldn't have to feel that way. He really shouldn't. Not at 15.
Hell
Like,
no.
and it's someone that to me, I don't know how he would have been as a young man. Could he have been on his own? Could he have lived by himself? Could he have? And I'm sure if he can play chess and he can do all that, then he probably would have been okay, right? Because I mean, you have to be very educated and smart and use your brain in so many different ways to play chess.
And focused, yeah, that's a great point. Like you have to focus on that game and your opponent and what they're thinking. You have to
Yeah,
be
you're
thinking
reading
ahead
their
of what
brain
they're
and your
thinking.
own, right? You're reading
Hmm.
both brains. You're having to think, well, if I do this, what are they going to do?
Exactly. And how is this going to affect, and you're also thinking a couple moves ahead too. So I mean, yeah, it's a harder strategy game, no doubt. It's like it's not like Battleship where you're blind and you don't know what the other player where their ships are, and you're just kind of blindly like guessing until you kind of pinpoint that area, then you can get them. But like
Yeah.
with chess, it's like a completely different strategy game where you have to always be on your toes thinking ahead.
Yeah, because
So
one move can cost you the game. So it's a really big. You have to use a lot of your mental thinking in your brain to really figure out, like, if I make this move, okay, can he take me out? Or you know what I mean? Like, it is. And that's what I always kind of wondered, if he was smart enough to be on the chess team for the school, and like he had to have so much common sense in a way that, and so much of his brain was being used for that. That's why I always wonder, well, why would it just didn't make sense to me that he would. I mean, you're right. The trigger mechanism of the fear of making a mistake, like around those two, had to be so great that it caused a 15-year-old to have to wear a diaper. Like the fear of them, or the fear of making a mistake, or the fear of forgetting to put a belt on, or the fear of, for no, heaven forbid, brush your teeth or anything. Maybe everything he did
yeah,
was
just
fear.
anything. And you're not in trouble. You're not in trouble. Come back home and you're not in trouble. And the
Well,
weirdest part
yeah,
was
that
is he's
that
not in
that
trouble.
that
He
really
wasn't even in trouble that day. It's like really,
that really rubbed me
he was always
wrong.
in
Yeah,
trouble.
that's almost like trying to throw things out so people will like say this child is missing 100%, right? Like that's I think that was that strategy.
Yeah,
I
well,
don't
and
think she was
another
doing it
thing
because she was
too,
trying to
like
tell
how
him
was
come
he
home.
able to? Because according to Seth, uh, Mr. Proudfoot did not want him having the access to the internet, and and going along with him. Neither did Katie, and then he's able to pass all these online courses with tests and stuff. That is very difficult. To do, and we saw that with the kids struggling during COVID, trying to have to do that, and how was Sebastian able to do all that against the odds, against his the wishes of his stepdad, who was like the tyrant, and then so and you can't tell me that he wasn't able to do that kind of stuff or know how to go when he had to go use the restroom.
I mean, think about it. He says yes, he was not allowed on the internet. He was not allowed this and that, right? So if you're such a strong man and you're going to make sure that he's not on the internet, then why were you playing games with him when he was at his father's house online?
That's a
If
good
you if
point.
you did not want him on there, why were you playing games with him?
Yeah, yeah.
That don't make
Uh,
sense. That's like calling
it's
the
because
pot calling the kettle
he
black,
wanted
right?
something to hold over him, in my opinion.
He was okay with it then, right? So what was the difference? Like if you're against something totally, you're against it whether he's over there or he's at your house.
Right, exactly. Well, and they showed that with the schoolwork. Like he was upset for him doing his schoolwork online. Like, oh, we don't let him do it. Well, too freaking bad. He needs it.
I mean,
He
this is
needs
part
it.
of education. Like I just didn't understand that part either. Nobody really brought that up. But if you were so gun ho on him being zero internet, then why in God's name would you play with him online when he's at his house? That just did not make sense. If that's one of your rules and you're so strict on your rules, then you would not give in.
Well, and I feel like that was really all CP and not so much KP. I could be wrong on that, but I'm pretty sure he was the one that was enforcing that.
Okay, but if that's my point exactly. If he's enforcing it, then why is he allowing it?
Oh, Holly just made a good point. She said, like someone, like a spouse that's controlling and stuff like that, and they won't allow, like, go into work. They don't want you to work. They don't want you to go to the gym because you start looking better. You look nice. Maybe people are looking at you more or whatever, whatnot. But yeah, it's almost like that. Like, they don't want you to better yourself, so they can hold you down all the time and make you feel like,
Yeah,
dog
so they can
food.
overpower you. Yeah.
Yeah. And then that way they can say you're nothing, you don't have any skills, you don't have a job, you don't have any money, different things like that. It's the same concept, but it's like you're doing it to a child who you're supposed to love. And and I always ask this too, and maybe it's a silly question, but it's like, why would you even go for a single mom if you don't like kids? You didn't really want the kiddo that you had, allegedly, according to his ex. But yeah, why would you even get involved with her then, if you weren't willing to love him the way that he needed to be loved? And that, I mean,
Well, he
daydreaming.
evidently he has. I mean, he's had more wives in his life than he's had to renew his driver's license. I mean, technically.
Oh shoot.
I mean,
That's a
right?
good
Like,
point.
think about it. I mean, he has
Oh,
had more marriage certificates than he's had driver's license.
oh my gosh.
I mean, that is a sad way to look at it, right? Like, there has to be a reason. History repeats itself, right? Like, I don't know. I mean, I don't know who they all were, and we don't. I don't know if there's a fact that there's five, or if that's been proven, or whatever,
Well, he
But
said there was. He did. He said there
oh
was.
wow, so that came out of his mouth then.
Yes,
Wow.
yes. He's like, he told Smiley, he's like, I had this first wife. He named them all. The second one was this, the third one, the fourth, and then he's like, and Katie says she's the fifth and the last. And I'm like, oh boy. When I heard that, I was like, well, at least he's being honest about the situation. But then you like realize that, so what? Okay, he's honest about, and see, that's what's you. I guess we could take like that statement and put in, like, kind of put it against the other ones to see, how he is when he's telling the truth versus when he's lying. But there's just so many lies that we're like, okay, well, we already know that's a lie, that's a lie, that's a lie. So it's just,
Yeah,
it's
it does. It
exhausting.
does. It does make it hard. Now the case would, of course, be different if they had been out there since day one, like Seth has, right? Like half of this speculation wouldn't probably even be going on.
Well, and
But
poor Seth has been just always like, I just want my son home. I just, like, every single time you just reiterate, I just want him home. I just don't want to, I want to find him. I miss him, and you can just
that's like his
see
best
the
friend,
pain.
right? That's his best friend. That's his 15-year old son. That's like his buddy, right? Yeah,
Yeah, it's
it's
like my
it's
daughter. I called her my mini me when she was little. She's just like a little mini. I mean, she looked like her dad too, but it's like, but then yeah, but like with him and Seth, I could just see their two smiles. Like, just,
uh-huh.
yeah, that was his buddy, his Padawan.
Always like his little gaming buddy, his son, his best friend, his companion. Like, it was just Seth and him. Like, I mean, Seth just goes to work, comes home, and of course, on his weekends, like they, go get the groceries and the stuff that Sebastian liked to eat, and that's what it was. That's how it was. It was their weekend of going fishing or whatever they were doing, right?
Right.
And it's just, man, it's just so hard because, like, seeing those videos, like I'd never really seen them in the beginning. Like I've recently just watched them, like where I think they went to some little park or something, like, and he was screaming and looking through all this old abandoned building, and like, God, your heart just has to go out for him. He's out there just screaming as loud as he can scream at the top of his lungs. And it's just like, I mean, he knows his son, so he knows evidently he's screaming for a reason, right? Like, so he'll come to him.
Oh
Uh,
yeah, there's no doubt. I believe that he knows Seth's. I think he knows Seth and Katie's phone number, and I think, and probably Chris and Grandma Robin, and I think that if he had a chance to get to a phone, or if he, knew that he was safe to call, like, I know he'd call his dad. I know he
Oh
would.
my God,
I
yeah.
mean,
Oh, he
and
would.
that's speculation, but I just, I
Yeah,
just know he would.
if he could play chess, he could call 911. I mean, that's simple.
Oh yeah, or remember his dad's number. I mean, especially because like it doesn't seem like it seemed like Seth and Katie both had a very good grasp on like the fact that they probably weren't going to be changing their numbers over and over and over again, because that way he knew it. And then, but when Katie was asked if, you know, Sebastian knows her number, she said, yeah, he does, but she doesn't know if he was in a stressful situation, if he would know to call her. And I don't believe that for a second.
I mean, we don't know because we weren't around him, but I mean, I could see how that could possibly be, but it would have to be really severe, like worse than the fear he was dealing with, right? To not call his dad, I would think.
Or he wouldn't be able to, like, he's in a spot where he just flat out can.
Yeah, it would have to be some kind of either threatening way of like if you try to get a hold of him, then this will happen, or something
Right.
like that maybe. But I still think I don't know. I don't think they gave him enough credit for as smart as the kid was. I mean, anytime, and I know I bring it up again, but anytime you can play chess, you have to be pretty dang smart.
Definitely. Or how about like shooting, like because I've never gone to like one of the shooting ranges where they're I've been like to the outdoor ones mostly, and I mean I'm a pretty good shot, but like I've never been to the ones where there was like a person as a target.
Mhm.
But like how good do you have to be, like, especially at, because he looked like his hair was a lighter blonde, so maybe he was like 13, 14, 15 in that picture, I don't know. But how, I mean, they're not going to give somebody that can't handle the responsibility a gun like that. I mean,
That's
they
right.
take that stuff seriously at the range, especially when you go into a place like where they were.
Yeah, and he loved to fish. He loved to. I mean, there's just so much that I mean, even fishing it takes skill, and it's not something easy to do, and it's just like all the things that Seth talks about him. It's just he's just a good kid with a good head on his shoulders, and yeah, he had autism, but he was still able to overcome so many obstacles to play Xbox or whatever those gaming things are. I don't know. I've never owned one, but he was able to play all that and go through those levels and know how to play it and know how to do things like on Minecraft and build things. And so, I mean, his knowledge was there.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that's again, something that takes. Yeah, you're right. I mean, that's a great point. A bunch of thought, a bunch of know-how, a bunch of practice. I can't play Minecraft to save my life. Like,
Yeah, I couldn't either.
it. I just be like running into the wall, and people be like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "Give me Super Mario Brothers, and I'm good." But
Yeah, I could play that game now, but yeah, I
hey,
was on
Rich, we
Nintendo
need to
back in the
give
day.
Sandy a shout out because she's been modding. Minnie's in here too modding, but she's cracking me up. She says I was frozen for a bit. Signal jammers.
Yeah, and I mean, it's just like that's what really I don't know. It's such a hard. It's like you could talk about this case all day and all night and still not get any closer, right?
I
Because there's just
know.
nothing there. There's nothing. I mean, there is a few little things there that's out to the public, but like I said before, yes, he's missing. We know that. That's a fact, right? And but we don't know why he's missing. We don't know where he's missing. We don't know what happened. We don't like that's like man, it's just so hard because until we know more, like we can go on and on and on every day. Like, yeah, there's a lot out there from them communicating and talking and then being on YouTube channels and things. But like, I've never watched any of those ones you were talking about where he went on this channel or that channel. Or, I watched the ones like, of course, the interview ones, but I've never really gone on. I've heard of about what he's talked about when he went on and was changing his voice or whatever, but I've never like actually listened to it because it's like why listen to something that's childish, like I mean not going to help the case. I mean unless there's some facts in there, But I would think by now, as long as it's been out, that somebody, a profile or somebody, would have broken down those facts by now.
Right. Oh, I agree. I agree. Oh, hey, Lori. Good to see you. Good to see
It's
you.
just such a, I don't know, it's just such a sad thing. And it's like you see all these other cases and you see these parents out there begging and begging and begging, right, for help. And please, please spread this. Please, please help. Please, please help. Like, so many parents reach out to me and stuff like this. And it's just Seth's the only one reaching out, I think. And it makes it one sided. And I think that's where all the drama and the speculation lies, is because it is one sided. Like, would your opinion be different if they had never gone to the campsite?
Mm, I don't know that that's a good question. That's a great question. I don't think it would have been, just because, like, in the very first interview with Duchess, I thought the green or the mint green shirt interview was the first one, but then when I actually went back, that one was really suspicious to me. But then when I listened to the Duchess interview, and Chris corrected Katie, and he's like, we need to get this crystal clear, and then it started getting really diluted, and he wasn't even there. It was just like red flag, wait, that doesn't make, so I don't think it would have mattered.
Yeah. I was just wondering, like, what your opinion would be on it if things were different. If they had been out there side by side with Seth the whole time, I think everybody would probably have a different opinion of it.
I mean, you're probably right, though. I mean, I could definitely see that side of it where people wouldn't, like, yeah, like what you're saying is like, basically, and correct me if I'm wrong too, but like, you're basically saying, like, there wouldn't be as much speculation if we thought they were all on the same page.
Yeah, if they were all on the same page, we would look at this differently. And if, like, and it's just so hard. I think that what they should have done was when Nancy Grace, like, of course, was going to test Seth. I think they all should have said, you know what? Especially if you've already taken him and passed him, you don't have nothing to worry about, right? Like, say, okay, just set us all three up and let us all do it, and you can announce it all, and that'll stop a lot of the drama and the speculation. I
Well,
felt
and
like
it's
they
interesting
had a
that you
way
say
out.
that,
Like,
because,
they,
like, I remember Seth saying on his last, no, it wasn't on his last live. When did he say it? Either way, it was recently, and he said that they wanted that Chris had asked him to get all on the same page with him, but he wasn't there because there was a lot of red flags that he was seeing. And so, but I think Chris, like, I think he knew that. I think he knew that he wanted to get, like, he was trying to craft that, like, let's all get on the same page before we talk to anybody, or, hey, are you going to get on the same page with us? And then he wanted to work with them, or work with Seth. And I think the whole time he was wanting to give off the facade that they were all working together to cover his own backside.
yeah, they were trying to eliminate some of these people dogging them so much. I think that's what I really think, is they were trying to stop a lot of this. And then, like, I think they did what they did. I mean, of course, waiting 8 days, that pretty much ruined it right there. You never wait 8 days to go beg for your child, right? You just don't.
Oh my God,
And
no! I'd be there in the first day.
it's like in the first minute, right? You're begging. When all those people were there and those drones were in the air and all those sheriff's cars, you should have been standing in that front yard with a damn bullhorn screaming.
Exactly, or at least be in the Facebook group. Like Bobby said, they had a Facebook neighborhood group, and, like, at least be in there. Like, Katie was just kind of like nonchalant, like
Well,
she,
she made
she
like one
was.
post, right?
Yeah,
Like, you should
she
be
wasn't
like
like, oh my
posting his
God, you guys need
picture,
to
every
help me,
picture
like,
you
my
have.
kid.
I don't know. I would have been out in my front yard screaming and hollering and yelling. I would have been grabbing every one of those law enforcement officers by the shirt and screaming and yelling into their body cam, like, please help me in every way possible. Like,
Absolutely.
but of course that didn't happen. So that's why we're where we're at right now. But, and it is hard. It's hard to, like, it's hard for me to talk about anybody in a negative way, right? Like, nobody, you know, wants to talk about anybody in a negative way. They just don't, right? Like,
Right.
that's like, You don't want to have to do that. And it's like the narrative has they've created for themselves is why people have like chosen Seth's side or not really chosen a side at all, but they're looking at them like, oh my God, like you should have been out there since day one, right? And all this could have been avoided in the very beginning.
I agree. I think I do agree with you when you say that, because I think there would be a lot less speculation, and people wouldn't there wouldn't be any room for people to kind of like weasel their way in and cause problems. Not that people are, but it would
Hmm.
eliminate a lot of the issues.
The negative wouldn't be there if they were all had joined forces in the beginning, like you were brought up the other day, like the Riley Strand case, right? Regardless if
Yes.
they were remarried or whatever, and they all binded together, right? They all stood on that stage together. They all looked every day together. Like they put all their differences aside and put the focus on Riley, right? Like that's what they did.
Oh yeah,
And
I mean, you could tell they were there for each other too, like in a way, not in overly, not as great as Gabby Petito and the Schmitz did, the
no, but they
Petitos and the
bonded.
Schmitz
They
did.
bonded over the missing child.
But yeah, that you could just tell they like cared for each other, like they both had the common goal at the very least.
Common goal, find that baby and get him home. That was their goal. And as time goes by, of course, then your brain starts running in a different way. Not that you lose your faith, but that you start seeing things. Oh my God, this could have happened. This could have happened. This could have happened. And where that happened, they knew the water was right there. So that kind of did, I think, really set in early. But you still have to keep your faith regardless, right? And
Always.
even in this case, all these months later, you still have to have faith that he is somewhere and he's going to be brought home safe, right? Like they are going to get to hug him again, right? And like that's what
Exactly.
everybody wants. I mean, that's of course it's what we pray for. But of course, people when it gets like time goes by like this, like the Summer Wells case, you start thinking differently. But then I always say, look at some of these other cases where children are found 8, 5, 10 years later, and they're okay. And that's what, like, I mean, that can happen in any case.
Well, absolutely, and I mean, I don't know. It's just very bizarre how everything was handled, even to the GoFundMe, because that was really the catalyst to, according to Chris, saying that really put a wedge in between and caused the rift um, between the parents. But I don't really believe that. I think that it was more or less like. Um, you went against what I told you to do, and now you're doing what I told you not to do. And Chris doesn't like that, in my
Yeah, but
opinion,
he
from what
did
I've seen.
that to help to get a bigger search team to like be able to take off of work that long and search. Like you have to do that. Nobody, unless you're a billionaire, like you can't. You have to have help. I get that. I understand that people need help. Like especially, I mean, we want as viewing from the outside is the parents to be out there searching. We're willing to help. Like, hey, we'll help you. We'll give you a little money. We'll give you what you need, the tools you need to keep you out there every day because of course they know that child better than anyone. So
Well,
I
and then
mean,
Gracie brings up a really good point too about the neighborhood apps and stuff. Like, there's one called Nextdoor, and I've gotten notifications for that one, and it was like the town that I grew up in. Like, for some reason, it's still showing that that I live around there, I guess. But like,
uh-huh.
yeah, like they'll send me things like, "Oh, do you know these people in next door?" And I'm like, I mean, I did 20 years ago or more, but I don't now. I mean, it's weird.
Yeah, it is. It is really weird. Hey, do I have a couple minutes? I need to do something really fast. I need like 3 minutes. Is that okay if I put the phone down for a couple minutes?
Yeah, sure thing, sure
All
thing.
right, give me just a few minutes. I'll be right back, okay?
Yeah, not a problem. I'm gonna
All right,
switch over.
thank you. All right.
Oh, I have to go to Riches, and then hold on one second, guys. There we go. Well, hi everyone that's coming in. Welcome everyone. Welcome Lori. I know Lori, I read your comment earlier, and I'm so sorry. Like it breaks my heart because you're such a sweetheart, and I know that you care so much. Um, like we all do, and like it breaks my heart that you're crying over Sebastian because I mean, just the information that came out on Mr. E's, and like I said, I didn't watch the whole thing. Um, it just it's just so it's just so very 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 sad. It really is, and it just it's frustrating, and just knowing that such a like a light like Sebastian, like just the way that he probably the way that Seth said it was in the beginning, you know, when you see him coming you're gonna smile because it's the sunshine coming through the clouds. And I mean that gets me every single time because I can see it. All we have to do is look at his picture. We don't even have to know him to know. Um, yeah, and I just and it's like, how can his mama not feel that way? Like that's the thing. How does his mom hold it together or joke around, even if you're in a setting. And I'm not saying that people aren't allowed to laugh or joke ever again when the tragedy happens. I'm not saying that because that's how I that's actually how I cope with things. That's actually like a defense mechanism for me. A lot of times is that if somebody's feeling down, I try to make them laugh or say something silly or get things going. Um, for them. Oh, hey, Nano. Hey, sweet friend. How are you? And, so it just, yeah, I don't understand how that wouldn't transfer over unless there was something holding you back. Like either, and I hate to even say it, but I mean, you can't be glad that you can't find your kiddo, right? So, I mean, who would, I don't know. It just, yeah, Lori, there is so much pain, and I think a lot of it comes from the fact too, like um, just hearing that because Sebastian is so intelligent and intuitive, like he had to have known that he was in a position where he was going to maybe have to go live somewhere else other than with his family members. And to me, that probably broke his little heart. And that could have been a big reason why he was having issues too. Like we were talking about earlier, walking on eggshells constantly, not wanting to get in trouble, not wanting to rock the boat, if you will. And um, like another great point that Holly S made was the fact that that happens very frequently that we see in relationships that are like toxic and where people are being mistreated and dealing with ABUSE, and it's because I mean they're constantly fear. They're living in fear. They don't know when the ball's going to drop. You have your good times, and it's that vicious cycle of, um, everything's great, everything's good, things are going well, and that's the calm before the storm, and then all of a sudden, it's chaos and you know punishments and yelling and violence, physical um, mistreatment, and to me, it's a far cry from disciplining a child who seemed like a great kid. I mean, it seems like if you told him something, he could understand it. Now, don't get me wrong, um, I see the mischievous. I see the mischievous part of Sebastian, and I mean, I think it's kind of funny, especially when it's a young man that's still learning and everything. So, Well, hey, brown eyed girl. It's so nice to see
I
you.
agree
Hello.
100%.
Thank you so much for coming in. You
I
guys are
agree.
all
I
so
agree.
awesome. I'm so glad to see all you lot lizards in here.
It's. I don't know. This case really gets me because it's just too hard to understand, almost, right? Like we generate opinions, but yet there's not enough facts to generate good opinions, right? Like we can just speculate it. That's what it's hard about this. And I understand that's part of social media speculation, but God, wouldn't y'all like to have a little bit more facts, right?
Wait, oh, hold on, Rich. Let me turn my air off because I don't think I really need it on there, and it's kind of. Hold on,
I'm
I
here.
don't
I
mean to
just
be out
haven't
a
put
little bit.
myself back on yet, like my photo wise.
Oh, you're fine. You don't need to put your photo on.
But no, I was doing some stuff with Ruby, and I had it just sitting down, and I hadn't punched my face back on there.
Well, I'm just gonna switch you to solo for 1 second. I'm gonna go turn that air off because it's.
No problem. No problem.
I don't know why it's so loud. It's
I'm
like
still trying to
it's.
learn how to get to the chat and see what's going on because oh, there it is. I see it. I see it.
Yeah, there you go. Because that way, because people are asking you questions in there too, so or commenting.
There's a lot of people in there, huh? I like this because the comments don't go so fast that I can see them. Hey, somebody said the news that was brought to us last night. What was brought last night? That's promising. Oh, battle light image. A battle. There you go. That glares on my phone. I see it now. At Lori, I pray. Yeah, I know. Me too. That's all we can pray for is that he's with us as well as all these missing cases. We're trying to figure this thing out. I can't go live yet, guys, because I'm still so small. Like I still need I think I have to get to 1,000. And of course, I mean I've only been I've done this for 8 years, but I've only had the channel for like a month. So and it's so nice to be able to watch y'all. Cause usually I have to do my videos, then I have to post them, and then I have to go into the comment section. So it's not like where I can actually see y'all talking like this. This is really neat. Oh, thank you for catching a few of them. Yeah, the ones on Thanksgiving Day, that was the ones I think that they were where those people in Tennessee were kind of getting a little too close. The middle of the night. See, Nick, I haven't really watched that guy's channel very much, but I think he's working with Seth and Dog, right?
Uh,
Are you there?
the hat is
I'm just over here yapping with them. I'm not used to being able to talk and they hear me like this. You know what I'm saying? Because I can't go live. So I'm used to have to go back and wait for them to comment.
Oh yeah, I know. Did
This
you
is
finally
kind of
get okay?
neat.
Good, because yeah, I know it's cool. I love being able to see it, and then you
And it's
know,
nice because it doesn't go too fast, right? So I can actually see it.
and
It
if
is
you
pretty
guys if
neat.
you guys could find and it doesn't matter, but if we could post Rich and Ruby's channel in the chat, that would be great, because you guys could head over there if you're not already subbed up,
Well, see, that's
because
what
we're
I was
kind of
trying
trying
to
to
do,
build
but
up
see, I
each
can't
other.
message. Like if I hit that I want to join the chat, you know what it tells me? Connect to your YouTube and join live chat. So that means I would have to, but I can't connect to my YouTube because I'm not live yet.
Well, see, and I meant to tell you that I saw an option where like you could stream it, like I could stream it on your channel and mine. Like I could add you, and see,
But
that's
only
what I
when I
would
can
really
go
like to
live,
do, because
right?
that'd be neat too. If Because that way people could just pop into you and be, oh, Rich is live, and then you
But
know what
we
I
still
mean.
see the
And I
same
don't know how to connect that so well. I'm gonna have
because
to
I'm
get
not
together with
live yet.
Terry.
Once I'm live, then I can just go into my YouTube like right now. I could join, but it would have to, I would pull it up under my studio and then it would be live on my channel as
Oh.
well. Like, but so I have to be to 1,000, right, before I can do that.
Yeah, but it was giving me an option, so I wonder if it wouldn't just restream. Well, I don't know how.
Well, I'm wondering right now because if I hit join chat, it does tell me connect to comment, right? It says connect your YouTube account to join live chat, and then it shows my YouTube channel and it says connect in blue. But I don't know if I can do that because I'm not eligible for live yet.
Oh, I see. Okay.
And I need like I'm gonna need mods. I'm gonna need all that. So it's gonna be fun, like to have people come in and be able to help. Like I say, the more we can, like if we join like this forces like a couple of times a week or whatever, I think it'll be fun because we
Yeah,
can like
yeah.
cover more area, right? Like you
Well, and
could
a
be
lot
at
of people
ground
that are
zero and
subscribed to
then
you wouldn't be subscribed. You know what I mean? Like that way we can, yeah, like share up the subscribers. But Gracie, I'm going to mod you. You know, I am so embarrassed because Terry came into our chat the other day when we did our first really bad one, and I was able to mod people then. I don't know how to do it from here because I was trying, and it
no,
only
you have to
gave me
do it when
like
you're
bad
out.
options. But like,
Like
I can't believe I didn't mod Terry. Like, I
well,
feel
all
like
you
a
have to do is when you're
dummy.
out, when you stop the live, you go into your studio app and open it up and hit settings and then go to permissions. And then on any permissions that aren't filled, you just click them and it'll say invite. And then you send them an email and then they have to accept your email, right? And then they're in.
Oh, right on. See, I didn't know that. I had
Yeah,
no
it's under your
idea.
settings. Like when you click on your little round circle in the top right corner when you go into your studio app and it pulls
Mm-hmm.
it up, just hit settings, the button settings, and underneath there, like 3 down, is it says permissions. And then it'll show you all the titles that you have available to pass out to people. Like manager, editor one, editor two, editor three, editor four, and then it'll go into mods, and then you can like do all kinds of
Oh,
people.
cool.
And the more subscribers, the more you open up. Like there's so many
Okay.
levels.
Oh, I see. Because like it's got to be like different levels. Well, and when I moved, it didn't recognize my AdSense, so I had to like I told you last
Yeah,
night I
that
had to
will hurt
redo the
you.
AdSense. I'm like, well, at least I'm like aware, because I wasn't even aware that it had changed over. The like, that's not your same address. You don't live there anymore. And I'm like, oh my gosh, how did you know,
Yeah,
you
and it's kind of
weirdo?
like when you're live, you're in a
Oh,
different
thank you.
area. When you're live, it's going to ask you want to be live in whatever state you're in because it's not your home state. Then you just click yes, and then it'll only film
Oh.
live in that state until you leave that state and go back home.
Oh, see, that's really interesting. Okay, okay.
There's so many different ways I'm learning because I'm reading a lot of it, I guess, but because I wanted to know, like, okay, once I get there, like, I don't want to be completely clueless. Like, I want to have some idea of how to do it.
Exactly. I know, I know. And then I feel so bad because, like, on the last one, people were like, I couldn't hear Rich at all. So I was like, oh no.
Hey,
So,
but look at you, 2 tries, and you already have it all. You have at least this part figured out, right?
well, and then, yeah, thank you. But also, like, I know now I have to get that laptop and figure out how to do that, because that way we could stream like the videos on there. So
Yeah,
we
you
might
can
even
pull
try
up
to
any
do that.
video you want. You can play the video right there. You can, like, and you can bring in more than one person to the chat room. Like, you can bring up 3 or 4 different people if you have like it on a laptop or a computer.
Okay,
It'll
okay,
just be
yeah.
little boxes everywhere.
Yeah, because I wouldn't even know like where to grab that link or anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
You
Like you
know,
could
like if somebody was to want to come up right now, because like I would invite Gracie up even because like and have
you
her
could send her
be
the
with
link.
us.
Send her the link
But
out of the Safari, right? If she has an iPhone, it's so easy. Now, if she has an Android, it's a little bit different. But
it's
the ones
different,
that have
yeah.
iPhones, it's so easy. Like you and me, remember, we could be talking on the phone and I could just come up. Like during our phone call, I could just come up and be on there because we both have iPhones.
Oh, right. Okay.
So I don't have to do anything different because we both have Safari. Remember, Androids don't have Safari. They have Google. See,
Oh,
if
that's
you're on an
true. So it's
Android,
totally different.
you don't, yeah, you don't have a Safari app if you have an Android. Your searching is
Oh,
done under
okay.
Google only. Mm-hmm. So then you'd have to send it to their Google and then to pull them up like that.
I know, Sandy, that's the worst. I was watching so many tutorials and I was still behind. I'm like, how am I doing this? And then, yeah,
Yeah,
it wasn't
I
letting
don't
me
want to do them
connect.
either.
And
I just
oh,
want
it
to
was
come
bad.
on. It's
Oh,
better just
thank
to come
you.
up. Nobody wants to sit there for a minute or two and stare at something that it's the same thing every time.
Yeah, really, that's so boring. It's like, okay, when are you going to show something good over here? What are you
Yeah, and
waiting
it's like
for?
the good thing about like learning this is like say when I go to Iowa, right, and I get to that wildlife refuge where I have to search, right? Like
Yeah.
you can just put me in there. I don't even have to talk. I can just flip the camera around once I learn how to flip it around like that. And then I can just they can just watch Ruby hunt while you're talking about whatever you want to talk about. That's what's kind of nice about live
Oh.
like this.
Well, and you know what? You know what else I forgot to mention too? Hope in the Shadows has a really good channel too, and I just found it the other day.
Who?
Um, if you guys want to drop Hope in the Shadows link too, because
I've never.
I think
I'll
I
go find it.
commented. I think I commented on that one that you did. I mean, really good job. Really, and I think she played the two cellos. Um, I don't know if you guys have ever heard like they just do the cellos, but they play like AC/DC and they play like the Game of Thrones song. Like they're
Oh
really,
wow,
really good.
that's pretty cool. Like because you got to be careful on what you play so you don't get striked. You know.
Yes, I did. I did get like I think I got half monetized for playing God Only Knows, but I don't care because I love that song. And I was like,
Got to
I
be
really
careful.
wanted, you
That's
know
for
what I mean?
sure.
Yeah. Because I was like, I just want it for these people that for that video. And so I mean like little ones like that, I don't really care because I mean, you know,
Yeah. But
it
it's
doesn't
fun to
matter.
learn this, right? Like I knew once you got it down, like you would figure it out. But to remember is the 24-hour wait time. Like you have to wait 24 hours before you can like do it again. Like that's the thing. Like if you're going live after midnight and you go like 1 in the morning and you get off, like you might not be able to go live again that day. You might have to wait till the following. Like remember last night it resets at midnight.
Oh, I
So you
know.
have to be
That was
careful
really weird.
sometimes that
Yeah,
you
because
don't
we were trying
overdo
to
the
figure it
midnight.
out. Oh my gosh,
Yeah.
that was.
So like cut off before midnight, right? Even if you get back on after midnight, that's fine. But shut it off before midnight, and then you can pop right back on after 12:01 a.m. and then you can stay live that whole day too.
Oh, brown
Like
eyed
going
gal. I
out
don't
in and
know
out as
where
many
my
times as you
join
want.
button is.
It's weird how that works, right?
That's a good question. Y-
That's really weird.
Well, it is weird. It's weird because like it was asking me like too, is your channel branded? And I'm like, I would think so. And so I went in there and I checked that, you know, so it's like you have to bounce back between. So it's like, okay, you go to this tutorial, you check this out. Then you go to here, and then you're like, wait a minute, what did it say for me to do? I'm like, I'm so confused.
And then you got that purple thing telling you you're good to go, right? And you're like, oh yeah. And then you're like, oh, I gotta wait till midnight.
Right, exactly. Well, see, and Hope in the Shadow said that she's not monetized yet, so the only restriction is for stuff that can't be used in like Russia or viewed in Russia, which I mean, see, that's how I was too when I first started. That's why like when I did that tribute for Sebastian, with the Eddie Vedder, Breathe by Eddie Vedder, I
Mm-hmm.
asked a cover band for permission and I was able to monetize it just because of that, but I didn't think I would be able to. But somehow YouTube allowed it. So it's weird how it works. But at first I didn't care either because I was like, well, I'm not monetized anyway. And if I want to use the song for the purpose of showing it, um, why not?
Yeah, why not? Like
Yeah.
utilize everything you can, right? Like that's
You're
the
welcome.
fun part about it. It's like you can, and that's the good thing about like this, like learning this little tool now. Like you can just bring anybody up when you want to, especially if you have somebody in the area, like that's passing out flyers or whatever, and you're wanting to see what's going on in that area, right? Like what's going on in Hendersonville. You just pull them up, and they can be showing you the streets of Hendersonville and what's going on while you're talking, right?
Right, like Miss Terry Lynn, just get her out there driving, and
Yeah,
we'll
you can
we'll
reach
all
out to
hop into
anybody.
her. We'll hop
Yep.
into her magical,
Because that woman's like
her
me. She'll
Hyundai,
crawl through
her
some
Mercedes
thorns.
Elantra.
She
now,
don't care how
now,
many thorns in her way. She'll crawl through anything. That woman's tough.
oh my gosh, is she ever? I'm telling you. Well, see, and like Nana just said, don't brand it because if we do, we won't receive gifted membership. So I'm gonna have to check into it too because I want people to be able to be gifted. I know
Yeah.
it makes me mad.
But she's a go getter, though. She is a go getter.
Yeah, she is. That's why I was saying we all got to pray for her because I know well, she's like you, Rich. She doesn't sit down. So it's like
She don't care.
she's having trouble
Hmm.
sitting still. I know she is. I just know it. I just know it.
She just gets on a mission, and that's her mission, right? Like she knows where she wants to go that day, and she just does it. And the good thing about it is to sweep it more than one time. Like make sure you cover every square inch of it because you can easily miss something, right? Like very easily. Like
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, think about it. That day that I found that shirt and stuff. I was going left, right? I wasn't. I was going to where the easiest way to get through that thick stuff was, and then if Ruby wouldn't have pulled me to the right, I would have never saw it.
Right.
Like I would have literally walked within 3 feet of it and never saw it because I was looking the other way.
Oh my gosh, she is so good. She is so
Yeah, she
good.
just pulled me back. Like if it's something like that, it's like when I try to move her, if she doesn't move, like if she digs her feet in, then I know that she's either found something or she's sitting on something, right? So then, of course, I turn and look, and that's when I was like, "Oh my lord," because I
Oh
didn't
my
see it. And
gosh.
we had taken a break, like right there, like that was our stopping point. Like when I did my maps, I knew, okay, we're gonna make it to here by like 3 hours. Then I'm gonna stop here. We'll take our break, eat our snacks, whatever, and then we'll start again. And like it was so weird because if I'd have went down another 3 feet to the next little area, like I would have never even discovered any of that.
Right. Yeah, that's why
Yep.
she's just so I mean, she's just so awesome. Thankfully, I mean, yeah.
And that's
It
how
seems
easy it
like
is
she
to
was
miss
made to
things,
do
right?
it, you
Like
know?
you can sweep an area 5 miles out and sweep, but you still, if you're not covering every square inch, then you can easily miss something.
Right. Oh, definitely.
And that's
Definitely.
what makes it hard. Like, yeah, you can say that we searched this whole area. Yeah, you did, but did you actually search the whole area, or did you just like have people 15 feet apart and you were missing 15, you were missing 10 or 12 feet in between each person for a mile, and 50 people wide? Okay, you just missed the whole 2 square miles, right? People don't think of it that way.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, Lori, I can't believe that. Oh my gosh, I can't believe that that's happening to you. I mean, I don't know what possesses somebody not to just, figure something else better to do with their time. She was saying that for the last 4 years since her son has passed away, that his um, girlfriend has been kind of stalking. Well, I mean, I don't, I can't, but pretty
Wow.
much stalking and harassing, kind of
That's
hacking
not
her
nice.
accounts,
That's
and
not
she's tried
good.
to get new numbers, and I'm so sorry. That
See, you
is
got to be very careful. That's what I
awful.
say. Like, you have to be very careful. Like, I mean, you can always change your number. Yes, you can. It's easy to do, right? You can just change your number. It's easy to change it. But, like, then you have to give
Yeah.
it out to everybody, like, in your immediate family, right? You have to figure out how to do it because you can't do it as, like, Well, you send them all a message, because then whoever got your number is going to get that same message of a new number. So you just have to be really careful.
I know, and that's so sad. I don't know why people decide to do that. I mean, it's
Yeah. And it's tough, because, you can block people, you can do those things, but they can always call you from different numbers. Once they
well,
have the number, they
yeah,
have the number.
exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, where there's a will, there's a way almost,
Yeah.
unfortunately, that you wish they would find a different
Yep.
reason to do something, but
It's just protecting yourself. And you know that most YouTubers never really thought about it until this case right here. Like, everybody was free willing to talk to anybody or help anyone or do it. And then when this case came along and people were getting run off and getting threatened, and everybody started looking at it differently, like, oh, wait, maybe I need to think about things before I do it, right? Like, that's
oh,
how I was. I
absolutely.
went into it
Yeah.
blind. I didn't think that existed. I thought a bunch of people were just talking drama, right? And then when I had old Chicken Man come out and start screaming like a chicken, I was like, oh, maybe this shit is real.
Oh no.
I mean, if you
Well, and
go
then you
watch
got
that
to
video,
wonder
I'm
their
telling
mental
you,
stability at that point.
it's gonna blow your mind if you go watch that video. You can hear that, man. I'm trying to be so nice, right? You know me. I'm trying to be so nice. Like, can you please just, like, get back and don't get in my space? Like, don't. I was trying to be so nice, and here's this dude howling like a damn chicken, and I'm like, oh my lord.
Oh, I know. Well, and then distracting poor Ruby. Ruby's probably like, "What is this guy doing?
Yeah,
He's a
she's
nut
probably
job."
wondering, like, what's this dude doing, man? Is he
Oh
crazy?
my god.
But that's the hardest part, is to try to, I mean, of course, I don't have just myself to try to worry about. I have her to worry about. Did somebody throw something on the ground? Did somebody, put something in a piece of chicken and throw it on the ground, or a chicken nugget or a hamburger? You got to be I got to watch everything. And
Yeah,
that's the
that and
sad thing. Yeah, it's like I got to watch more for her. And then you're trying to film it at the same time. And it's like so hard, because you're like, okay, I got a leash, I got a phone, and then I got to watch and make sure she's not getting into nothing. I can't show certain things on YouTube. So I have to make sure I'm scanning the whole area before I get there. What would be nice is to have somebody ahead of me, like, making sure that I'm not going to show anything, but then that kind of defeats the purpose, right?
right, exactly. Well, and you want to be able to be like alert and focused on what you're searching for, and that makes it harder when people are like following you or
Oh, yeah.
acting
Then,
weird because
yeah,
then
that
you're
makes
watching
it
your
so much
back and
different, because it's like, man, I wish I would just, like, leave me alone, right? And they know that you want them to leave you alone, and that's why they hound you more, because they're trying to run you off. That's what they're doing. And a lot of times they probably win, right?
oh, Rich, that's a really good question that Hope in the Shadows had. She asked you, do you carry Narcan with you for Ruby?
No, I don't. I've never even thought of that.
I know that's a great question, right?
That is a very great question. Like, I never thought. You mean like if somebody gives her something?
Or yeah, like or say she like sniffed up like any bit of powder or like,
Oh, yeah. I never thought about that. Maybe I need to start doing that.
yeah, it's odd because but I know it only takes like a little teeny tiny bit and you know how the dogs, well like Julia the canine handler, I know that she would because I've watched her videos where she would do like the little pads and then he would the dogs, she'd hide it and then they'd find it like quick too. Like I mean her videos weren't
Dude, that is a
long.
good
They find it
idea.
quick.
I mean, I carry Benadryl, like doggy Benadryl and stuff, because I know sometimes they can get into something and have a reaction, especially in different
Mhm.
climates and different areas. So I do carry that kind of stuff, but I never thought about that. That's a really, tell her, thank you so much. That's a really good point to bring up. I need to kind of research that, because you just never
Yeah, I
know what
mean,
people
just
are
in
going to do.
case, because people like even if they maybe they like threw it out their car window because they was getting pulled over, or I don't
Or if
know
they're doing it
exactly.
on purpose, like she's trying to make, like maybe they're doing it on purpose, right? Like, you got to think outside the box, right? I do. You do have to think about that. I cannot believe I never even thought
Good
about it
point.
that way. But that's so, yeah, that is a really important point to think about. Uh, because I haven't put her vest on my videos yet, because we really haven't been in the cold, like snow or cold weather. Like, she does have vests and shoes and all that stuff, but it's so hard because she doesn't like wearing it, right? But I know at some point when it gets cold enough in those states, she's going to have to wear it. But And
Right.
time is limited, right? You only have so much time to do each area before you know she's going to wear down. Like, depending on when it's cooler, she can go longer. But if it's hot, like, I try not to run her too long, like not too long, more than 2 or 3 hours at a time before I take a break. But like, it is, that's a, man, that's a really good point. I'm shocked that I never even thought about that.
Yeah, that is a great point. Yeah.
You never know. Like, I know she won't eat for anybody else. Like, you could walk up to her with a piece of chicken and she probably wouldn't eat it. But as far as sniffing things, yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, and that was Hope said that she donated a bunch to canines on the old live PD. So that's so cool.
And that's scary to think about somebody would do that to a dog or an animal. That's sad.
Yeah, it is. Well, and even Brown Eyed Gal's talking about like a person in her neighborhood that's being a stalker. I mean, I don't understand. I don't know. I just feel like there's so much better things to do, but those people are so unstable. I think they're just obsessive and they just don't know how to stop, and they don't know how to go get like maybe a hobby that makes them happy and not
Yeah, they
making other
just like
people
tired of people
miserable.
in their community, maybe. Like, they're just tired of looking out the door and seeing groups of people walking by with cameras, maybe, or phones. Like, maybe that's what's bugging them. I mean, we don't really know what's causing them to do it, but maybe
I
they're
don't
just like,
know.
go and leave my city alone. Let us get back to peace, right?
There's no telling, and you can't, you never know someone's motivation until they really tell you, or if they maybe even inadvertently tell you. But I mean, it's like, I don't know. It's nuts to me that you would just spend your time doing that instead of like gardening or painting or
Yeah, like, go find a hobby, right?
whatever, training a dog to do good. And um you
It,
know
it
um
is tough. It's tough to think about because a lot of people, I mean, I don't know. A lot of people love to do this stuff, but they, in this case, they're just scared. I think there would be a lot more people out there if it wasn't for all this craziness.
yeah,
Like,
yeah.
because there's tons of people that want to be searching for this kid. You know that.
Well, I'm surprised there hasn't been more search parties like since hunting season, because I know like a lot of people like to get out into those woods, but I wonder why like there hadn't been like a group of hunters that wanted to,
Well,
oh, Minnie,
there's
that's
hunters out
wonderful.
there, right?
Oh, her new grandbaby. Oh,
There's hunters all over that
I bet
place,
she looks
but
awesome.
it takes the right person to walk up on the right spot, and that's what it is. It's like, basically, it's like a needle in a haystack. It really is when you're talking about that much vast land. And I mean, look how much land that Terry Lynn has covered in the time she's been there. And she probably hasn't even touched a fraction of it.
Oh, I know, and that terrain is so rough. Like that's the
Oh, some
thing.
areas are bad. Yeah, really bad. Like, the river areas aren't that bad, but like those thicker areas that are like, and there's so much trash in there, like, you have to be so careful. Like, there's like so much like pieces of rusted metal, and you just have to be
Oh,
very careful.
or how about like ticks and poisonous plants and snakes? Oh my
Yeah, like
gosh.
poison ivy, I'm highly allergic to. I always have to watch out for that. But
Oh,
it's,
same here. I will break out and be itchy, itchy, itchy.
oh yeah, it can get bad. Like, the reason I found out one time is because we'd actually burned brush, right? And it was
Hmm.
like from dozing up all the trees and stuff. There was poison ivy that was wrapped around the trees, and it got in my lungs and my whole face. So I had to go get shots, and I didn't
Oh
even know I was
no.
allergic to it till then.
Yeah,
And it
because
was,
you can die from inhaling it if you're
I
allergic. Because
know,
some people
it was
are
all in my
not
chest,
allergic.
everywhere. My throat was swollen shut. It was bad, and it happened in like 20 minutes.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, it
quick.
got really bad. Like, my whole face, I couldn't see out of my eyes. Like, it got really bad really fast. And you wouldn't think from burning it, right, that it would be that potent.
Well, and yeah, and who would think that you'd be able to like inhale it from like the smoke?
Just the air, right? Like, standing 50 feet away from a burn pile, like, you wouldn't think that it would be that strong. But it was. It got me good. It really did.
Yeah, that is. Oh yeah, Hope says EpiPen for you.
But when your
All
face
right,
gets
we got
full
we
of that
gotta
itch,
get Rich and Ruby a little pack of little first aid kit.
yeah, well, I do. I have one in my backpack. I got all the good stuff, and I mean, down to band aids to, of course, like Neosporins and things like that. But I do need to add that Narcan. I never even thought about adding those. I wonder where I can get those from.
I know. I'm trying to think.
Can you get them at like
I know
Walgreens
Terry
or
was
somewhere?
talking about it too.
I
I'm
wonder if
trying
I
to
can get them
think.
from
I
Walgreens.
know it's readily available now. I'm just not sure about, because I know, like, when I worked at hotels not too terribly long ago, they were kind of stocking up on it just in case.
Wow.
Yeah, but
Oh,
Lori's
like
right.
for
Yeah, because
people?
yeah.
That's crazy that it's become, and it is a life saving tool, right? It really is. Like, and it is a good thing.
Mhm.
I've seen the shows where people go in like the bad areas of town where there's like a lot of that problems, and then they just pass them out, right? And they just
Yeah,
hand
I
it to
mean,
people
especially
randomly.
like I know all the oh, what do they call it? EMTs, and like all the medical professional, they have
So
them.
it's just
But
like a shot, right? It's just like a little shot. That's all it is.
yeah, like it's what do they
That's
call it?
weird. You
It's
just
like
give
an
yourself a
inhaler.
shot, right? Like just give yourself a shot. That's crazy.
Yeah, yeah, and it's supposed to revive you. Oddly enough, I had some neighbors that lived downstairs from me, and it was a young couple. It was pretty sad because you can kind of tell by like their demeanor that they were on H substance, and so they had to be revived. The boy did, and
Oh,
luckily we lived like there was one house by the apartments, and then on the other side was a fire station, and the young lady had enough um, sense to go running over there, and we called because we could hear her like yelling like, oh my god, oh my god. So we called, but luckily they were able to respond very quickly and save that young man's life because he was not going to make it.
oh wow, that's scary to think about. But it's a good thing
Yeah.
she reacted like that.
Yeah, well, we thought like maybe they were arguing at first because she was like, "Oh no, no," and she was like, "No," saying like she was panicking.
Mm.
But then it was like, "Oh wait, something is happening," because then you see her running out, and I thought she might have been running for her life or something, but it turns out she was running for his life, and I mean, just young kids too. It was really sad, but hopefully, it was a wake up call, if anything.
Hopefully that's what you hope, right? That one time like changes their life, right? Like makes a difference.
Yeah, I
And
think one of them is oral. Like that's what I was trying to say when I was when I was doing
oh, like
that because
one
I
of them
know.
you can just put in your mouth.
Yeah, I think it's like or it's like a nose thing too. I think something, but um, it almost reminds me of Pulp Fiction. When they
Oh
revived
wow.
that lady. But
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, that's crazy.
yeah, but I think that's how quick it works. Like I've seen it in action. I wasn't down there whenever that happened to those poor people, but oh, have
Yeah,
a good day,
it's got to work
Jamie.
fast.
Thank
You
you
know what
for
I'm saying?
coming
Because
over.
if you're an OD person, it has to work really fast, right, for it to save your life.
Exactly, because it doesn't take long for somebody, unfortunately. Yeah, it's
Like your heart can stop quick, so yeah, it has to work really, really rapidly. I would think. Like it hits your bloodstream and just like it reacts, and that's good.
right. Yeah, no, that's a good. Well, and two, that's Hope was saying too that a lot of times people will get sick from it, so you got to back up. And I remember someone saying, I think Ambulance Girl was saying that too, when we were talking about it, because it probably induces the like vomiting, so that way you can get that stuff out of your
Yeah, get
system. But
everything out of your system. Yeah.
yeah, the poor dears. I mean, I don't know. I knew a good friend that worked with me, oddly enough, at the hotel, so I was telling you guys, and he had passed away suddenly because of that, and just one of the best people, like such a sweet, good person. Didn't deserve it. It was just an addiction that nobody really even knew about, but he had lost his mama and then his dad within the same year, within like a 6 month period. And when he was going over to take care of his dad's estate, he was alone at the house, and I don't know if he relapsed because I never knew that he had an issue. um, but it happens
Yeah.
to the best people,
You hear me
and if
now?
we can save them.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. Oh,
Okay,
oh,
it's when
shoot, did
that
you drop
phone
off?
rings. Like whenever you get a phone call, I'm figuring it out now. It mutes it, and then like I have to bounce out and bounce back in for it to be able to hear again.
Oh, okay. See, that's what happened.
That's
I had
weird.
a phone
That's what
call come
happened to
in.
you earlier. You got that phone call, and then when you came back on, I could hear you, but you couldn't hear me.
Yes,
That's what
yes.
happened. Isn't that crazy how that works? And I guess that's why it stresses that you need to put it on that what you call it mode, like do not disturb.
Oh,
So that
shoot.
way it
I
won't
forgot
do
to put
that.
it on there before I came on. That's right. It did say that.
Yeah, remember it said something about do not disturb mode. I remember it asked me too on mine.
Hmm.
And I didn't think anything of it, but it does. Yeah, it asked me about do not disturb, and I should have just clicked it, but I didn't.
I
But
know. See, we don't even listen to the tutorials that we watch.
we'll learn, right? That's
What
what
were
it's
we
about
supposed
is
to
learning.
do?
It's about learning.
Hey, Rich, I think we were more focused on just like getting up here, getting the audio
Yeah.
going, and like, you know what I mean?
Like, can we at least figure out how to get up on there and then be able to see the chat, right?
Right? Yeah.
Like
We
on
were
my end, it's
troubleshooting it
different.
too. Like last night, we were like, okay, how are we going to do this? And then we're like thinking back on people. Okay, well, how did they do it? Well, how does this person do it? And we wasn't talking bad about any of these people. These are people that we watch, but we were like, but how does Terry Lynn do it? And
Yeah,
I go, I don't know. I'd call her, but I don't know if she's feeling up to talking right now, so I'm not going to bug her. But dang
it
it, if
is.
I didn't know how to do it, and
We were doing it on two phones, right? Like FaceTiming on one and Pot just turning it and let me see it, right?
yeah, and then Ruby's probably rolling her eyes like, "Can you guys please get your shit together? Because this is ridiculous.
Yeah,
If
she
you
was
guys are
like,
gonna
"What are
really
y'all
go live,
doing?"
maybe get your shit straight first."
And there's still little things that we have to learn. Like I know there's got to be a way to flip this camera around, and maybe not. I don't know, but you would think it would be because right now it's basically flipped. Like because I'm looking at my screen like I would be talking to you on FaceTime, and that's how I'm seeing it. Like I'm not pointing it the other way.
Now, do you have an option if you go into?
Like what
Okay,
I
so
see
if
on
you
the
click your
screen is
picture.
just like I don't even see the chat unless I go. Like if I go to the chat right now, it takes all the photos off the screen and just shows me the chat.
Oh,
Like I
okay.
can't see you anymore or see myself or nothing when I go on the chat.
So I was wondering, okay, so because it gave me a thing in the beginning where I could turn it either way. Like I could turn it towards the other, I could flip the camera so it said back camera or front camera, and I had to put it on front camera. Does it give you an option for that?
Yeah, you see, it doesn't give me that option because I'm not bringing you on. You're bringing me on. Like I'm pretty sure this is how
Oh,
everybody sees it. Like when you bring somebody on. Now, if I was on like a laptop or an iPad, it would probably be different. I could probably control it that way. But since I'm doing
right.
it from my phone, it's only giving me. But I see myself twice. Like I see you on the top left, and you have a little green logo underneath you, and then I'm on the right with the little green logo, and then down below me, I'm in blue with another square that says Ruby and Rich underneath it.
Oh,
It's
okay.
weird.
See,
I
because
see
all
three
I see is
pictures.
two green, and then
Yeah, I
because I
see three
changed us to green.
photos. Yeah, I'm looking at three different photos, but I'm wondering if that third photo that I'm seeing, I could somehow make that the chat.
Well, I
And I've been
think
sitting
that's
here
a
trying to figure it
thumbnail.
out, and I'm like, I don't want to push something and then hang up, right? So it's like trying to figure it out.
I know it's confusing. Like it's everybody makes it seem like look so easy. Like, oh, let me just pull this up, and this is a video.
Yeah.
Let's do a discussion. I'm
But the
like, why are
more
you
you
guys
do
doing
it,
this?
the more you're going to learn, right? The more we do it. That's what I was telling you. The more we do it, the more we're going to learn like how to do it, right?
Exactly,
Like
exactly.
I'm getting to really cheat, right? I'm getting to use your live to learn how to do my own live when I get there.
I know, but see, that's how it was with Terry because, like, when Terry brought, oh, well, and Heidi Black, she was awesome with that too because they're both like, "Girl, get up here," and then Lori was rooting for me. All the lot lizards, you guys were awesome because I was like, I don't know, I got to move next week, and I really don't want to get on there, and I don't know, my hair's messed up, don't have any makeup on. They're like, you don't have to show your face, just get your butt up here.
Yeah, it's like how do you
But
do it,
yeah, I
right?
mean,
Like
it's good though. You got to, like you said, you got to get into it, and then you'll feel more comfortable.
but we still don't know how to Oh, Hannah's aunt just responded to me. Oh Lord.
Oh,
I
okay.
don't know what she said. Hold on. Let me pause this. I'm gonna go check my message. Okay, hold on just a second.
Yeah, sure thing. Take your time. Take your
Let's
time.
see. Let's see. All right.
You want me to mute you?
Can you hear me? No, can you hear me?
I could hear you.
Okay. Here's a statement from me, her aunt. First, I want to thank you for everything you have done to help me in this search for my niece, Hannah. The volunteers, the press, and everyone. Oh wow, she's so sweet always. Let me see if there's more. Hold on, let me read. Oh my gosh, she wrote me like a whole page. The volunteers, the press, complete strangers who have shown us kindness. Your efforts has been lifelong and heartfelt and totally amazing. Yesterday, LAPD announced that Hannah was seen willingly crossing the border into Mexico. I want to be completely transparent. I was not made aware of this development until just hours before their press conference. I have not seen the footage myself, but I trust LAPD has done their dues and their diligence to confirm it was her. I want to thank you, Richard, from the bottom of my heart. My family owes you. You don't owe me nothing. For your tireless effort, your maps, and all your wonderful, kind, heartfelt words. Oh man, she's so sweet. She's gonna make me cry. Uh,
Aw, I know.
Knowing Hannah crossed the border does not provide the answers I need. It still does give me heartbreak. I feel that this is my heart is still broken. My worry for Hannah is not less, it's more. It's been 21 days since I last heard or spoke to her. The silence and the fear questions what could have been and what caused her to go to Mexico. Intended to go there. What alarms me even more is complete disconnection from her phone, her social media, her world. This is not who she is. The sake of this message sent friends and family, which have replayed in my mind thousands of times. Trying to make sense of this, I still cannot. I love Hannah with all my heart. The love drives me to keep searching for her. Everything I've done, every plea I've made, every step I'll take, it's been out of love. I will not stop until I can confirm a face to face meeting, and I hope that you will please back me and help me. Of course, I will. This has been the most painful and confusing time of my life. I felt heartbreak, frustration, and very little hope. To everyone who has supported me, simply praying for me, please keep praying for Hannah. Your kindness reminds me of me in my darkest moments. There's good people in this world. I still need help. Please continue to help me. Aw, of course I will. Keep your
Aw,
prayers
so
and
she
your
doesn't
thoughts.
feel like she had any closure, huh?
I will not stop, so please don't stop helping me. According to me, it's in a good mental state, Lori. Wow, this woman is so truly amazing woman. I'm telling you, I've been working with this aunt day by day, step by step. I have helped her with so much, right? So many maps, so many tireless nights of not sleeping, trying to Google Earth and trying to figure out a place for her to set up meetings, to pass out flyers, to buildings to search, places to search, right? Like this is truly that was so wonderful of her to send me that too, right?
Oh
It
my
makes
gosh,
it,
that was so sweet of her. Well, I mean, you've
yeah,
been
it shows
helping
me that all my
a
hard
lot.
work, right? She's thankful for everything I've done, and that's what matters, right? That's what we do this for.
Oh yeah.
And she's asking me and begging me to please keep helping her, and that's of course I will. I will never stop helping you. I get. I mean, that's not what I'm going to do because we still don't know why she crossed the border, right? We
Well,
don't know
that's why
why
you're
she's
awesome,
running.
Rich, because you don't want anything in return. You just want them to feel that kind of closure and to have the help that they deserve to have. Because every person that goes missing deserves to have that. I mean, we all do. I would want somebody. I would want my family looking for me. I wouldn't want them to be like, well, she's on. Even if I was in a bad way, I would still want them to look for me.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Of course, I would never stop. If no matter
Even
who it
if I
is,
was 50 years old.
I'm gonna keep looking no matter what till that woman till her aunt tells me, Lorene tells me I don't need your help anymore. I got my answers, right? I'm gonna keep going until she does that. Like I don't care what anybody says. Like until she is confident and happy and knows that Hannah's okay, like, I'm not going to stop. Because if I
Yeah.
do, then I'm giving up on not only her, I'm giving up on Hannah as well, right? I'm not going to do
So
that.
does that mean that they didn't find her once they saw her walk into Mexico?
That no, they're saying that she willingly crossed the border on her own. She is a grown up. There's no need for us to be looking for her. That's what they're saying.
Oh.
But what her aunt is saying is there has to be something more involved until I can get a face to face with Hannah and she explains to me, "Hey, I just want to be left alone. Leave me alone." Okay, then that's what she's saying. Once I get that, I'll leave her be, right? But until then, I'm going to continue to search. And she knows that I'm never going to give up. This woman knows me so well by now. I've been talking to her for 20 something days every day. And I
Yeah,
mean,
and she obviously thinks something's up.
I've gone out of my way. I have, invested my time and my, like, just basically to help her, right? Like, I'm doing this because she needs somebody to support her 1000%, regardless of trolls, drama, whatever it may be, right? She
Yeah.
still
Well, we
needs
know
to
there's plenty
know
of
she
them
can
guys out.
count on someone. She needs to count on someone. At least she's trusting in LAPD, right? At least she's trusting their opinion on it. But to find out that she was not made aware of Hannah going across the border until 2 hours before the press conference,
Yeah.
that's scary. Like, this is a woman that reported her missing. Like,
Do
she
you
should have
think
been the
it's
first one to get
possible
those
that it was
answers.
because, like, maybe they were afraid she would tip? No, but if
Yeah,
they're not,
like
if they're
I'll
not going to
I'll
look for her,
share
they're not
this.
going to look for her.
Like, I'll ask her. I'll text her back in a little bit and ask her if I can share this, right? And then you can post this long. I'm telling you, it's a long message. And like, you could post it up there so people realize, hey, I'm doing this to help anyone. It doesn't matter who they are, if they're a runaway, if they're missing, or whatever the case may be. I mean, when somebody reaches out, I'm gonna help them no matter what, no matter if they're across the world or not, right?
Love you so much, Brown. You take care of yourself and you let us know what happens, okay? You got people that got your back.
Oh, thank you so much. I mean, I'm always going to, because you never know who it's gonna be. It could be any one of us that this happens to, right? So,
Oh,
because
absolutely. And if she wants to come on, we can set up a special interview live or we can set up a special private interview and I can edit it out.
yeah, that's what
And
I'll talk to her
that
about
way she
tonight,
can
this
plead or
afternoon.
say what she wants to say.
Well, see, I got the phone call a while ago, remember, but I didn't recognize the number because I think she called me from the sister's phone. So,
Oh,
and I
okay.
have her
Yeah.
number, and then right after that,
Yeah.
like a couple of minutes later, I got the message. So I'm thinking that she probably tried calling me from the sister's phone to thank me and like over the phone. But I mean, it doesn't matter. She doesn't have to thank me. I'm here to help no matter what. I don't need a thank you. I don't do this for a thank you, right? It's not what I do it
Right.
for.
You just wanted to know that everybody was good. Yeah.
I want her to get the answers that she needs, right? Because she feels like something is wrong. So until she feels safe or feels okay with the answer, like, why should I stop, right? Like, me and Ruby aren't going to stop. We don't stop because somebody comes out and says she crossed the border willingly. But there's still a reason. Why the text messages? Why all the messages of somebody is stealing my identity, somebody stealing my money? I trusted this person. Why all the weird things that happen? Why trying to get to the airport, trying to buy a ticket so many times, like going to the airport 4 or 5 different times, like trying to find a flight? That tells me something. Like,
Absolutely.
was she so trying so hard to get away from this person and get back home? Like, we don't know if she crossed that border, like, what they had done to this woman to make her cross that border. We don't know if she was being coached. There's so many ways that people can do things. Like, they can say, "Oh, we have a family member. If you don't do this, then this will happen." Like, we don't know. We got to look at all possibilities, right?
Absolutely.
Like, who's to say that? Okay, that'd be like me and you, right? Okay, say I need you to go across the border to Mexico, but you don't want to go willingly, and I know you're not going to go willingly. So I say, hey, I have your child. If you don't do this right here, like, you'll never see your child. Like, you're going to do it, right?
Oh God, yeah, I'll do anything they
Okay,
want me
so
to
how do
do if
we
they have my
know
child.
that that didn't happen? How do we know that that's not what's going on? Like, you see
Yeah,
how I think
exactly. Well,
now? I
and
I
that's the
think
thing. They do like to trick They like to be tricky about it too.
Yeah,
I mean, they're not
and
good
that's
people
why I
when
hate
they're involved
speculation.
like that.
I hate speculation because we don't know the truth. And we don't know what people will do. People can seriously play mind games with people. Yeah, you see that in the movies, but it also happens in real life. And we don't know what was said to this woman to make her go across the border on foot with luggage. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, why was she trying to get home and then all of a sudden, the very next day, just decide to go across the border and then not be heard from again?
Right, and she was
Like, she's
excited
sending
about
messages
going.
up to that point. She's sending all kinds of messages to family and friends up to that point, right? She's posting on her Instagram. She's doing all these things. And then all of a sudden, the last time we hear from her is the day that she crosses the border. So did they take her phone away from her? Do they have her somewhere? Like, and that's what I understand where her aunt is coming from. It's probably scary as heck, right? Until she gets the face to face that she so needs. Like, you know,
Terrifying.
if you want to tell her face to face, hey, I just need to figure my life out. I got a lot on my mind. I just need to take a break from life, right? I just need to go sit over here and figure myself out. Okay, well, if you tell me that, okay, then I respect your privacy, right? Like, I'll
Right.
leave you
Oh
be.
yeah.
But until we get that, I understand her point. Like, and there's no way I would bend over backwards for anyone that's out there. It doesn't matter. I mean,
Well, and Sandy, thank you so much for posting that description. So anybody, I'm just gonna read this really quick, Rich, before we get back into Hannah. But it says, please send any information over about a Nissan Altima or any information on the disappearance, of Sebastian to
yeah,
most wanted at manhunts.one and or now I'm gonna butcher Nick the Hat's last name, but Hatzifaustau. I hope I didn't do too badly at gmail.com. But it's HATZIEFSTAPHIOU at gmail.com. Okay, guys, or feel free to screenshot that. And as a matter of fact, let me grab it.
yeah. It's just times like this when you feel like that what you do is for a good cause, right? Like what I'm doing is for a cause. If I'm able to help this woman in any way, right, then it's worth it. It's worth every bit of it that we do.
She just seems like such a sweetheart. She seems like
She
such,
is a
if she
very
wants to
sweet
say
woman,
anything
right?
she wants. And if any trolls come in here, we got Sandy, who is like ready to kick some butt. We got Lori. Um, we got Hey Jude. I mean, these ladies are ready. I wish I could put my little troll and the little fencer guy in there because these
Yeah, and
ladies are ready. They
it
don't play,
makes
they're
you,
lot lizards. They know all about trolls.
yeah, it makes you try to figure out why she did this, right? That's what we want to know, why. Like why so fast? Because now that we know that she crossed that border the very next day after she was last seen at the airport trying to get a ticket, like it's I don't know, it just gives us different, it just strikes me as odd, I guess I can say, right?
It just
Because
doesn't add up.
it doesn't add up. You're
Well,
right,
Lori, I just know
100%.
that I can trust you. So I just need people close that I can trust because I know.
Yeah,
But don't
I
feel
mean,
like you have to, do anything.
it's
I'm
like
just
you
being,
want to know, like,
I'm being
God, you
clear.
just want to know, like, okay, what caused her to do this? Was it her own free will, or was she forced to do this? Like, that's where, man, oh man, that's what gets me, like, because we don't know.
Well,
And
thank you for sharing too.
oh, no problem,
Well, absolutely, Lori, you're my buddy.
no problem at all. And the thing is that like it's so different, I guess, when you work, and that's why I always say I like to work with the family, right? Any one person, just that way I feel like if I do something or if I say something about the family member, that it's okay because they're supporting me, right? I don't ever want to talk about somebody without having their support because it's not fair.
Well, yeah, and like you said, it's delicate because you don't know if somebody doesn't want to talk anymore, then it's like you don't want to push them when they're already in such a bad situation or just,
Yeah, and
going
that's how I
through it,
felt
going through it.
yesterday. I felt like that yesterday because I felt like she had she had been pressured or trolled so much that she felt like she needed to pause that Facebook page, right? Like that's sad when you're trying to search for somebody and all these negative people start flying out of nowhere. And it's like, would y'all just please stop? You know, in her head, she's thinking, just please stop. Just please be kind hearted, right? Like, that's all we need to be in a case like this or any case. Just be
I
kind hearted
agree.
and respect the family.
And why do
But
you have to be ugly? Like, I don't understand why people gotta be ugly like that. How come you can't just let her say what she's gonna say, even if you think it's misinformation? That's
yep,
still her aunt. That's still her family member.
yep.
You
And
know?
it is like, man, oh man, it's just tough because we don't know, you know. And I have been on this case since day one, and I've always felt like I even told you, remember a few days ago, I said there's going to be some twists in this thing. I feel it. Like I had done enough research and had enough people on the ground over there that I knew there was probably going to be some little twists in this thing. Whether they were going to be good twists or bad twists, well, I didn't know that yet. But I did feel like no way it's going to go on this long and somebody's not going to dig it up, right? Somebody's not going to get us some kind of little break. There's got to be. There's too many cameras in our world today for them, and that's what proved this case right here was cameras. So it's a camera at a bus stop that crossed the border and all the checkpoint cameras. That's what proved that she willingly walked over. Well, they say willingly. I mean, we don't know, but
Mm.
willingly she walked with her luggage from that bus across that border, which means she had to show passport. Which means why did it take so long? When you run a person's passport, it should have automatically showed you the last place she was, the last time her passport was stamped, right? They should have known
Yeah.
automatically that on the 12th, she crossed the border in Mexico from LA. They should have known that. And this would have been done the first day.
Well, what's
Like,
weird is it's a multi-state investigation, so and now it's international. Wouldn't they at least go check her and make sure she's all good, like that she's not being
and they
drugged, or
might have.
excuse me,
They
rugged,
might
that she's
have.
not being trafficked.
They might have. They might have already done that. And she might have said, just leave me alone, right? And that they, like I
Oh,
told you, they probably did that before they did
yeah.
that press conference. They probably had somehow reached out to her one way, some way or another, and talked and spoke with her to make sure the willingness check was okay. And she could have told them, "I just want to be left alone." Okay, well, she's 31. You got to leave her alone, right?
31.
Like she probably said, "I didn't tell them to report me missing, or I didn't do this or that." You know, we don't know what happened, but I'm pretty sure they reached out because she was considered missing and endangered. So
Right.
they checked the passport, I'm sure, and
Hey,
that's probably what
Joe.
led them to that border. As soon as they pinged the passport, it pinged up, and during the holidays, it might have taken a little longer to ping, but they knew that she crossed that border by the passport.
Right,
So
exactly. It's hard to get away with, like, even on a Greyhound bus. I mean, shoot, look at Gypsy Rose. They caught her butt on a
you
Greyhound.
can't go anywhere nowadays without being tracked. Yeah,
No,
especially
not
when
with
you're
all the
considered
cameras.
a missing person, like endangered missing person. That's why I know that her if she'd have went an hour after she was reported missing and endangered, that passport would have pinged as soon as she tried to cross that border, and they would have held her there. Like they would not have let her leave until somebody, LAPD, reached out, right? Because they'd have been like, "Sorry, you're endangered. You're missing. We need to confirm this, right, with LAPD." But it's just I
Do
don't
we
know what's
know a
going to
lot
come
about
about
her
it.
cell phone data? Like, did she have an iPhone?
Yeah, she had an iPhone. She had all her data. She posted. Well, that was the thing. She was still posting photos from the LeBron James show on her Instagram.
Oh, right. Yes, you said that. You told me.
She
Okay,
just wasn't
now I
answering the
remember.
family back like she was answering them, but not like it came out that she did reply that she trusted this person she thought she loved, and that was to a friend.
Mhm.
And they tricked her, right? So then everybody started saying, okay, they tricked you, they took all your money, then this is bad, right? This is bad. And so then, of course, the family springs into action. Like,
Welcome
this is
back
really
home.
bad. Like, they just took all her funds, they just took everything. But the thing that they didn't know was that the night she had left that airport at whatever time it was, 10, 11 p.m., when she was last seen on camera, She got on a bus like within 12 hours and went to Mexico.
Yeah, that was quick. I mean, that's what we were talking about, or that was fast,
She did it. Okay, she did it. Maybe she got wind that they were going to report her missing because she wasn't responding. And she knew if she didn't go then, that her passport would be flagged, right? So
Right.
she probably took it upon herself to go ahead across the border that day. But that's why I asked the question in the very beginning. Did she have her luggage with her when she left the airport? And nobody would give me the answer. And I'm like,
Mm.
did she leave with
See,
luggage? Did she actually go get her
and
luggage
how
out
hard
of
is
there?
that to answer? How hard is it? It's
Because
like yes or no.
if she took her luggage, then most likely she was doing that willingly.
Right.
Okay, because
Yeah,
she had
because
all her cameras,
yeah,
she had
she was getting her
all her stuff.
stuff and
Yeah, she had all her stuff in those suitcases. She had all her stuff for that gig in New York, all her cameras, all her stuff, all her electronics. Everything was in that luggage.
right. Oh
So
my,
now
and
it's
that would
just
have
a
been your
wonder
prized
of
possession, right? If that's what you do your art with, is your cameras and stuff.
yeah, and like that stuff's not cheap, right? And that's what I told them in the beginning. I said, did she have her luggage? If she had her luggage, y'all need to be checking every pawn shop, every freaking resale shop, and try to find those cameras. Because if
Right.
somebody did take her unwillingly, like to take her like that, then they sold all her stuff anyway. And I did make all these points up on day one. It's just nobody seemed to like take them except for the aunt. And I know she was trying, bless her heart, and she had family still flying in, friends flying in daily, trying to build things. And she was asking me, I read some of those messages where she asked me what would be a good meeting area to pass out flyers and like a good area to set up. And it's hard when you don't know nothing about downtown LA.
Oh, I know, right?
It's tough
Exactly. And
because
that
you don't
it
know
was
where to
looking
set
rough
up.
over there. I mean, it was all tagged, everything was all tagged up around there. And I mean,
Yeah. And
I
then
think
she
those
was
people
sending
are
me
talented
messages
that can
like,
tag stuff, but I'm just saying it's still.
yeah, because she knew my head was not, she knew I wasn't paying no mind to the trolls. And I told her that from the beginning. And that's why she had sent me that one message that she wished she could give me a hug. And I know she probably needed the biggest hug right during all this. But I mean, her whole thing is that she just wants to talk to Hannah face to face to find out what's going on. So if there's any
Yeah.
doubt, right, then you have to still help. You have to.
You know,
And I'm
Sandy, I
sorry.
haven't heard from Hey Jude, and I was gonna try to get her on Facebook because I hope
Yeah,
she's
like,
all
okay,
good.
the Facebook is now private, right? The Hannah Facebook page,
Yep,
the
is
aunt,
all
like,
private.
yeah,
Yeah.
Lorraine put it on private because she was tired of the trolls, right? Hold on, I'm gonna pull this thing back up real quick. I'm gonna send her a quick message. Hold on, just a second, okay?
Yeah, no worries, no worries. And Tony, I'm not sure how to do any kinds of like modding from this platform here. I'm still kind of learning it, but like Sandy has been, I think Sandy was one of my first subscribers. I want to say you were, Sandy, because I remember you from like the very beginning, but like that was back in March. Um, but yeah, it's just like, so I'm so happy that you're here though, Tony. Rich speaks very highly of you, so I'm glad to have you. Once I can figure everything out, but a lot of like Lori's a lot lizard, so I've known her for a very long time with Terry Lynn so far. Um, did she ever find,
Yeah.
you know, I hate to speculate, but I think she probably has a pretty good idea. She's a Terry Lynn. There's not a whole lot that gets past Terry Lynn. Let's just put it that way. she's she's something else. She is something else. So yeah, I think she does. I think she knows who did it, but I don't want to name anybody because I'm not 100% on that.
Yeah. I'm just texting her back.
Glad that she contacted you, so that way I'm so glad you guys were able to connect. Because yeah, that's got to be the most frustrating thing in the world, that you have to take down a Facebook page that you want to spread awareness on because people don't know how to come in and at least, if they can't say nothing nice, don't say anything at all, but don't harass people. I mean, that's the worst. Yeah,
Yeah, that's
see.
just, man. I just feel so bad because you just don't know, right? Like, it's not knowing. This is the thing that's getting me because regardless of what we're hearing now, we still don't know if this was all willingly or not willingly.
Oh, good, Joe. I'm glad you found us. I'm glad you found us.
How many people are in there now?
Well, we got 10, but we keep kind of
We got
fluctuating.
10. We got the 10 Musketeers in there. Good job. It's better than the
Yeah,
three Musketeers, huh?
that's what I'm talking about. It's great.
It don't
Well,
matter
I
if we
went
have
ahead and tried to
one.
post it on my community tab, so that brought
Well, I
a couple
couldn't get it
people
on
in.
mine because I couldn't get a video up, like to post to tell them I was here.
I was like, "Hey guys, we went live again. You could actually hear us this time."
Like if I could have made a short video, like and let them know I was here, they would have been here. But I mean, I did reach out to a few of them on old comments, hoping that they would check them, but I don't know if they did or not.
I know it's hard to tell because there's ones like I'll get notifications for some people's comments, but like shout out to MN Mom. She said happy Thanksgiving to me, and then I didn't get it till 2 days later, and I felt so bad because I love that lady. She's awesome. And I was like, oh well dang. And so I was like, happy Thanksgiving and everything, but it was like 2 days late. But I thought I had gone through all my comments because I always try to at least heart something or say something or either one. Or like people put prayer hands and hearts, and I'll put prayer hands and hearts sometimes, just match it what they wrote. But oh, Terry is like she would give you the shirt off her back. She would give you yard signs. She just wants to spread awareness, and she made a promise to Sebastian, is what she
Hear
always
me?
says, and I believe her. I mean, she lives out in the area, she knows it well. Um, you know, and one of these days I'm gonna get my butt down there and I'll have to put her on. She's gonna have to ride piggyback or something. That's what I keep telling her anyway. I'm like, don't worry,
Piggyback.
Terry, I'll just carry. You can
Oh, you
just
talking
ride
about Tay
piggyback
Lynn?
if you need to.
Hey, you can hear me, right?
I can hear you.
Okay, good. Oh, I didn't know because I got a phone call again, and so I know it mutes it when I do that.
You thought maybe you were kicked off.
I thought no, I thought I was just going to be able to hear you, but you weren't going to be able to hear me. Like an hour ago earlier, I was sitting there trying to talk for an hour and nobody heard me.
Oh, how funny. Oh my gosh. Well, that's what I was thinking. I was like, I can't believe if he was sitting there trying to talk, I felt so
Yeah.
bad. I'm like, oh,
Well, because if you answer your phone, it mutes me,
no,
right?
and
Like
I
it's
didn't
not
know
call
that. And
waiting
like
on.
it started spinning. So I was like, oh no, we're like, we both had circles at the one time, but I didn't realize it was going to affect you. I thought it would just pop you back on, but it didn't.
Well, the only reason I learned it is because I got that phone call before you did. And then I'm sitting there saying, hey, can you hear me? Can you hear me? And then you weren't saying anything. And I was like, I started talking a little BS to see if maybe you were just ignoring me. And then you didn't say nothing. I said, well, she really can't hear me.
Rich starts using profanity. Can anybody
No,
hear
I
me?
didn't
No.
use that
Okay.
bad
Nobody.
words, but I don't say many of those. Sometimes if I get upset, I do, but I don't really, you could go watch any of my videos. I might have said it, maybe probably count them on one hand, how many times I've said it. And it's really only been over the Sebastian case that I've even said it anyway.
Right, I
Because
know.
it
Well, and
frustrates
like I
me.
told you, it's so hard for me to focus on other ones because especially because I feel like I was so behind for a minute. And then all this new information coming out and stuff. I wonder if there's a color. Does anybody know if there's a color for that Nissan Altima? Like if
Okay,
it
now
was a
there's a
red
car
car, if it
involved?
was yellow, well, yellow, that would be great because then
What do you
the
mean
light
there's a
doesn't work.
car?
But white, red, black, whatever.
They're saying there's a car involved now?
Yeah, so Nick posted something here, and then Sandy was kind enough to share it.
Okay, well, if you're close enough to get the car, then they got the tag number, right?
They got it. I was gonna. That would be even better. The tag number, but even
Well, it's
a
on a camera
color.
somewhere, a traffic camera somewhere. Somewhere there's a. You think law enforcement? They would have already vetted that, I would think.
Well, if they would try harder. No, that's terrible.
Oh heck! If
But
they
no, it
thought there
says.
was a possible car, they would have pulled every traffic camera in that area and got that license plate.
Well, it says Nissan Altima or any information on the disappearance of Sebastian to most wanted at manhunt.one. Isn't now is that the one for America's Most Wanted, like John
No, that's
Walsh, or is
Dog's
that
thing,
one?
right? That's Dog's tip line, I think.
Okay, that's Dog's tip line. Okay, I was
I
like, well, I've
believe.
heard that
Don't
one
hold
before.
me
Okay,
to
yeah,
that,
yeah,
but
yeah. You're
I
right. I'm
believe.
sorry.
I believe that that's Dog's tip line. I believe. I could be wrong, but
Aw, Minnie.
call it and find out, right?
Yeah, really. Oh gosh. I'll tell
Let's
them about
dial
the
it.
ding dingaling song that I was talking about earlier. But like, you guys want to hear some shit?
And
I'll
I
send
mean,
you
you
some.
see how easy this was for them to pull all these cameras in this Hannah
Bye,
case. Like
Lori.
it could have
Thank
been the same
you.
thing done there.
Love you, friend. I'm sorry, Rich. What did you say?
I'm saying, like, see how easy they pulled all these cameras. See how many times this woman was seen on camera. Like they could have done the same thing in the Sebastian. They could have pulled every traffic camera, every damn ATM machine, every grocery store foot. They could have pulled every camera in that town, and that window of what they thought between midnight or 10 p.m. and 6 a.m. And they would have had every vehicle that traveled through that town and the license plates numbers. Like that's why I didn't understand why they don't do that.
Yeah, and I wonder if it's just because they're like keeping it close to the vest, like Sandy says, because like there's so
Yeah, there
little
could be.
information. I thought about that too. Like there's so little information that maybe it's
They're just
like
not releasing the
they
information.
don't want
There's
to release a
information
bit of
there.
it.
You could tell by Eric Craddock's face they have something. You see how guarded he was in those interviews? Like he was guarded in that interview with Nick Barris.
He
That
certainly
means he's
was, and
holding
like his
something
eyes
that he
get
just
big, you know,
can't
when you can
tell.
tell, you can read. Like his problem is you can tell by his facial expressions, and I have the
Yeah, you
same
can
thing, so
read
I'm
it
not
that he's
knocking him.
holding something, right?
But
He's
it's
holding
hard for me.
something
Like if
there.
I'm shocked, my eyeballs get all big, and I'm like, what? And
Ah,
like, you
damn
know,
it.
so I don't have a good poker face.
You just never know. That's right. That's good though. That means you're an honest person.
See, the Nissan Altima. I'm trying to think. It's
Nissan
like
Altima, like what year? That's going to determine body styles change every 4 years. So what year is it?
true that, like body and color,
They
and
do have a
year.
color?
And yeah, no color, just Nissan Altima. They didn't do
Well,
squat.
that's kind of okay. Well, if they know that there's a Nissan Altima involved, they have a color and everything. I mean, look at the Brian Koberger case. Look how they caught his car on a gas station camera and then a ring camera. Like, there's so much technology out there available. You can't tell me they didn't have that car on some camera, even if it wasn't in that neighborhood. It was at the next light pole or the next gas station or the next somewhere. They caught that car or trash truck or whatever that was or Tinkerbell. They caught that. They did.
Yeah.
I mean, they're not going to tell us. I get it. They're not going to tell us. But, like, I just wonder where this information is coming from. Is this coming from LE, TBI, FBI? Like,
Well,
this
I'm thinking it
information is.
came from like the at night, like intelligence agents. So I'm wondering if it was like,
Is that a YouTuber?
well, it's the company that it's like affiliated with Dog and Nick.
Oh, okay. So it's
Yeah,
not
they're
like a
called At
TBI or anything
Night
like that.
Media
Okay, I get it. So it's not like coming from like law enforcement at all.
or At Night Intelligence Agency, I believe it is.
Yeah, but it's not coming from law enforcement. It's coming from something besides law enforcement or TBI or FBI. That's what I mean. It's not vetted, right? It's not vetted. It's not put out by Craddock or one of them, right? They're not coming out saying, look for this vehicle or look for these people.
No,
Okay.
according to the post, it looks like it's just coming from the or the intelligence agency at this
Okay,
point,
so
but I
it's
could be
not. Yeah,
wrong.
it's not coming from like the people doing the investigation, like the LE side of it or the law enforcement side of it, basically. Yeah,
I
that's what
mean,
makes
I've
it
heard
hard,
about
right?
the Nissan Altima before too.
See,
I
wasn't
thought I heard something about that, but I wasn't.
no, it was the car in the sheriff, the pre-recorded Amber Alert. Remember, they said vehicle was involved, but that's just the recording.
Oh, that was like the day, like the in
That's
the
just
very
that
beginning.
sheriff guy that makes those pre-recorded messages, and you go in and put the kid's name. If there was a vehicle involved, you put the vehicle and the license plate. And
Yes, I know
if you
now.
don't put a vehicle and license plate, it's just going to say unidentified vehicle involved, right? It's like an Amber Alert. And that's on every Amber Alert. Most of the people just take them out, right? They take out that
Right?
stuff if there's
Yeah.
not a car involved. So that way they don't have to worry about that car being in there. And I think what it was somebody went online and pulled that one up off of that sheriff's, retired sheriff's page, and just played it and then like ran with it, saying, "Oh, there was a car." Like, that was never intentional to be put out, or it would have been put out on the original Amber Alert. That's why I knew that was fake. Like, I knew that was fake 100%.
Well,
Like,
yeah,
there's
and
no
then
way
Sandy
that's
says
real.
correct. Craddock doesn't even have a working tip line, and that makes me wonder too. Like, what
Who
the
doesn't have
heck?
a working tip line?
I mean, I like to call it just to see.
I'm telling you, Dog put his tip line on that video that he just made a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, he did.
It was on there. I
They
have it
put one
written
out on
down
the
somewhere.
last statement they did too. They were like they put all of the information, TVI Sumner, and then it
Yeah,
was
you know me.
alternatively dog.
You know me. I could find a phone number if I had to. It's like
Well, hell
last night when
yeah,
you couldn't find the phone
no
number.
doubt, no doubt.
I mean, there's always a number for something. Like,
Rich is like, I've got his phone, his email,
yeah, I
his
got anything
mama's
you need. What you
address. No,
need,
I'm just
I'll give
kidding.
it to you right now. Like, it's just
I know where his
about
dad
doing your
lives.
research. Do your research, right? That's what we always say. Do your research.
I mean, that's the biggest thing. That is the biggest
It's
thing.
don't talk
What
until you've
Karen
done the
said.
research. Don't come out there and talk out of the wrong hole until you have the information. Because
The
that's how
Dollar
things get
General one.
started.
Okay.
And I don't want to be, it's like, I don't want my channel to be rubbed the wrong way like that.
Well, I don't blame you. I always try to produce receipts because I don't want you guys to think that I'm ever gonna like make some stuff up just to get you guys in here and hype you guys up. I don't want.
Yeah.
That's not my That's
That's
not
not
my
your
end
cup of
game
tea,
or my
right? That's not
motive
who
or
you are.
whatever.
Yeah, that's not who you are.
I'd rather have you guys trust us, like, hey, Rich and I have some breaking stuff. Like if I put breaking on my video or something or special interview or something like that, then that means that
That is
that
some
it's
good stuff.
yeah, I got something for you guys. I'm not gonna just bring you guys in here and just be like, okay, well, we're gonna shoot the shit
Well,
now, and
I think I have
no,
one
no, no,
video.
no, no, no.
I think I have one video out of 200 and some videos that has breaking on it. Or I don't even think it was breaking. I think it was like major update or something. I don't even think I used breaking. Because breaking
Well, and
news means,
sometimes if you're like the first one to break a case too, I mean, on YouTube, like I mean, I would do that too. I'm just like I was telling Rich, I'm just always so focused on like what's going on with Sebastian. That's why I love that he brought in Hannah's case because I it's a
yeah, it
very
gives you a little
interesting case,
break.
and I don't think it's over yet. I think there's some other things that, and especially if her family wants to
Yeah,
make
and you brought it
sure
up
that
at the
she's
perfect
okay.
time. Like, all the new developments were coming when you started talking about it, right? Like, that's perfect for your channel. Like, all the new
Yeah.
info kind of press conference came out yesterday, and then I get the message a while ago, and it's like all that is like coming out when you're first talking about the case. And that's the good thing about it is we can put out like facts, right? We just put out facts from the actual family member that's running the whole entire search team. So we know now her thoughts on it, right? We know law enforcement's thoughts and we know the family's thoughts.
Exactly.
And that's the good thing about why I always say try to work with a family member if you can, right? Because that way I'm not coming out here saying something that I don't know.
Well,
That's
and
the,
the one thing is too is that you lose trust in people too, because then they're like, well, is it really, or should I, and there might be somebody else that they just like to listen to better, and they're gonna go over there because they're gonna be like, they've already said, like, you know that it
They're
was
gonna go
making
look
things
at
bigger
it,
than it
right?
is, and that sort
They're
of thing.
gonna get that click and that view because they're the ones breaking it. But then when they realize that, oh, this is not put out by law enforcement. Oh, and then they're gonna just like, that's it, they're done. And the next time they try to do something like that, they're gonna be like, oh, I'm not going to that channel because it's probably something that's not put out by law enforcement, right? Like people want to know the
That's
facts. They
true.
don't want to know speculation. They want to know the
Yeah.
truth, and that's what we fight for: is the truth and for justice.
Well, and I might put something out if I like, if I found it on my own and I thought it was really good, but I would never be like, hey, this is true or whatever, because like if it didn't come from like, I mean, if it didn't come from Craddock's mouth, I mean, he's the sheriff there. If it didn't come from like Susan Nyland, if
TBI
it,
or any of them, yeah.
yeah, TVA, I'm not gonna say that
But if
it's
it comes
bad,
from one of
I mean,
them, if it comes from one of them and you get it first, yeah, that put it out right away. But if it doesn't come from one of them main people in handling the case, then it's too hard to put it out and not know. Like I would just say, like I did the other day when that came out. Remember, I told all my people in that short video, hey, y'all go check it out for yourself because I haven't checked it. I don't know if it's vetted. I don't know anything about it. I'm not going to sit up here and say it is when I don't know. Like, y'all go get y'all's own opinion on it, right? Like, I'm not going to cover it when I don't know.
well, and especially lately, like with Sandy saying, like, always use allegedly, in my opinion. And I've had to really work on doing that too, because, I don't want people to be like, oh, what she says is true, and then like run with it. And then what we find out 2 days later that, part of it was wrong, or I got,
Yeah.
I
And
try to
I say
really
that on
watch
every
my
video.
sources.
I
I
say
try
that
real
before
hard.
every video, and I say it 100 times before every video. I mean, no matter if I know that it's coming from the family or not, I still say that to get in the habit of saying it. So that way, I'm always
Yeah.
gonna double protect myself, and I don't nothing comes back on me for one word being off or one little thing being not correct, or you know what I mean. Like I don't want to have to deal with any of that drama or anything because I didn't say allegedly, in my opinion. Even though, like, I usually try not to put anything out unless I've grabbed it from the family, like, or
Exactly.
unless I know it's from LAPD or LE or TBI or FBI, like, you know, because if you get known for talking facts, then people are going to come to you that want to know facts.
Oh,
And
definitely.
that's
Yeah,
how
you'll
I
gain
see it.
people's trust better with that than.
Yeah, you want speculation, you can go to a lot of channels and get speculation, right?
Oh
But when you
yeah.
go to get news, like good news, what do? You go to CNN, Court TV, Nancy Grace. Like when you want to go get facts, you go to the big dogs. Like, because they're not going to throw that out there, most likely.
Yeah, that's the truth. That's the truth.
Yeah. And I mean, shout out to all of them. They do cover things. Now, they're not as quick as usually YouTube or, social media like that. They're usually a little slower because they do their research, right? Extensive research before they talk about it.
Well, and if you can show a receipt for something, like I mean, like if I could find some good proof and that corroborates what I'm saying, but I still try to put it out there to be like, well, this is what I found, and this is,
Yeah.
yeah, it's
Like,
it's
this is what
tough.
I
It's a
found. And
slippery. It's a
yeah,
little tricky sometimes.
you just got to make sure that it's something that is not old. Like, I think a lot of this stuff about the slicker and the white shoes, I think that came out like months ago, actually. And it didn't really make headway. And now it's coming out again, maybe. I don't know. Because now that
Well, and
there's
I
more
think they're going
people.
over the case again. Like,
Well, no,
I think
yeah,
they're
it's because everybody's
redoing.
not scared anymore of getting hit with cease and desist. So now everybody can talk about it. Which, if they would have been able to talk about this
That's
from day
possible.
one, we might have a lot more answers by now.
That's
And
very
people wouldn't have got
possible.
silenced. People got silenced, and these big channels they weren't going to talk about it because they didn't want to get hit with something. They're like, why would I go talk about a missing child that needs to be found if I'm going to get hit by somebody?
Well,
Like
and I
they're going to.
really think that the Krama channels really ruined it for a lot of us too, because
Ooh, they did, but they got a few videos with a lot of clicks and views. But those videos are done gone now. So like, where are you getting them from now, right?
Yeah,
Now you just
that's
got a
true.
name for people who aren't going to go to your channel for news. Like that, they only hurt themselves in the long run. Might be good for the moment, but it's bad for the future.
Yeah, I agree. Or they just have people that really don't care and they don't mind
Oh
if
yeah,
you're
there's some of them
discussing.
that just don't. They feed off of negativity. There is some that are like that. I get it, but and they think that drama is gonna get their clicks and views, right? And that's fine. If they're getting their clicks and views from drama, then I guess they're gonna do what they're gonna do.
Yeah,
But
absolutely. Well, you can't stop people from doing what they're going to do. You know what? I don't want to tell anybody how to run their channel because I don't want people, tell me how to
yeah,
run my channel. But I like to hear feedback and advice all the time. I don't mind that at all.
yeah. Can you believe you've almost been on live for 6 hours?
I know. Oh my gosh, I'm going to have to get off and feed my dog. And well, he had already had breakfast, but I mean, probably take him for a walk. He's still sleeping though.
That's what I'm saying. Are
He
you
didn't.
gonna come back on later or what? I got to go do some stuff too. I got to go check some emails and stuff. But are you gonna
Yeah,
come back on
absolutely.
later or what?
Yeah, for sure, for
I'm gonna
sure.
try to get some more updates on Hannah from the aunt. I'm gonna call her back and visit with her and see what else I can get and see if maybe she'll be willing to come up later and like
Yeah,
visit, like on the
I would
channel or
love to
whatever.
have her. Like, and if she wants to, like if she doesn't want to come up live, she can always we can always like interview her separately and then play it, and I can
Yeah,
figure out how to
yeah,
do
yeah.
it.
I know that. Like that's what I was thinking. Like I could do it like I can do it basically. I'll figure it out. I think that if she wants to talk, like she'll come up, right? If she's at a point to where she just doesn't want to deal with anything right now, but finding Hannah and getting that face to face, then she might not want to. But I at
Right.
least need to phone call her back and visit with her a little bit and see because I usually do speak with her every day, so I need to
Yeah, and
get
she
that
doesn't
done.
have to
And
like
then
she can use her avatar. She can use a picture of Hannah, and then also let her know that we won't let anybody troll her in here. Like
oh
she
yeah,
has
I'll
the
let her know.
stage,
Like you
and
you
we'll
can't block them all, but like if they come in, like it's gonna be so fast usually, and especially if she's doing an interview, she's not gonna be worried about what's going on in the chat room, right? Because like
good
me, I
for
can't
her.
see it.
That's
Like I
amazing.
can't view it. I can't view it without going to it, right? I can't just sit here and see it right now, so I wouldn't know what anybody's saying.
Well, and I think the very least we can do is just have compassion for her and Hannah's situation, and put her favorite color hearts in the chat, put our prayer hands up, say prayers for her, and all get together and do that at the very least. That's the least we can all do. And like, if people want to take what they want from the interview, that's fine. But when she's up, I just think that she deserves to have the floor and say what she needs to say to get like that information that's important to her about Hannah out, because
Yeah.
that's what really would make her feel better, knowing that at least she's able to have a voice for her niece that she loves very much, obviously.
Cool. Well, yeah. But thanks you so much, sir, for having me. I'm just gonna hop off for a little bit,
Yeah.
and then I'll message you when I'm free again. Like here, probably it probably won't be more than an hour. Is all I need.
All
So if
right.
you
I
feel
know
like
you're
coming
quick.
back on in an hour,
I'm
then
gonna try to take my dog out to the dog park, and
okay,
but
cool.
yeah.
Well, do it. Yeah, do whatever you're gonna do. Thank y'all for all the wonderful chat room and comments, and I hope that y'all had fun today, and I hope we learned a little bit of stuff today. And like from my end, of course, this is all my opinion, not to reflect on your channel. It's just my thoughts and my opinion, allegedly, right? And I don't think we really discussed anything that's not already out there. So I
No,
think,
I don't think so. And I mean, we can always correct the misinformation. I would pin a comment if there was something that we found out that wasn't correct or something. I don't have a problem ever doing that and saying, "Hey, we made a
oh
mistake,"
yeah,
or
correct it, of
what
course,
have
yeah,
you.
definitely correct it, right? So
Yes.
all right. Well, thank you for having me. I'll get off now and
Thank
let
you,
you end
Rich.
your
Thank
live. And
you.
then
Thanks,
this,
Ruby.
yeah. Oh, we appreciate y'all. And then thank everybody
You
for all
guys are
y'all's
amazing.
wonderful comments. That was so great. And uh, we'll be willing to come on later. If you want us to have us again, we'll come back and maybe I'll have a little more info that I can put out, from Hannah's aunt. Maybe I can get a little bit more out of her and then we can discuss that stuff and figure it out from there.
Yeah, absolutely. No, that it's been a pleasure having you on and like working with you through this. Through Hannah's and just helping each other build our channels, and everybody else in here that has their channels. They can definitely post them up and everything, and we can figure
Yeah,
out a
they
good
should,
way to
because
do
we
it.
can go sub up to
Thank you,
all of them.
Minnie.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
And thank y'all so much, and thank you. And then just let me know when you're free, and then we'll work it
Yes,
out.
sir.
That
I
way,
will
I can
do
get
it.
a
I
chance
will
to
do it.
post it on mine, so then everybody will know, right? And then
Yeah,
that
you
way,
repost it. Do whatever. If there's a piece of content that you want to use of mine, which please feel free. I don't care who uses my content as long as
oh yeah, I
they're
feel the
not.
same. Like if it's
I mean,
spreading
I really
awareness,
don't give a
yeah, if
crap.
it's
I
spreading
don't care what
awareness,
they
go
do.
for it.
Honestly, people are gonna do what they're gonna do. You know what I mean?
That's
But you guys
right.
are different because
That's right. But yeah, well,
collaboration.
hey, then I will get with you a little later, and just let me know when you're free, and we'll figure something out. Come on, Ruby.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you guys.
All
Thank
right.
you
Well,
all
thank
so
y'all
much. You
so
guys have been
much.
so great. I really appreciate it.
Well, we're gonna
All
get out
right.
of here. We'll talk to y'all
Bye,
on the
Rich.
next
You
one,
be
okay?
safe out there.
All right. You too. Bye bye.
Thank you. Thank you so much. All right, guys. Yeah, and thank you guys so much. I just want to say really quick that like before um, we went on our first live, Rich and I were talking, and um, you know, I basically gave some good advice that Terry gave me, and um, the biggest thing is that um, oh, you're so welcome, Sandy. You're doing so great. I so appreciate you a lot. I mean, everybody so much. But what I was telling Rich too was that like you don't want, and this is something Terry, drilled into my head. You really don't care how many people you get. It's more of like the quality of people that you get in there, and you know that's what's important because you want your chat to be with filled with like people who are respectful, supportive of each other, who actually care about the cases and who want to bring something to the table. They're smart, critical thinkers, and that's what I really feel like I get with the lot lizards, and then just people that came to my channel organically in the very beginning, like Sandy. I mean, and there's so many more people. Like, I'm so grateful for all of you guys, Karen, Minnie, Lori, Hope in the shadows. I mean, you guys are what makes the channel great. It's not me or who I have on necessarily. It's like what you guys are bringing to the table and how you guys are helping to for us to come to some educated guesses and stuff like that. So I'm so very grateful, and hopefully we can have more conversations like this. And then if we get people that come in and you know um, we always like to kind of tease and call them fuzzy little shits or whatever, whatever we have to do. But lot lizards prevail, and having Ruby and Rich I think is going to be a really great asset because he has a completely different skill set than I do. Like he knows how to read maps. He doesn't get lost when he walks down the block like I do. So I mean, it's perfect, and I can always bounce ideas off. Um, but definitely leave some comments, leave some feedback. Let us know what you guys would like to see in the future, or if you have any questions, we can always address them at a different time, or I can always pop in. Um, if it's something that I have to ask Rich, and I'll ask him and just be like, hey, what do you think of this? Because I really value that feedback. So, um, oh, thank you, Minnie. And you guys are just so amazing. You guys are just great. Oh, thank you. Yeah, Rich is a good guy, and he's always he's always helping these kids. I don't know when he sleeps. He's like Terry. I don't know when he sleeps. So I'm trying to get some sleep, and then I'm like, okay, but then I get so excited, and then here I am. But yeah, anything that you guys need, let me know. If you have any questions, if you have any comments, leave them down there. Um, and the bridge huggers is so nice not to have. I know, and they're really limited, especially like when you go into um like Justin's channel, everybody's so nice, smiley. You'll have a few here and there, but there's definitely power in numbers when you have good people. So, and you guys are all such good people. So thank you all so much, and go over and show Rich some love. Brown eyed gal, oh good, and I'm gonna be praying for you guys too. You and Lori, you know. No, don't be sorry. I'm sorry that you're dealing with that. It's awful. I know. Oh, I know how it feels. It's uncalled for. Hopefully, they can find a hobby or something that makes them. Maybe they need an extra hug, but not from you because you want to stay away from them. But who knows? Um, but yeah, you guys are amazing. You guys are so amazing. No, you're not rude at all. Oh my gosh, no. No, 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 not at all. Yeah, and feel free, just let me know. If you guys have a channel, just let me know what it is and we can get it put up. Or if you want to post it in here, that's fine too. It doesn't make a difference to me. I know that everybody has the same intentions, and really what it is to get out that information about Sebastian. Let's talk about it. Let's remember what we've heard in the past. That's the hardest thing, is remembering all of this information, because there's so many twists and turns, and then now we're getting because there's maybe a second and third eye. I think that's what is oh, how do I say it? That's why we're getting some of this older information that some of us are like, hey, wow, I remember that, or that's old news and stuff. But I think it's a lot because they're re-looking into this case. So now they're bringing it up and refreshing it, which it doesn't ever hurt. To put a fresh set of eyes on it, and ears, and then re-examine it. So I think that's really important. But I love you all so much. Thank you. And you all have a great day, and we will see you possibly later, but if not, it perhaps tomorrow. So thank you so much. You all have a great day. Bye, guys. Oh, yes, definitely put Gracie down there. Bye, friends. Thank you.